Hey guys, Chaos Shinobi here. This is a story where on the night of the Forbidden Scroll, Naruto discovers the ghost of his relative Tobirama Senju, who will teach him to be an elite shinobi. Now let's begin. Chapter 14. An uneasy quiet fell over the stadium as Naruto and Gaara faced off against one another. Neither had moved since Genma had signaled the beginning of the match. However, steadily the air grew thicker and thicker. Many of the civilians and younger ninja were beginning to have trouble breathing, as if a great weight had settled upon their chests. "What's going on?" Sakura asked, noticing her own discomfort and that of Sasuke's. "They are releasing their chakra," Sasuke said. "It's a showdown. Each time this Gaara raises his chakra level, Naruto does the same. It's unbelievable. I've never seen so much chakra in just one person." "That's Gaara for you," Temari boasted. "He has the most chakra of anyone in our village. Your teammate doesn't stand a chance." "I wasn't talking about Gaara," Sasuke said with a small smug grin of his own. "Gaara might have the most chakra of anyone from your village, but this isn't Suna. This is Konoha, and Naruto's holding back." "What? That's impossible," Temari cried. "That's Naruto for you?" Sakura grinned, shaking her head fondly at her teammate's antics. "You are not afraid of me?" Gaara said, staring at Naruto with his cold and expressionless sea-green eyes. "I wouldn't say afraid is the best word to describe what I am feeling," Naruto said. "I'll admit that I am nervous. You are strong, Gaara. I can tell that much. But if I didn't feel nervous, then I would be overconfident and probably do something stupid. I can't lose here, Gaara. I have a dream that I will make a reality. So are you ready to start?" Suddenly Sand shot toward Naruto at surprising speed. The blonde channeled chakra to his legs and leapt backward to avoid being snared by the sand that had taken the shape of a large hand. Naruto's hands dipped into his pouch and grabbed several shuriken. "Shuriken multiplication jutsu," Naruto shouted. The blonde's shuriken multiplied into a cloud of deadly, speeding metal. Gaara didn't react as the sand fell back and rose into a shield that blocked every shuriken. Gaara's eyes widened as several of the captured shuriken exploded. More sand poured from his gourd and quickly wrapped Gaara in a cocoon that protected him from the flying shrapnel. "TCH," Naruto said. "Guess that didn't work. Oh well, wasn't expecting it to, but you never know." The sand covering Gaara fell away, revealing a very different Gaara than the emotionless and cold Gaara that Naruto had been fighting. A crazed light now shone brightly in Gaara's sea-green eyes, a bloodthirsty light. "Yes, Naruto Uzumaki, you will prove my existence," Gaara exclaimed. "Your blood will sate mother." Naruto felt a small chill run down his spine at Gaara's new expression. "Okay then, Gaara, you want to play serious? Then let's play," Naruto said. He tapped himself on the shoulder, deactivating his weight seal. "Let's go." The blonde vanished in a burst of speed that took many of the spectators by surprise. "Whoa, Naruto has gotten a lot faster," Sakura commented. "He looks almost as fast as Lee is with his weights on," Sasuke said. "But that won't be enough. Lee was a lot faster than Naruto and he was still beaten by Gaara in the preliminaries. Speed alone won't beat Gaara." Sakura nodded. "But Naruto can use jutsu," she said. "Lee could only use taijutsu. Naruto doesn't have Lee's handicaps." "Nor does he have Lee's greatest strength," Sasuke said. "You have a lot of sand," Naruto said. "Let's see how well you can control mud." Water release. Tidal surge. The small lake in the corner of the arena erupted into a large column of water. The column rose high above the two genin and then crashed down in one massive wave, soaking both Naruto and Gaara. Naruto shook his head, trying to clear his sodden hair that had fallen in front of his eyes. Looking up, Naruto grinned when he saw that nearly all of Gaara's sand had fallen to the ground in great clumps of mud and dirt. Naruto flicked his wrist and a 12-inch blade shot out of his arm guard. The blade glowed slightly as Naruto channeled chakra into it. "Let's see how well you can defend against this," the blonde said as he shot forward, arm held down at his side. In the crowd, a gray-haired Jonin's visible eye widened as he took in his student's attack pattern. "Kakashi, that looks very much like your—" "I know, guy," Kakashi said, cutting his fellow Jonin off. "But I have no clue how Naruto learned something that resembled my attack so closely. I don't think Naruto has even seen me use it before." Gaara saw only a yellow blur racing toward him as he tried to raise the wet sand in front of him to protect himself, but the sand was heavy and slow. "Wind release, wind scar," Naruto shouted as he got within 10 feet of Gaara, slashing his arm upward. A tall swath of air rushed toward Gaara. The boy's sand rose in time to shield him, but the wind jutsu was not meant to wound Gaara, only occupy his sand. Gotcha! Naruto cried as he burst through the crumbling sand wall. His gauntlet blade once again coated in bluish-white chakra. Naruto plunged his blade into Gaara's chest. Shit! Naruto snarled as Gaara's features changed into a sand clone, which grabbed Naruto's arm in a vice-like grip. Nowhere to run now, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said as he rose from the muddy sand behind Naruto. The sand clone dissolved into a pile of sand that quickly began to slither its way up Naruto's leg, tightening its grip. Gaara's face was twisted in a gleeful smile as his sand slowly encased Naruto. Naruto tried to pull himself free from Gaara's sand, but the sand's grip was too strong. The smile on Gaara's face widened as his sand reached Naruto's chest. Soon, mother, you will get to drink all of his sweet blood. Gaara cooed to someone that Naruto couldn't see. I am a good boy, right, mother? Who are you talking to, Gaara? Naruto asked. It does not matter to you, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara snapped. You are about to die. Not today, Naruto said as the sand reached his neck. Sand coffin, Gaara cried gleefully, eagerly awaiting the crunch of bone, the scream of pain and steady drip of blood. But the only thing that Gaara heard was a soft puff. Shuriken multiplication jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Gaara whirled around as a flying wall of steel came rushing toward him. Behind the wall of steel, Gaara could just make out the forms of two Narutos grinning at him. The sand that had been used to crush the clone Naruto rose up and blocked the speeding shuriken. Damn, I thought that would work, Naruto said. It seems that your defense lives up to its name as ultimate, but let's see if you can defend against an attack you can't see. Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. Since when can Naruto use Genjutsu? Sakura cried. That's the second's own Genjutsu. Why are you asking me? I have no clue. Sasuke shot back, looking at his female teammate. Where are you, Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara shouted, looking around frantically. Come out and face me. Now, why would I do that? Naruto's voice came from all around Gaara. Shouts of wind release, wind scar, rang out all around Gaara from the darkness that surrounded him. Quite an interesting genin you have there, Hokage Dano, the Kazekage said. To be able to perform such an advanced genjutsu, and to successfully place it on my youngest son is quite impressive. Yes, Naruto-kun certainly is full of surprises, Hiruzen said with a smile though on the inside. His mind was spinning wildly. He knew that the Kazekage never referred to Gaara as his son. So my wayward student, you have returned, Hiruzen thought before turning back to the match. Gaara's sand rose all around him, just as Naruto's jutsus slammed into the sand. The wind jutsus were powerful, but Gaara's sand was more so. Is that it, Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara shouted. Show me your true strength so that I might crush you and prove my existence. Fine if that's the way you want to play it. Naruto's voice called from the darkness. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Unseen by Gaara and Naruto, a mass of Naruto clones appeared, each drawing a kunai. The mass of clones hurled the kunai at Gaara and shouted, Kunai shadow multiplication. The 100 kunai multiplied into 1,000. Gaara's sand rose in defense once more, surrounding the boy in a sphere of compressed sand. Naruto and his clones grinned when they heard their kunai bite and scrape against their target. The blonde released the lone genjutsu that he had learned and the world became light again. Naruto frowned at the sight before him, a sphere of sand with kunai littered around it. Damn, Naruto muttered. The sound of shifting sound made Naruto look up. Slowly, the sand protecting Gaara was draining away into the ground around the boy. Pathetic, Gaara sneered. Here I thought you were strong, Naruto Uzumaki, that you would be able to prove my existence, but I was wrong. This fight is over. Not quite. Activate. Naruto grinned. Suddenly the hissing of snakes surrounded Gaara. The boy looked down and saw some of the kunai that Naruto had thrown had an explosive tag wrapped around the handle. Boom! The entire stadium was rocked by an immense explosion, causing the spectators throw their arms up as a cloud of dust, debris, and smoke blanketed the entire stadium. What the hell was that? Sakura shouted. Is Naruto trying to bring down the entire stadium? I don't know. Naruto has always been crazy, Sasuke said. When the smoke finally cleared, A crater roughly half the width of the stadium floor was the only thing left. The trees and shrubs had been uprooted or blasted to splinters. The small lake was rapidly draining into the bottom of the crater, leaving muddy tracks and rivers. "Where's Naruto?" Sakura asked, her eyes frantically searching for her blonde teammate. "And Gaara," Sasuke pointed out, his Sharingan gaze scanning the stadium blonde. "I don't see." Sasuke trailed off as near the middle of the crater, the ground began to shift. The crowd held its breath as a figure rose from the dirt. "It's Gaara," Sasuke said. The Suna ninja shook his head, dirt and dust falling to the ground around him. "Where are you, Naruto Uzumaki?" Gaara shouted, though his voice sounded distant. Gaara shook his head, trying to rid the ringing in his ears, but it would not go away. Reaching up, Gaara froze when he felt a warm wetness touch his hand. Brining his hand down, Gaara saw that the tips of his fingers were stained red. "Blood," Gaara whispered. "My blood." A bone-chilling scream tore its way from Gaara's throat, though the redhead only heard a low ringing. Hunching over and clutching his head, Gaara vanished from sight as the sand enveloped him again. Just then, a blonde mop of hair burst from the dirt about 50 feet away. "Naruto!" Sakura cried in relief at the appearance of her teammate. At her side, Sakura felt Sasuke relax as well. "Oh no, you don't, Gaara. No more playing hide and seek," Naruto growled. He drew a kunai as his wrist blade had shattered when he had stabbed Gaara's sand moments before and channeled as much wind chakra into the blade as he could. The kunai glowed a bright bluish white, and its tip was now extending a good foot from the metal point. "Come out and fight," Naruto shouted as he raced forward. The kunai held at his side like a spear ready to be thrust. The crowd watched in amazement as a yellow blur streaked across the stadium floor toward the ball of sand in the middle of the large crater. Hiruzen felt a warm smile stretch his lips at the sight of Naruto racing across the stadium. He looked so much like his father. "I don't know how much longer I can keep it from you, Naruto-kun," he thought. "I only hope that you forgive me for keeping it from you so long." All noise in the stadium seemed to go silent as Naruto reached the sphere and in one fluid motion, stabbed his kunai deep into its depth. Another scream echoed all throughout the stadium as the sphere of sand crumbled to bits, revealing a panting Gaara. Dried blood covered the sides of his face and his hand was clutching a blood-drenched shoulder. Naruto felt a chill race down his spine at the sight of Gaara's mismatched eyes. One was teal, the other golden with a black star as its pupil. Suddenly an explosion shook the stadium, causing Naruto to around. The box where the Hokage and Kazekage had been sitting was covered in white smoke. "Naruto!" Naruto heard Sakura's voice call out just as instincts shouted at him to move. Naruto dove to the right just as a blade of wind rushed through the space where his head had just been. Naruto saw several strands of his hair flutter down in front of his eyes, severed from his head. The blonde noticed 5 blurs leapt down to the stadium floor around him. "Close shave their dobe," Sasuke said as he and Sakura took up flanking positions next to Naruto. Across from Team 7 was the Suna team and their sensei. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. "We're being invaded," Sakura answered. "The sand and sound villages." Naruto turned to face the Suna team, his head slightly bowed so that his bangs partially hid his eyes. Temari and Kankuro shivered at the icy look staring at them from the blonde kid's glacial blue eyes. "So you thought you could attack my home?" Naruto snarled. "You will pay." A howl of pain came from Gaara, who was slightly behind the Suna team. "Get Gaara out of here," the Sand Jonin ordered. "He is vital to the plan. Take him out of here to recover and regroup." Temari and Kankuro nodded to their sensei and grabbed Gaara by the arms and leapt off. Baki turned back to Team 7, a sneer twisting the man's face. "We need to get through this bastard," Naruto growled. "Gaara is the key to their plans. We need to stop him." "You 3 brats aren't going anywhere," Baki snarled. The Sand Jonin's hands rose in preparation of a jutsu, but he was forced to abort the jutsu as a senbon made him leap backward. "You 3 go. I'll handle this guy," the Proctor Gunma said, appearing between Team 7 and Baki. "Now go." Team 7 didn't hesitate at the command and raced off after the Sand siblings. "You are sending those brats to their deaths," Baki sneered. "They don't stand a chance against Gaara." "You don't have much faith in the next generation, do you?" Gunma said. "Those 3 are something special, I can tell." "Your funeral or those kids then," Baki snarled. Wind release. Blade of wind. Are you sure they went this way? Naruto asked as Team 7 raced through the thick forests that surrounded the village. Yes, Dobe, I am following that Gaara's chakra, Sasuke growled, his Sharingan active. Now pick up the pace, they've stopped for some reason. Why would they be doing that? Sakura asked. Gaara is a Jinchuriki, Naruto said. They were probably planning on having Gaara unleash his Biju in the stadium to destroy the village. He's like you, Sakura said. How are we supposed to beat him then? We aren't, I am, Naruto said. You two will take on Gaara's teammates. I am the only one who can take on Gaara. And I've been training to fight Gaara all month. Tsh, Sasuke grunted but didn't argue, knowing that Naruto was right. Fine then, Naruto, what's the plan? Sasuke, you take on the girl. You've already beaten her, but just be careful. She might have some tricks that she was holding back during your match, Naruto said. Sakura, you take the puppeteer. Be careful, he will most likely use poisons, so don't get hit by anything. Both of your opponents are mid to long range fighters, so they are weak up close and personal. So get in close and you will be them. How do you know so much about Gaara and his teammates Naruto? Sakura asked. My sensei told me that knowing your opponent is half the battle, Naruto said. Enough talking, Sasuke barked. We're nearly there. You two know what to do, Naruto said. Let's go. The sound of creaking wood was the only warning that Temari and Kankuro had before two blurs shot from the forest around them and tackled them, separating them from Gaara and carrying the two siblings away from their charge. Now it's just you and me again, Gaara, Naruto said, staring down at the stationary sand ninja. Gaara looked up at Naruto with bloodlust-filled eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara roared. You have come. Face me, Naruto Uzumaki, and I shall prove my existence by killing you. You won't be killing anyone today, Gaara, Naruto said. You thought that you would come into my village and threaten its people. I will not allow you to harm anyone in my village. Not now and not ever. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. All around Naruto, clones appeared covering the clearing in a cloud of smoke and a mass of green, gray, and black. Take this, the clones shouted. Shuriken multiplication jutsu. Each clone grabbed a shuriken and hurled it at Gaara. The shuriken multiplied into a cloud that blocked out the sun and the woods all around Gaara. Wind release, howling tempest. Behind the approaching cloud of shuriken, the clones fired a massive wind jutsu that propelled the shuriken into streaks of barely visible light. The dirt around Gaara rose to protect him along with the sand in his gourd. The shuriken slammed into Gaara's defensive dome of sand, releasing little puffs of sand with each impact. Naruto frowned as he surveyed his jutsu's effectiveness. He was sure that some of the shuriken had managed to punch their way through the sand, but most hadn't. Where are you, Gaara? Naruto thought. A soft creak was the only warning that Naruto had before the forest floor erupted. Naruto's clones were all but wiped out as an immense figure now towered over Naruto and his few remaining clones, bathing them in shadow. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara's voice made Naruto look up. The blonde spotted his opponent now on top of a massive thing. So that's Shikaku? Naruto whispered. Yes, that's the stubby-tailed rodent. The Kyuubi's voice came from within Naruto's mind, but his container is still in control. How do you know? Naruto asked. Because I just do, the fox snarled. Now pay attention, you idiot. Naruto blinked. The massive fox's visage vanished, and now Naruto was looking up at the massive sand construct. How the hell am I supposed to beat that thing? Naruto thought. Just look at the size of it? I don't have a jutsu that can defeat something that big. Naruto Uzumaki, come out wherever you are. Gaara's voice taunted from high above the treetops. I can see your pathetic village from here and your teammates. Perhaps you will be more willing to fight if they are crushed to pieces before your... Gaara's voice broke off as a wind bullet slammed into Shikaku's chin. There you are, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto leapt onto the tallest tree that was in the area, and still standing. You will not harm anyone in my village, Gaara, the blonde snarled, his blue eyes glaring up at Gaara. Gaara threw his head back and laughed. You little gnat, he roared. You cannot hope to defeat me. You are weak. You are only strong when you fight for yourself. Let me show you how strong I am, and how weak you are. Shikaku's right arm rose and a massive amount of sand rose in concert with the arm, all around the tree that Naruto was standing on. The blonde Konoha ninja leapt into the air, channeling as much chakra into his legs to boost his jump. But the sand followed Naruto higher into the air. In a puff of smoke, a single shadow clone appeared next to Naruto and threw its creator away from the sand just before the sand reached up and snagged Naruto's clone's foot. Naruto watched as his clone was mercilessly crushed. The original flinched as the phantom pain flashed through his mind. Wind release, wind scar, Naruto shouted, exhaling a strong stream of wind that scattered the rapidly approaching sand. Naruto landed on a treetop and looked up at Gaara, who was smiling broadly and crazily from atop Shikaku's head. Naruto frantically searched his mind for any jutsu that would even the odds he was facing. Then it hit him, the summoning jutsu. Naruto berated himself for not thinking of the jutsu earlier, though he had tried to drive any thought of Jiraiya from his head. Naruto leapt back, further away from the approaching Gaara, as the blonde built up as much chakra as he could. Naruto bit his thumb as his arms and legs burned from the buildup of chakra flooding their pathways. Summoning jutsu, Naruto roared. Gaara paused in his approach as Naruto was engulfed in an enormous explosion of smoke. As the smoke cleared away, Gaara saw a massive reddish-brown toad wearing a blue toad with a tanto strapped to its side and breathing deeply from a pipe. "What's this?" Gamabunta asked. "Why the hell did you call me out here, brat?" "The sand and sound have invaded the village," Naruto answered. "Gaara is their secret weapon, and I have to make sure he does not reach the village. And as you can see, I need your help." "Why should I risk my life fighting this?" Gamabunta trailed off when he noticed who he was facing off against. "So your opponent is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, the Ichibi." "Yes," Naruto said, "but I have no clue how to beat him." "You think that this oversized frog will help you defeat me?" Gaara laughed. "You amuse me, Naruto Uzumaki. Let us see what you can do." "Oversized frog?" Gamabunta snarled. "Hang on, brat. I can't let that insult stand." Naruto barely had time to secure himself to Gamabunta's head by his chakra before the toad boss surged forward, drawing his blade. From atop Shikaku's head, Gaara laughed madly and threw his arm forward to snare the toad. Gamabunta's sword flashed upward and Gaara howled as his outstretched hand was separated from the rest of his body. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw that the severed arm was rapidly dissolving back into the sand that had created it. "Man, that hide is tough," Gamabunta growled. "I barely was able to make that cut, he's so heavy. Hey brat, got any bright ideas?" "No, why do you think I called on you, boss?" Naruto answered. "I was handling him okay in the arena, but now that he's turned into that, I have no clue what to do." "What were you doing that was working earlier?" "Getting him wet. It was slowing his sand down," Naruto said. "But I don't know any water jutsus that would work on something that big, and there isn't a water source close by that I can use to add to it." "Don't worry about that, water jutsus I can handle," Gamabunta said. "Water release, toad water bullet barrage." The boss summon's cheeks swelled before he fired off a dozen massive water bullets. Gaara snarled as he raised his remaining arm to defend himself as well as leaping back. But several of the bullets landed, drenching much of Shikaku. "Excellent, now what?" Naruto asked. "You have to take down the medium," Gamabunta said. "Taking that form but handing over control to the Biju must be taking up a lot of chakra, so you have to get in close and get them separated." "And how do you think I should do that?" "Look, brat, I can't do everything for you," Gamabunta growled. "What jutsu do you know? We need to keep him in one spot." "Several wind and water jutsus. Oh, and one fire jutsu," Naruto quickly rattled off. "Wind and fire, perfect," Gamabunta grinned around his pipe. "Okay kid, we are going to melt this hunk of sand. I'll provide the oil and you provide the fire and wind." "Got it, boss," Naruto said quickly. A shadow clone appeared at his side. "Whenever you are ready, boss." "Here we go," Gamabunta ordered. His cheeks swelled once again, but this time a stream of oil came speeding out of the summon's mouth. "Now, brat." "Fire release, great fireball jutsu," Naruto shouted, announcing the only first jutsu that he knew. "Wind release, howling tempest," Naruto's clone shouted, sending a massive amount of wind at the stream of fire. The fire engulfed Gaara and Shikaku. Naruto winced when he thought he heard a terrified scream over the roaring blaze. Gamabunta leapt backward as the fire maelstrom grew too intense. Nicely done, brat, he thought. To pull off a combination jutsu like that is mighty impressive. Now let's see if that did the trick. The flames slowly died away, revealing a still very much alive Gaara and Shikaku, but the Biju's features were misshapen, as the head had been so intense that quite a bit of the sand that made up Shikaku had melted. It looked like if someone had only partially caught a pancake and half of it was hanging off the edge of the pan. Still not fully cooked and batter was dripping to the floor in great dollops. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara's voice made Naruto and Gamabunta look up. You have proven most tiresome to kill. So I shall complete my transformation and you shall die. Play possum jutsu. Gaara went limp, slumping over at the waist, and Naruto saw that the golden eyes of Shikaku spun rapidly before they glowed brightly. Yahoo, I'm free! A high-pitched childish voice came from the massive sand construct. I'm finally free. Oh shit, Gamabunta muttered. Now what? Naruto asked. That Gaara boy just gave control over to Shikaku completely, by using the play possum jutsu, Gamabunta explained. I figured that out, Naruto shouted. But how do I beat him? Wake him up, the Toad boss said. If you awaken the medium, then Shikaku will be pulled back into the seal that contains the sand spirit. And how do you suppose I do that? Naruto snarled. Well, you better think of something quick because here he comes, Gamabunta said. Water release, water bullet. Wind release, drilling air bullet, Shikaku countered. Naruto raised his arm to shield his eyes from the rain that came from the two jutsus colliding. Hold on, brat, Gamabunta warned. What? Naruto asked, but the Toad boss didn't answer as he leapt into the air to dodge the drilling air bullets that were speeding at them. Gamabunta fired a salvo of water bullets at Shikaku, who easily leapt backward to avoid getting struck. You're not bad, for a frog, Shikaku laughed. But playtime is over, I want to kill. Gamabunta, you need to get me closer, Naruto ordered. I can't wake Gaara up from a distance. Tage, giving me orders, the Toad growled. All right, brat, but my hands aren't suited for grabbing a hold of the enemy. We need something like hooks or claws that will grab onto the enemy. I've got just the thing, Naruto grinned. You ready, boss? Here we go, Gamabunta grunted as the massive toad surged forward. Naruto made a single hand sign and he and Gamabunta were engulfed in a massive plume of smoke. Out of the smoke, an enormous reddish-brown shape came rushing forward. Kyuubi, Shikaku gasped, freezing at the sight of the nine-tailed fox. No, you're not that arrogant bastard. Shikaku sent another drilling air bullet at the massive fox who nimbly dodged the attack. Yow! Shikaku screamed as the fox leapt forward and dug its claws and teeth into Shikaku's skin, along with wrapping its tails around Shikaku for a more secure grip. Now, kid, Gamabunta growled. The transformation jutsu broke and out of the cloud of smoke, Naruto came flying toward the unconscious Gaara. Wake up! Naruto roared as he sent a large wind bullet of his own at the sand ninja. Sand rose up and surrounded Gaara, protecting the boy. Naruto snarled as he began to descend toward Shikaku's head. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto shouted. A single clone appeared at his side. The clone grabbed its creator by the arm and hurled Naruto at Gaara. The fast-moving Naruto landed a few feet from the slumping Gaara. Wake up! Naruto shouted again. He spun on his heel and raced toward Gaara, fist cocked back. No! Naruto growled as two tendrils of sand rose out of Shikaku's head and caught Naruto by both arms, stopping the blonde just a foot from Gaara. I won't stop! He shouted, rearing his head back. Now wake up! With a sickening crack, Gaara's head snapped back as Naruto headbutted the redhead. Blood flew from Gaara's nose, which was obviously broken. Heh, well done, brat, Gamabunta chuckled. Oh, come on, I just got here. Shikaku whined as his eyes lost their glow. Slowly, the massive sand creation that was the Ichibi crumbled away. Naruto, his muscles burning, caught a falling Gaara and landed on the ground heavily, dropping to one knee. Looks like you have this under control, brat, Gamabunta said. It's time for me to be heading home. Okay, thank you, Gamabunta, Naruto panted. The enormous toad grunted before vanishing in a giant plume of smoke. Now what to do with you, Gaara? Naruto asked himself, looking down at the barely conscious redhead. Don't touch him, a male voice snarled out. Be quiet, another female voice barked. This one is familiar to Naruto as his own voice. The blonde turned to see Sakura, looking battered and bruised, standing behind him with a bound Kankuro struggling on the ground. "So you beat him?" Naruto asked. "Of course, you didn't doubt me, did you, Naruto?" Sakura asked in a sickly sweet tone. No, that was the farthest thing from my mind, Sakura-chan," Naruto amended quickly, knowing that his teammate hated to be doubted. "Good. Where's Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked. "Here." Sasuke's voice came from above them. The Uchiha heir leapt down from a tree with a bound Temari tossed over his shoulder. Sasuke dumped the sand ninja on the ground with a thud. "Now what?" "Not sure," Naruto said, once more looking down at the unmoving Gaara. "Our mission is over. We stopped Gaara from wrecking the village." "Bring him to the village," a voice whispered in Naruto's head. "The Jinchuriki will strengthen the village and weaken Suna." "We should." "How?" Gaara croaked, causing Team 7 to look down at him. "How are you so strong?" "Because I am fighting to protect my home and friends," Naruto answered. "I refuse to let anyone harm my home, and I will fight to my last breath to defend it. You, who only fights for himself, will never be stronger than me because of that. I will become the pillar of strength that keeps the village strong and bears the burden of being Hokage. And if you ever think about attacking my home again, I will end you." Sasuke, Sakura, Kankuro, and Temari all shivered at Naruto's declaration as the blonde's eyes turned as cold as ice, piercing right through Gaara. The redhead stared up at Naruto with wide eyes, not seeing the blonde boy who was only a year older than him, but instead he saw a towering mountain that loomed over everything, a mountain that would not bend or break no matter what nature or man threw at it. "Cut them loose," Naruto said. "What?" was uttered from 4 voices. "They are not a threat to the village any longer," Naruto said. "Let them go back to Suna and they'll tell their village that their strongest ninja was beaten by a genin." Sasuke and Sakura both looked to Naruto in shock, but seeing resolute look in the blonde's eyes, they cut Temari and Kankuro free from their bonds. Temari and Kankuro rubbed their wrists as they stood up. "You're seriously letting us go?" Kankuro asked. "Yes," Naruto said, even though the small voice in his head was hissing at him to tie the Suna ninja back up and drag them through the village as trophies. "Your mission failed, and most likely Orochimaru was going to hang your village out to dry even if the invasion succeeded. Now get out of here before I change my mind or someone else shows up." Temari and Kankuro lifted their younger brother off the ground and put his arms across their shoulders. "Naruto Uzumaki," Gaara said, causing his siblings to stop. "You say you are strong because you fight to protect your village and friends, in order to bear the burden of your village by becoming the Hokage. Perhaps I can become strong like you, Naruto Uzumaki." "I wish you luck then, Gaara," Naruto said. "I would look close by to the first people you want to protect, because you have something I never did." "And what is that?" "A family," Naruto answered simply. Gaara gazed at Naruto with wide eyes for a moment before he closed his eyes and lowered his head. "Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki," Gaara said. "Temari, Kankuro, let's go home." "Okay, Gaara," Temari said as Kankuro nodded. Team 7 watched the Suna team leap off into the forest away from the village. "Are you sure that was the right thing to do, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "You said that Gaara was their village's strongest ninja. Shouldn't we have brought them back to the village?" "Probably," Naruto admitted. "But taking them back to the village would just put them in danger. They were just following orders, and most likely it was Orochimaru that ordered the invasion." "How do you know that?" Sasuke asked. Naruto paused. Well, think about it," he said. "Orochimaru appears in the second exam, and then Suna, our ally, attacks us with help from the Sound, who we know was working for Orochimaru from those genin that attacked us in the Forest of Death." "I guess so," Sakura said. "It makes sense in a weird sort of way. We should get back to the village, though. The invasion could still be going on." Naruto and Sasuke both nodded. A soft thump brought that plan to a screeching halt. "Heh, it looks like I used too much chakra," Naruto chuckled from the ground. "Any chance you could help?" Sakura giggled at her teammate while Sasuke just shook his head. "I don't think I've ever used this worn-out Naruto," Sasuke said as he knelt down and lifted Naruto to his feet. The blonde swayed on his feet and nearly pitched forward but was caught by Sasuke. "You try fighting a Biju by yourself," Naruto snapped, though the smile on his face took away any heat from the comment. "Come on. Sakura reminded her two bickering teammates. Sasuke just grunted and Team 7 turned back toward the village. What they found horrified the three young genin. Much of the village had been destroyed. Something huge had obviously carved a huge swath of destruction through the village. Bodies were strewn in the streets, with blood still pooling beneath the cooling corpses. Most of the dead were wearing the camouflaged fatigues of the Sound Village or the dust-colored flak jackets of the Sand, but here and there Team 7 saw the green flak jackets of a Konoha shinobi stained with blood. Sakura felt her stomach rebel at the sight. She had never seen such devastation or gore. Sasuke felt the stirrings of rage building within him as the sight reminded him of that night, the blood-soaked streets and houses of the Uchiha compound. To Naruto, the sight only fueled his determination and resolve to become Hokage and protect his home, though he was also tinged with sadness and despair at the destruction and death that surrounded them. "There you three are," a welcome voice said. It was Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin looked disheveled, covered in blood and dust but was uninjured. "Hey there, sensei," Naruto said tiredly, his eyes blinking blearily up at his sensei. Kakashi felt his heart clench at the sight of his students. The Jonin could see the last of his students' innocence burn away right before his eyes. The silver-haired man had held on to the naive hope that his students would never have to face the dark and disgusting side of the shinobi world, but Kakashi knew that his students had already had much of their innocence stripped away back in the wave, though Sasuke and Naruto already had much of their innocence ripped away even before then thanks to their childhoods. "You three look like shit," Kakashi said. "Thanks, sensei," Naruto muttered. "You don't look much better." Sakura and Sasuke snorted at Naruto's comment. "How's the village?" Sakura asked. The three genin felt their hearts skip a beat when their sensei bowed his head. "We took some hits," Kakashi said. The Hokage informed the Jonin that with the appearance of Orochimaru last month to be on ground at all times. "We were ready to some extent, but the inclusion of the Sand was a surprise. Well done in stopping Gaara. He was the linchpin to their plans." "What aren't you telling us, sensei?" Naruto asked. The blonde felt dread well up inside him when he met Kakashi's lone dark eye. "It's Hokage-sama," Kakashi admitted. "He died fighting Orochimaru." "What?" Team 7 exclaimed. "Good one, sensei," Naruto laughed dryly. "Come on, what really happened?" "Naruto," Kakashi said softly. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that Kakashi wasn't joking. "No, you're lying," Naruto exclaimed. "There's no way the old man would lose to that snake freak." Sasuke and Sakura looked at their blonde teammate, his pained and disbelieving expression etched on his face making them wince. They knew how close Naruto was to the Hokage. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Kakashi said, kneeling down in front of Naruto. "But Orochimaru used a forbidden jutsu to bring the first and second Hokages back to life and under his control. Hokage-sama had to use a very powerful jutsu to defeat his predecessors and Orochimaru. However, the use of that jutsu cost Hokage-sama his life." "No," Naruto argued, shaking his head as he staggered toward Kakashi, shrugging off his two teammates. Naruto's mind was whirling, memories of himself and the Hokage flashed through his head. Eating ramen at Ichiraku's, being scolded by the Hokage after his many pranks, arguing with the old man about getting a better mission. "He can't be dead," Naruto whispered. "He said that he would be there to see me take the hat," he promised. Kakashi wasn't sure how to react to this Naruto. The Jonin was so used to the Naruto that was loud, boisterous and happy. This Naruto before him looked broken. The light had seemingly gone out behind Naruto's usually vibrant blue eyes. "What happened to Orochimaru?" Sasuke asked. "He escaped," Kakashi said. "Hokage-sama injured him, but Orochimaru was able to slink away." A spike of chakra came from the blonde member of Team 7. "Orochimaru will pay," Naruto snarled. "He will not get away with this." "Naruto," Sakura whispered. She knew how close her blonde friend was to the Hokage, and how much he must be hurting. "Dobe, this is Orochimaru you're talking about," Sasuke said. "He's one of the Sannin, a Kage-level shinobi. You're nowhere near strong enough to beat him." "I will be," Naruto vowed, his voice hard as steel and cold as ice. "That bastard will die by my hand." The weather that came with the mourning of the third Hokages, and all the others that had died in the invasion, funerals matched the mood of a certain blonde genin. The sky was overcast and there was a hint of thunder in the air, just across the horizon. No one had seen the blonde member of Team 7 since Kakashi had escorted him, Sasuke and Sakura back to the stadium where they saw the body of their fallen leader. Naruto had just stared at the body, his eyes blank and lifeless. "Naruto, are you in there?" The soft voice of Sakura Haruno filtered through the apartment. "Come on, Naruto. It's time to go." There was no response. "Damn it, Naruto. If you don't open this door right now, I'm going to break it down and drag you out of there," Sakura shouted. Only more silence answered her. "You asked for it, Naruto," Sakura growled. A loud crash echoed through the dark apartment as the front door came careening off its hinges and flew inside. "Where are you, Naruto?" "He's not here," a soft voice came from behind Sakura. The pinkette turned to see Hinata Hyuga at the end of the hallway, partially hiding behind the corner. "Oh, hi there, Hinata," Sakura said. "I didn't see you there." "What do you mean Naruto isn't here? Where else would he be?" Hinata just pointed to her eyes. "After I heard you knocking, I used my Byakugan to check his apartment," she said with a slight shudder. "It's empty." "Right," Sakura said. "So where is he?" "I don't know," Hinata whispered. "Arg," Sakura growled. "Doesn't he know what today is?" "Hey, what do you think you were doing?" a deeper voice asked from behind Hinata, causing the Hyuga heiress to yelp in surprise and spin around. "Did you do that?" the man demanded. "Sorry," Sakura said quietly. "I thought that my friend was sleeping in, and when he wouldn't open the door, I sort of lost my temper," she finished. "The kid isn't here," the man said. "He left really early this morning." "Thank you," Sakura said. She grabbed Hinata's hand and pulled the dark-haired girl down the hallway, ignoring the man's shout, "Hey, who's going to fix this?" "Where the hell is that idiot?" Sakura growled as she and Hinata left the apartment building. "I don't know," Hinata stammered quietly, slipping her hand free from Sakura's. "But we are going to be late for the funerals if we don't hurry." Sakura huffed but turned to follow the Hyuga genin down the street and toward the cemetery. Overlooking the village of Konoha was the Hokage monument, the faces of the previous Hokage etched in rock and stone, gazing out over the village that they had protected and led. The stern visages of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze provided a sense of both protection and pride to the villagers below. To one villager and ninja, these four men were something that he strived to become, to have his face etched alongside these four. But now, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't sure what to think about two of his heroes. During the month-long break between the second and third exams of the Chunin exams, Naruto had learned many things about the third and fourth Hokages. Naruto had discovered that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the man who had sealed the Kyuubi in him and his hero, was also his own father, and that the third Hokage had known all along and kept it from Naruto. When Naruto had been told, the blonde was irate and ready to storm into the Hokage's office and demand why had never been told. But cooler heads had prevailed, and Naruto did not confront the third Hokage. And now it was too late. The third Hokage was now dead, having sacrificed his life in an attempt to end the threat of Orochimaru. But the third had failed. Orochimaru had escaped, grievously injured but was still alive. And Naruto would never have the opportunity to ask why Hiruzen had kept his parents, or at least his father's, identities a secret. So here Naruto sat, atop one of his favorite places in the village, the top of the fourth Hokage's stone head. He knew that the vast majority of the village would be making their way toward the cemetery for the mass funeral of those that had fallen during the invasion, but Naruto couldn't bring himself to attend. He didn't think he could go and mourn the man who had knowingly kept Naruto ignorant of his heritage, had lied to him whenever Naruto had asked about his parents. "There you are, brat." The somber voice of Jiraiya came from behind the blonde. "What do you want, Jiraiya?" Naruto asked shortly. "Wondering why you aren't at the funeral?" "Don't want to," Naruto said. "Besides, I doubt many people down there would want me to attend, you know me being the demon brat." "Pfft, who cares what they think?" Jiraiya snorted. "You shouldn't care what those morons think of you. Besides, word has been circulating throughout the village that you were the one that defeated Shikaku." "What of it?" Naruto asked. "Well, it made a lot of people rethink their thoughts about you," Jiraiya said. "You made sure that the enemy's trump card didn't harm anyone in the village, and you only being a rookie genin made a very impressive statement. And you proved me wrong." "What are you talking about?" "You didn't use the Kyuubi's chakra," Jiraiya said. "I was wrong. I thought that you would need to use its chakra to have a chance against Gaara. Yeah, I sure showed you, Naruto said, resting his chin on his hands. What's going to happen now? Well, after the ceremony, the council will have to convene and decide on a new Hokage, Jiraiya said. Once we have an official Hokage, then a decision about the Sand Village can be made. What about the sound? Naruto asked. That's the key question, isn't it? Jiraiya said, scratching his chin. Orochimaru impersonated the Kazekage and tricked the sand into attacking, so probably there might be only some sanctions against the sand. But the sound is another matter altogether. Who's going to be Hokage? Naruto asked. Sensei wanted either me or my teammate Tsunade Senju to take his place if he ever died before naming a successor, Jiraiya said. So you're going to be Hokage then? No, Jiraiya laughed. No, we're going to convince Tsunade to take Sensei's place. Of course, you're coming with me to find her. Why would I do that? Naruto asked. You're my apprentice now, Jiraiya explained. Look, Naruto, I know that I didn't make a very positive impression a month ago. I was wrong and you proved it. I want to make it up to you, Naruto. I have an eye for talent and you have more potential than I've seen in a long time, and I want to help you reach that potential. Naruto looked at the Sannin. Jiraiya couldn't help but shiver under the blue-eyed stare coming from the younger ninja, reminding Jiraiya so much of another blonde that he had taught. Are you going to try and make me use the fox's chakra? Naruto asked after staring at Jiraiya silently for several moments. No, Jiraiya answered firmly. I will not make you. I still believe that the fastest way for you to get stronger is to learn to control the fox's chakra, but I will not force you. I have plenty of other things to teach you, if you are willing. I'm not looking for the quickest way to get stronger, Naruto said, looking out over the village. I'm looking for the best way to get stronger. There are no shortcuts to strength or becoming Hokage, and I won't go back on my word just to save some time. Okay then, so are you coming with me? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. When do we leave? He asked. Tomorrow morning, Jiraiya answered. Till then, Naruto said, standing up. Where are you going? To pay my respects, Naruto said. No matter what the old man might have hidden from me, I know he truly believed he was doing what was best for me and the village. Jiraiya watched as the blonde genin turned away from the village and headed for the path that led back down to the village. When the blonde was out of sight, Jiraiya turned back to look out over the village of his birth. Sensei, what else did you keep from Naruto? Jiraiya thought, looking over at the Sandame's stone head. Minato Kushina, you would be so proud of your boy, Jiraiya continued. This village doesn't deserve your son, or his loyalty after the way he has been treated. If you two were still alive, I know I'd be on the receiving end of one hell of a beatdown, one that I certainly deserve. From the shadows, Naruto watched as the ceremony for the fallen broke up and the mourners began to leave the cemetery. He had arrived near the tail end of the ceremony, as the two elders presided over the Hokage's funeral. The blonde frowned as his sharp ears caught the Hokage's two teammates extol Hiruzen's accomplishments during his lifetime and reign as Hokage. Naruto knew that the two elders were frequent thorns in the Hokage's side, constantly questioning Hiruzen's decisions, but they were also his closest friends. When the final mourner had finally left the cemetery, Naruto leapt down from the tree he had been hiding in and walked into the cemetery, coming to a stop in front of the large photo of Hiruzen Sarutobi that marked the old man's memorial. Hey there, old man, Naruto said. When I heard that you had died, I didn't know what to think. You always seemed to be there, that you would be there to see me take the hat, become Hokage. But now I don't know what to think about you at all. You hid so much from me to protect me, I guess. But you knew how badly I wanted to know about my family. When I found out about Grandpa, I was furious at you for trying to keep something of my family from me. But now after learning about my parents, I can see why you never told me. If I had known who my father was when I was younger, I would have shouted it from the top of the Hokage monument. I would have bragged about it to everyone and anyone, and I would have painted an even larger target on my back. So thanks, old man. Don't get me wrong. I am still angry at you for hiding so much from me, but I know you did care for me and did what you thought was best. And I swear that Orochimaru will pay for what he's done, and I will become the pillar that holds Konoha up and become Hokage. Naruto bowed to the memorial, and as he raised his head, felt a warm breeze ruffle his hair. The blonde smiled and closed his eyes, reveling in the feeling. He could almost feel the old man's hand on his head. "I'll see you later, old man," Naruto said before leaving the cemetery, not seeing the pair of eyes watching him from the edge of the forest that ringed the grounds. "Naruto." The blonde teen turned and saw Sakura running down the street toward him. Sasuke was following at a more sedate pace. Naruto could feel his stomach lurch at the sight of his teammate's long pink hair trailing behind Sakura much like a river. "Hey there, Sakura-chan," Naruto stammered, feeling his face heat up. "Sasuke, what's up?" "Where were you, Naruto?" Sakura demanded, her hands perched on her hips. "You weren't at your apartment this morning, and we didn't see you at Memorial." "Oh, right," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. "You see, I was." "You know what? I don't want to hear your excuses, Naruto," Sakura interrupted. "Come on. Everyone is waiting." "Whoa, Sakura-chan. Who's waiting for what?" Naruto cried as Sakura grabbed his hand and started dragging him down the street. "Everyone. We're all waiting on you at Ichiraku's," Sakura said. "Why?" "Well, we haven't all been together since we graduated," Sakura said. "So Ino and I came up with an idea to get together, see how everyone is doing and all that. Now quit dragging your feet, Naruto." Sasuke smirked at the helpless look on Naruto's face as he watched Sakura drag the blonde down the street. Suddenly he tensed, feeling the hairs on the nape of his neck stand up, like someone was watching him. Sasuke's eyes blew red as he activated his Sharingan and scanned the area. Frowning, Sasuke deactivated his bloodline and shook his head, wondering why he was acting so paranoid. Above the street, perched on a power line, was a single crow staring down at Sasuke. "Found him!" Sakura cried as she brushed aside the curtain to Ichiraku's and dragged Naruto inside. The blonde was surprised to see the rest of his graduating class seated around at the bar, along with their senseis. "Finally, we can eat," Choji cried as he spun around to face the kitchen. Sakura pulled Naruto forward and shoved him into an open stool while she took the seat to his left, and Sasuke sat on Naruto's right. "So where were you, Naruto?" Ino asked. "None of us saw you at the ceremony. Weren't you close to the Hokage?" "Back off, Ino pig," Sakura snapped. "Naruto was leaving the cemetery when I found him. Maybe he wanted to have some peace when he paid his respects." "So Naruto, we heard you were the one who stopped that monster Gaara," Kiba said. "How'd you do it?" "Don't call Gaara a monster," Naruto said sharply. "Why not?" Kiba argued. "You saw what he turned into. How can you say he wasn't a monster?" "Yes, I saw what Gaara turned into," Naruto growled. "But I also know that he was like that because of ignorant people like you, calling him a monster." "What did you say?" Kiba snarled. "Do you know what Gaara holds? What he is called? How he has suffered throughout his entire life?" Naruto asked. "He's a monster," Kiba shouted. "Gaara is a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice," Naruto shouted, leaping down from his stool. "It means Gaara has a Biju like the Kyuubi sealed inside him, most likely since birth. Gaara has been considered a weapon all his life, hated and feared by his village all his life, and that changes a person. How would you like to be all alone for your entire life? No family or clan to help you. All for something that happened when you were a baby. Before you condemn someone, try putting yourself in their life before you open your mouth and confirm to all that you are a hot-headed fool." "Why you?" Kiba snarled, getting down from his stool and getting into Naruto's face. "You think you're all high and mighty now, all invincible because you beat Gaara, but please, you are still the dead last loser who failed the academy 3 times. And yet I made it to the finals of the Chunin exams on my first attempt when you failed in just the first exam, all because you couldn't keep your mouth shut," Naruto said. Kiba snarled, grabbing the blonde by his collar. "Let's take this outside then," he growled. "I'll show everyone that you beating Gaara was just a fluke." "Kiba-kun, Naruto-kun, don't fight," Hinata spoke up, only stuttering once. "We are all friends here, we shouldn't be fighting." "Hinata's right," Sakura said, grabbing the 2 hot heads by their ears and twisting them. "Yow!" Naruto and Kiba cried. "Let go, Sakura-chan, that hurts," Naruto said. "Good. It's supposed to hurt," Sakura said, releasing the 2 boys. "Now sit down and eat. You 2 can have your pissing contest later." Grumbling, Naruto and Kiba sat back down, rubbing their throbbing ears. "Naruto-san, how do you know so much about Gaara?" Shino asked once everyone had settled back down. though there was a sense of tension that now existed between Naruto and Kiba. "Know thy opponent," Naruto answered simply. "I had a month to learn as much as I could about Gaara so I could beat him." "So, sensei, will there be any promotions?" Ino asked her sensei, Asuma, who was seated at the end of the bar next to Kurenai. "Well, without a Hokage," Asuma paused. "The possible promotions will be on hold. The Shinobi Council can make suggestions, but the Hokage has final say." "Who do you think will be promoted?" Sakura asked. The two Jonin looked at one another. Naruto noticed that weren't looking directly at one another but glancing down at each other's hands, which were twitching randomly. "I don't know," Asuma said. "You all did quite well, both in the finals and the invasion. We might be biased, but we both think that you all could use some more experience before being promoted." "That is not to say we know anything for sure," Kurenai said, seeing the expressions on the Genin's faces. "We are your senseis, and we also know what it takes to become a Chunin. All of you haven't been recognized ninja for an entire year yet. You need to get more experience before you should be promoted." The explanation given by Kurenai, while kindly delivered, still didn't make the feeling of disappointment on several of the Genin's faces any less pronounced. "Don't feel too bad, you guys," Asuma said. "With what you went through, the next Chunin exams will be a piece of cake." "Oh, there you all are." "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura cried, spinning on her stool. "I told you we were meeting here at 1 p.m. You're late again." "Ah, sorry about that, Sakura," Kakashi apologized. "There was this old lady who—" "Oh, come on, Kakashi-sensei. Don't make excuses," Sakura growled. "But I wasn't," Kakashi pouted. "Anyway, Kurenai, Asuma, Shikaka-sama has called for a general assembly." Asuma and Kurenai nodded and rose from their stools. "General assembly?" Naruto asked. "All the Jonin have been called to gather by the Jonin commander," Kakashi explained quickly. "Can't say more above your pay grades. Later." The three Jonin vanished in swirls of leaves, leaving the Genin looking at one another. "What's that all about?" Kiba asked. "No idea," Shikamaru said. "But it doesn't matter. Like Kakashi said, it's above our pay grade, so it's too troublesome to wonder about." Naruto and Sasuke caught each other's eye, knowing that Kakashi wouldn't have mentioned an assembly if it truly was something that was meant to be kept truly secret. Naruto saw Shikamaru watching him and Sasuke, and the blonde knew that Shikamaru knew there was more going on than what they had been told. "Nice of you to finally join us." The stern voice of Shikaka Nara drawled as Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai appeared in the chamber. "Sorry, sir," Kurenai began, but Shikaku waved her off. The three Jonin took their seats and looked up at the front of the room. 6 figures were seated at the top of the room. Shikaka Nara, head of the Nara clan, Jonin commander, and Konoha's top strategist. Next to him was Ibiki Marino, the head of the torture and investigation department. Beside Ibiki was the masked leader of the ANBU, codenamed Bear, and finally an elderly man with bandages covering his right eye, and only had one arm visible, Danzo Shimura, the head of the ANBU division, Root. Next to Danzo were the other two elders, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, the third Hokage's former teammates. Without a named Hokage, these 6 individuals ruled the village. "Now that we have all gathered, it is time to begin," Shikaka said. "First order of business, we have finished compiling the causality reports from the invasion. 42 Genin, 75 Chunin, and 53 Jonin were killed in the invasion, with a further 78 Genin. 109 Chunin and 48 Jonin were injured serious enough to warrant significant recovery time in the hospital. Roughly 10% of our ninja are out of commission for at least some time. Though without Genin Uzumaki forcing Suna's Jinchuriki outside the village and defeating him, those figures could have been much worse." Kakashi grinned beneath his mask at the recognition his student was receiving, even if he wouldn't hear of it officially. Though Kakashi did wonder where Naruto learned several of the jutsus that he had shown before the invasion. "From what Jiraiya-sama's intelligence network has found out, the Kazekage has been dead since right after the second exam," Ibiki said. "Suna has informed us that due to Orochimaru's deception, they truly believed that it was the will of their Kage that the invasion go forward. As you are all aware, the Wind Daimyo has been cutting Suna's budget for nearly 2 years, and most of Suna believed that they needed to take drastic action to keep as a viable ninja village. How did both Suna and Odo manage to get their forces to the village without us knowing?" a random Jonin asked from the back of room. Ibiki growled at being interrupted, but before he could speak up, Danzo spoke first. That is true, the oldest shinobi in the room said. The knowledge that Orochimaru had infiltrated the village was only known to the higher-ups but Jiraiya. How is it that Orochimaru was able to outwit your spy network and get his combined forces to our walls with no forewarning? Jiraiya stepped from the shadows of the room, a fierce scowl on his face. I don't know, Jiraiya growled. I have been trying to find the gaps in my network and plug them. He hated that his teammate had managed to outwit him so easily. Good, Danzo nodded. We are teetering on the brink of war, and having an intelligence network with gaps could be devastating. Jiraiya bit the inside of his cheek so hard that he quickly tasted the warm and sticky taste of blood. He just nodded and slid back into the shadows. Next is our recovery from the invasion, Shikaku said. As previously stated, our forces have been depleted by roughly 10%, so for the time being all Jonin and Chunin have been called to active duty. The Chunin shall take over any Jonin sensei's duties to free up those Jonin for more high-profile missions. All Genin teams will remain in the village, assisting with the cleanup and rebuild of the village along with patrol duty around the village. Until we have regained enough manpower, the current academy class will also be helping out. This will give them some experience while limiting the risks to them. Also, the academy will be put on a wartime footing. I have looked at the current academy curriculum and it is pathetic. Many of our Genin wouldn't last a year in the outside world at their current level. Several of the Jonin who had put their teams in the Chunin exams bristled at the scorn coming from their commander. If you have a problem with that, tough, Ibiki snarled. It was pathetic how weak and fragile our Genin were in the first exam. If it wasn't for the 3 rookie teams and 1 other experienced team, no Konoha ninja would have passed the first exam. That is unacceptable. It is, but it does lead well into our next order of business, Shikaku said. While all of the Konoha finalists performed well, none of them showed enough qualities to be promoted to Chunin, at least right now. Genin Haruno, while showing exceptional tactical ability, was not able to defeat her opponent. Genin Hyuga showed great potential in his clan's abilities, but he does not have the proper mindset to become a Chunin, evident by his beliefs in fate controlling his life. Genin Nara does not possess the physical attributes needed to become a Chunin. At some point he will come across an opponent that he can't just outsmart. Genin Uzumaki and Uchiha are the closest to being ready for promotion. Their physical and tactical abilities are very promising, but we have decided not to promote them just yet. They need more field experience, and with our depleted manpower, we don't have the ability to have a Jonin or older Chunin watch over them on missions. Kakashi frowned beneath his mask but knew that Shikaku was making the right decision. Both Sasuke and Naruto were too young to be put in a command position. He certainly had been, being promoted to Chunin at only 6 years old and Jonin at 13. Though that was a different time, Kakashi thought. A time that we might be rapidly approaching. Something you wish to say, Hatake? The curt voice of Danzo broke Kakashi from his thoughts. No, elder, Kakashi said. Danzo watched Kakashi for another moment before turning back to Shikaku. Moving on to our next point, our response to Suna, Danzo said. Kakashi caught both Shikaku and Ibiki's tightening of their eyes as the elder shinobi war hawk spoke up. They invaded our village, killed our shinobi and people, and we shall respond. That decision is for the Hokage to make, Danzo, not you, Jiraiya said sharply. The venom in Jiraiya's voice was easily distinguished. There was no mistaking the hatred that Jiraiya held for Danzo. Danzo bowed his head in acceptance of Jiraiya's point. That is true, he said. So we should decide on selecting the Hokage. The other village will not hesitate to take advantage of our weakness without a Kage. Sensei wanted one of his students to take over for him, Jiraiya said. Obviously Orochimaru is out, and I am not suited for the position. So I will be leaving tomorrow to find Tsunade and bring her back to take up the title. Tsunade Senju? Danzo asked with a tremor of scorn in his voice. She ran from the village. She is weak-willed and totally unsuited for being Hokage. She shames the name of Senju. Watch how you speak of my teammate Danzo, Jiraiya snarled. Tsunade is the perfect person to become Hokage. She has the strength and the lineage. She will be Hokage. Very well, Jiraiya, if you can find Tsunade, and convince her to return and take up the title that her ancestors held, you will hear no more from me, Danzo said. Jiraiya frowned at the lack of argument coming from the war hawk. That wraps up this meeting. You will receive your assignments in time, Shikaku said. Dismissed. The Jonin quickly left the chamber. Kakashi watched as 2 ninja appeared next to Danzo. flanking the elderly man and escorting him out the door. "Be wary of Danzo Kakashi," Jiraiya said as he walked up to the silver-haired Jonin. "There is a reason he has survived this long even after what he has done." "I know about Danzo Jiraiya," Kakashi answered. "I don't know why the Sandaime let him live after what he tried to pull all those years ago." "Sometimes it is better to keep one's enemies close by," Jiraiya said. "Also, for all of Danzo's faults, he loves the village more than anything." "Yes, he might, but Danzo and Sandaime believed the village to mean two different things," Kakashi said. Jiraiya hummed in agreement. "I'm taking Naruto with me to find Tsunade," he said. "I'm surprised that Naruto agreed to even speak to you," Kakashi commented. Jiraiya sighed. "I know I messed up royally with Naruto Kakashi," he said. "I was wrong in thinking that Naruto needed its chakra to beat Gaara, and I'm happy I was. But there are stronger people out there after him than a Genin Jinchuriki. Some might be in the village itself." "What are you talking about?" Kakashi asked. "There is an organization that has appeared," Jiraiya said. "They're called the Akatsuki. Orochimaru was once a member but left for some reason. Information is sketchy, but I believe that this Akatsuki is made up solely of S-rank missing ninja. And if someone has managed to get a group of S-rank criminals to fall in line, then we have a huge problem. My source also has told me that this Akatsuki is searching for information on Jinchuriki." "Naruto," Kakashi breathed. "And you believe that all the members of this Akatsuki are S-rank missing ninja?" "Yes." "Then excuse me, Jiraiya-sama, but I have some training to do," Kakashi said. Jiraiya grinned as the younger shinobi vanished in a plume of smoke. That grin faded away as he sensed someone standing just out of sight. "What do you want, Danzo?" The elderly shinobi stepped from the shadows. "I only wanted to wish you luck on your journey, Jiraiya," Danzo said easily. "If you are successful, then having two Sannin back and having a visible presence within the village will send our enemies a message of strength. And I wanted to suggest taking some support along to assist you." "I have already selected someone to come along and help," Jiraiya said. "And he's the perfect person to convince Tsunade to come back." "Oh," Danzo said, sounding surprised, but Jiraiya didn't believe it for a second. "And who is that?" "You know exactly who I am talking about, Danzo," Jiraiya growled. "And let me tell you this. Stay away from my godson Danzo, if you know what is good for you." Danzo watched silently as Jiraiya walked off, a tiny smile making its way onto the man's lined face. "Come along, Fu Toryun, we have work to do," Danzo said, turning around and walking back down the hallway with his two subordinates flanking him. "So what do you two think is going to happen now?" Sakura asked as Team 7 left Ichiraku's. "The Sand and Sound attacked us. Does that mean we are at war with them?" "I don't know," Naruto said. "I think it's more likely that we are at war with the Sound than with Suna." "Why?" Sakura asked. "Orochimaru," Sasuke answered. "He was the one who led the invasion, and is a missing ninja from Konoha. Rumor has it that Orochimaru killed the Kazekage and impersonated him during the finals, and that's why Suna was part of the attack." Naruto nodded, agreeing with Sasuke's assessment, but it wasn't anything new. Jiraiya had told him the same thing earlier in the day. "Are we really at war then?" Sakura asked quietly. "Probably," Naruto admitted, trying to mask uneasy feeling that was welling up inside him. "We will probably have to wait until a new Hokage is named before we'll know for sure. And besides, as Genin, I doubt we'll be part of any real fighting. More like we'll be stuck with patrol detail or something close to the village." "Are you okay with that, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "I mean, you vowed you would kill Orochimaru. How will get the chance if we're here in the village?" Naruto felt a spike of anger surge in him at the mention of Orochimaru's name, but he released his anger with a deep breath. "I don't know," he said. "I will kill him, but I know I have absolutely no chance against him right now." "Like I told you, Dobe," Sasuke snarked. "I know, team, no need to sound so smug about it," Naruto growled. He looked over at his teammates, thinking about what to tell them about the mission that he would be going on without the other members of Team 7. Naruto knew that the mission was a huge deal. If he and Jiraiya were successful, retuning a Sannin to the village would be a huge boon, both to the village and Naruto's own career. Having a mission that was led by Jiraiya the Toad Sage, and it being the search and recovery of Tsunade Senju would certainly make you stand out amongst your peers. "What are you thinking about, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "You've been too quiet over there." I have a mission tomorrow, Naruto said. You have a mission, not we have a mission? Sasuke asked. Naruto cursed the perceptiveness of his teammate. Yes, the blonde admitted. I am going on a mission by myself, not as a member of Team 7. You're going on a solo mission, Sakura cried. No, not solo, Naruto said. I am going with Jiraiya on a search and recovery type mission. I can't really say much more than that because of the nature of the mission. Oh, Sakura said, looking downcast. But wait, I thought that you hated Jiraiya-sama? I wouldn't say I hate Jiraiya. We've come to an understanding of sorts, Naruto explained. After the invasion, Jiraiya saw that he was wrong when it came to me. I want to give him a second chance because he is the strongest ninja in the village and hopefully teach me a lot. He already has called me his apprentice. That's amazing, Naruto, Sakura gushed, a slight crack appearing in the non-fangirl kunoichi side of the young girl. To be the apprentice of one of the Sannin is such an honor. The last apprentice that Jiraiya-sama had was… I know who it was, Sakura-chan, Naruto said quickly. Yeah, it is, Sasuke said. Naruto thought he heard a tinge of jealousy in Sasuke's voice. You're going to get so much stronger. Sasuke, I'm sure that Kakashi-sensei will be able to train you while I'm gone just fine, Naruto said. I mean, he's the only one able to teach you about your Sharingan, and he's already taught you the Chidori. When I get back, who knows how much stronger you'll be. Honestly, I don't know how much training I'll get if we're moving all the time. Sasuke nodded, feeling slightly mollified about the jealousy that had welled up inside him when Naruto told him about learning under a Sannin. A thought appeared in his head, a memory that was better off forgotten. Orochimaru, a Sannin as well, promising him the power to kill Itachi as well as claiming to have information about what really happened that night. It was a tempting offer, and one that Sasuke thought he had forgotten about. When do you leave? Sakura asked. In the morning, Naruto answered. Jiraiya wants to get moving as quickly as possible. And don't tell anyone about this. Jiraiya doesn't want word getting out that he's leaving the village so soon after the invasion. Both Sakura and Sasuke nodded, knowing that the village was in a precarious position. As Team 7 continued walking down the street toward Naruto's apartment, both Sasuke and Naruto noticed that Sakura was being very quiet. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked as they reached his building. Oh, nothing, Sakura said, waving off her teammates' looks of concern. Don't give us that, Sakura. Something is bothering you, Sasuke said. What is it? Sakura took a deep breath. It just feels like I am going to get left behind, she said. Naruto, you're going to be taught by Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, the man who taught the Yondaime Hokage. And Sasuke-kun, you are getting personal training from Kakashi-sensei, one of the most powerful ninja in the village. And then there's me, just a non-clan ninja whose only talent is my chakra control. I know that I'm not as talented as you two, but now it seems I'm going to get left in the dust by you two and… Sakura-chan. Naruto interrupted his teammate sharply. Don't ever think that Sasuke or I are just going to leave you behind. You are our teammate, a part of Team 7, and nothing will ever change that. And why wouldn't you just keep training under Kurenai-sensei? She trained you during the last month and you got so much stronger. But you and Sasuke are getting personal training, Sakura argued. Kurenai-sensei has her own team to worry about, and I'm going to just be in the background with Team 8 anyway. So what are you going to do about it? Sasuke asked. Sakura looked up at her crush. What do you mean, Sasuke-kun? She asked. Are you just going to sit around and mope and whine about being left behind? Sasuke asked. Or are you going to do something about it? I don't get what you mean. I think what Sasuke means is, no one is just going to come along and offer you training, Naruto said. And you shouldn't just sit around and wait for that to happen. You have a lot of talent, Sakura-chan. Don't ever think you are weak or not worthwhile. Look at what you did to Neji with just a month of training. What type of ninja do you want to be anyway, Sakura-chan? What are you talking about, Naruto? Sakura asked. Well, there are so many types of ninja, Naruto said. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, and I are supposed to be frontline ninja, combat specialists. Lee is a taijutsu specialist like Neji and Hinata. Kurenai-sensei is a genjutsu master and Tsunade Senju is a medical ninja. So you should figure out what kind of ninja you want to be. Tsunade Senju was said to have unmatched chakra control and revolutionized medical ninjutsu, Sasuke said. You said that your talent was chakra control, Maybe becoming a medical ninja is the path you need to take? Yeah, that would be awesome, Naruto agreed. Imagine if you became an amazing medical ninja, and then you could heal us up easily after getting hurt on a mission. I'm not going to become your personal Dr. Naruto, Sakura growled, but maybe becoming a medical ninja would be a good idea. Thanks, Sasuke-kun. But, Naruto pouted. Just leave it, Naruto, Sasuke muttered as they reached Naruto's apartment. Naruto sighed and nodded. Okay guys, I guess this is it, Naruto said. A sense of awkwardness fell over Team 7. This was going to be the first time that one of their members would be going on a mission without the others along as part of the team. Yeah, I guess so, Sasuke said. Just don't die on us, Dobe, he quipped. Oi! Naruto barked while Sakura giggled at the blonde's outraged expression. Seriously, Naruto, be careful, Sasuke said. You might be traveling with one of the Sannin, but remember our first mission? You don't have to remind me that things can go wrong, Naruto said, knowing that anything could happen outside the walls of Konoha. That missions could always take a wrong turn for dozens of reasons, including faulty information from clients, or just plain bad luck. Don't do anything stupid out there, Naruto, Sakura added her own acknowledgement. Like you said, we are Team 7 and that is not going to change. So if you go and die on our first mission not as a team, I'll never forgive you. Naruto hid a shiver of fear that raced up his spine at Sakura's threat. He had plenty of experience on being on the receiving end of Sakura's anger. I promise to be careful, Naruto said. And honestly, it is just a search and return mission. It's not like I'll be fighting on the front lines or something. Sakura giggled while Sasuke smirked. And you guys better get a lot stronger while I'm gone, Naruto said. When I get back, we're going to have a spar for sure, especially since we didn't get to fight during the finals. I'm looking forward to it, Dobe, Sasuke grinned. Me too, Sakura added. Glad to see that you haven't taken up Kakashi's habit of showing up late, Jiraiya said as Naruto appeared at the gates, or where the gates had been before the invasion. The massive wooden gate doors had been ripped from their hinges when Orochimaru's snake summons had burst through them at the beginning of the invasion. While the actual gates that had been created by the Shodame Hokage's fabled would release had only suffered superficial damage, the doorway where they stood had been nearly totally destroyed. The towers that bordered the gates had been destroyed, and all that was left were two piles of rubble. The walls that ringed the village were littered with large holes and gaps from where the snake summons had smashed their way through. Never, Naruto said. I hate that he always was late to missions or training, but he has gotten a lot better since our mission to the wave. Jiraiya nodded. Have you got everything? He asked, noticing that Naruto only had a small backpack slung over his shoulder. Storage scrolls are a wonderful thing, Naruto answered. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Boy, you sounded so much like Minato right there, he said. He took to sealing like a fish to water, and always found a way to incorporate sealing into his everyday life. What was he like? Who? Jiraiya asked. The Yondaime, Naruto said. He's the one who put the fox in me, and you said that it was because he believed that I could control its power at some point. I want to know more about him. The academy didn't really have much to say about the man. Well, Naruto, you are traveling with the right guy, Jiraiya said. I can tell you all about the Yondaime, but first let's get moving. We have a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it in. Naruto nodded, and the two shinobi leapt off into the thick forest that surrounded and protected the village. Their abrupt departure scattered a flock of birds that had been perched in one of the trees. They had been running for a couple of hours when Jiraiya called for a stop. The Sannin looked back at his traveling companion, and was proud to see that the young genin had held up reasonably well. Jiraiya had slowly been increasing his pace every few minutes ever since they had left the village, and Naruto hadn't complained once. The blonde wiped at his face, clearing his face of the light sheen of sweat that had appeared. We've made good time, Jiraiya said, and you did well in keeping up with me. I thought that something was going on, Naruto said. You were going faster and faster, weren't you? Jiraiya nodded with a grin. Glad you caught that, he said. Seems like you've taken Kakashi's underneath lesson well. Why? I need to know what you can take, Jiraiya answered. Naruto, because of what you carry, there will always be people who will come after you, and you are going to need to get strong quickly. And I know exactly what the first jutsu you are going to learn is. What is it? Naruto asked. This, Jiraiya grinned. He held up a hand and Naruto watched in amazement as a swirling ball of chakra materialized in Jiraiya's hand. What is that? The Rasengan, Jiraiya said. This was Minato's signature ninjutsu. He created it from scratch, and your sensei's Chidori was his attempt to recreate it. Wow, Naruto gasped. And I'm going to learn it? Yep, Jiraiya nodded. There are 3 steps to learning the Rasengan: rotation, power, and stability. Take this. Jiraiya tossed Naruto a water balloon that he had pulled from somewhere. Your first training is to pop that balloon using only your chakra. Using only my chakra, Naruto repeated, looking down at the water balloon in his hands. How? You have to figure that out for yourself, Jiraiya said. You said that there were no shortcuts to strength, so I can't just tell you everything and hand-feed you if you want to get stronger. Naruto huffed and looked down again at the balloon in his hands. How long did it take the Yondaime to create the Rasengan? He asked. 3 years, Jiraiya answered. But remember, that was from scratch. What about you? It took me 6 months to learn and master it, Jiraiya said. Kakashi, who also knows it, took a full year to learn and master the Rasengan. It took you 6 months and Kakashi-sensei a year to learn this, Naruto said, feeling a slight pang of unease at hearing how long it took 2 of the strongest ninja in the village to learn one jutsu. Well, I'm going to destroy that time. I'll learn this jutsu in half that time. Big claim, brat. Can you really back it up? Jiraiya asked. Just watch me, Naruto growled, his eyes gaining an edge to them that made Jiraiya think of another young ninja that hailed from a destroyed clan. Okay then, you have 1 hour of training time before we move out again, Jiraiya said. Only 1 hour, Naruto pouted. Quit whining, brat, Jiraiya said. You should take advantage of any downtime you get while we are out here, so get to work. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Sannin but then turned back to the water balloon in his hands. He slowly began channeling his chakra into the water balloon, trying to get a feel for the water. Slowly the water began to spin inside the balloon, flattening it out as the water inside it began to rotate. Come on, Naruto muttered as he pushed more and more chakra into the balloon. The water flattened so much that the sphere now looked like a flat disc, almost like a frisbee. Damn it, Naruto cursed as the 10th balloon that Jiraiya had given him slowly deflated thanks to a small hole that he had made. Need another one? Jiraiya asked. Naruto growled but nodded. Jiraiya filled up another balloon. Can't you give me a hint? Naruto asked. Show me the Rasengan again. I know if I see it again, I'll be able to figure it out. Fine, Jiraiya agreed. Give me that balloon. Naruto tossed the Sannin the balloon, who caught it easily and held it up in front of him. Slowly the balloon began to distort. The water was squirming like a snake or Naruto when he was trying to escape his blanket after waking up in the mornings. Suddenly the balloon burst. The water that had been contained splashed all over Jiraiya's hand. He shook his hand, flinging the scraps of balloon to the ground. There you go, Jiraiya said. Back to work with you. You only have 15 minutes before we're moving out. Naruto caught the newest balloon and began channeling his chakra into it once more. Slowly the water began responding to Naruto's chakra, swirling within the balloon. Once again, the balloon flattened as the spinning water stretched the plastic to near its breaking point, but the balloon refused to pop. No matter how fast the water spun, powered by Naruto's chakra, the balloon refused to pop. Let's go, Naruto, time's up, Jiraiya said. Ah! Naruto cried as Jiraiya's voice startled him. The blonde lost his concentration and dropped the water balloon. The balloon burst when it hit the ground and the water splashed all over Naruto's feet. Damn it, Jiraiya! Why did you distract me? A ninja must always be aware of his surroundings, Jiraiya chided. You will have to learn to focus on many different things all at once, and be able to do it instantly. Naruto growled. I almost had it, he snapped. If you had just given me a few more minutes, I would have figured it out. Perhaps, but you'll have to think on it more while we are moving, Jiraiya said. Now let's go. Naruto grumbled but picked up his backpack, slung it over his shoulder and followed Jiraiya into the trees. Good job, you two, Kakashi said as both Sasuke and Sakura finished the agility exercise that he had the pair run through. Much improved. Thanks, Sensei, Sakura panted. Sasuke grunted through there was a sheen of sweat covering his face. Sensei, Has there been any word on what is going to happen with Suna? Sasuke asked. Nothing that I can tell you too, Kakashi said. You two should only worry about getting stronger. You'll know soon enough about Suna. So there is news, Sakura claimed, her eyes gleaming with interest. Ma, don't get excited, Kakashi said, waving his hand at his two genin. Just focus on your own problems, and the missions you two will be getting. Missions? Sasuke asked. Yes, Kakashi said. I'm being sent on a solo mission tomorrow, and you two will have a temporary sensei who will lead you two on some missions of your own. Like what? Sasuke asked. Don't know, but most likely, since our team is short-handed, you two will be patrolling the village or helping with the clean-up, Kakashi answered. Sasuke grunted while Sakura's face fell slightly. Hey you two, don't get too down, Kakashi said. Remember, most of a ninja's career is spent not on missions. Use this time well, train, spend time with your friends, you never know when you'll see them again. Take the rest of the day off. Meet me back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. See you. The Jonin vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the two genin alone, a fact that the young Kunoichi member of Team 7 was very much aware of. Say Sasuke-kun, if you are not doing anything later, do you want to come over for dinner at my house? Sakura asked. Sasuke blinked in surprise. He thought that his teammate would use this opportunity to pester him into accepting a date with her. Inviting him over for dinner was a new twist. Why? Why what? Sakura asked. Why are you inviting me to your house? Oh, well, I was actually going to invite both you and Naruto over, Sakura answered with a faint blush. We've been teammates for a while now, but neither of you have met my parents. And I thought that this would be a good opportunity, though with Naruto gone, if you don't want to, I can understand. No, Sasuke said. What time should I come by? Around 7 would be perfect, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said happily. See you then, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke nodded, watching his teammate jog, nearly skip, out of the training ground. He had no clue why he had agreed to Sakura's invitation. He had spent years on his own, going back to an empty apartment every night. Sasuke refused to stay at the Uchiha compound. It held too many painful memories. So now, why was he feeling a sense of longing, wanting to belong? Sure, he had grown closer to his team. Naruto, his annoying best friend and rival. Kakashi was his sensei and a mix of the perverted uncle and, perhaps, the father or older brother. And Sakura. She wasn't a romantic interest, he thought. Sasuke wasn't, but she was certainly his teammate and someone who he would protect. Meanwhile, Sakura was on cloud 9. She was barely refraining from skipping like a little girl all the way home as she left the training ground. Sasuke was coming over to her house for dinner. Sure, it wasn't a date, but here was an opportunity that Ino would probably kill for. Sakura giggled as she thought about what Ino's reaction would be when Sakura told her about Sasuke-kun coming over for dinner. But Sakura's giggle slowly died away when she remembered that even though Sasuke-kun was coming over, Naruto wasn't. Sakura marveled at how the blonde had wormed his way into her world. When they first became Team 7, Sakura lamented the fact that Naruto Uzumaki was on her team, the annoying hyperactive and stupid blonde that always pestered her for dates. But now, Naruto was counted amongst Sakura's closest friends. The blonde had seemingly changed overnight. Sure, he still had his moments of being an idiot, but he was quieter, more controlled with his emotions, and had quickly shown Sakura that he was just as talented as Sasuke was. And Sakura had to admit that when Naruto took charge, he was just as attractive as Sasuke-kun was. He had this charisma that made her feel confident, and feel that everything would work out in the end. I'm home, Sakura cried as she entered her family's modest 2-story home. In the kitchen, Sakura heard her mother, Mabuki, call out. Sakura left her sandals at the front door and walked into the kitchen where her mother was busying herself at the sink. Hi Mom, Sakura said, taking a seat at the counter. Welcome home, Sakura-chan. How was training? Mabuki asked. It was all right, a little quieter without Naruto there, but okay, Sakura answered. Oh, why was Naruto-kun not there? He's on a mission, Sakura said softly, looking down. By himself. No, at least I don't think so, Sakura said. He didn't say, only that his mission didn't involve us. Any idea when he'll return? Sakura shook her head. He didn't know, she admitted. Mabuki chuckled. What's so funny? You Sakura-chan, Mabuki said with a smile. I remember when you were first assigned Team 7, how you complained on and on about how Naruto-kun was going to get in your way to Sasuke-kun's heart. And now, you are worrying about him like some wife who had her husband go off to war. Mom! Sakura cried, her face turning as pink as her hair. Mabuki's laughter filled the kitchen. What's going on? A male voice called out. Daddy! Sakura shouted, spinning on the stool she was sitting on. Kazashi Haruno entered the kitchen and immediately scooped his daughter up in his arms, spinning her around like he did when she was just a child. Daddy! Sakura repeated, slipping from her father's embrace, her face as pink as her and her father's hair. I'm not a child anymore. Oh, I know, princess, but to me you will always be my baby girl, Kazashi said, his mustache twitching. Mom, Daddy, before I forget, I invited Sasuke-kun over for dinner, Sakura said, brushing aside a lock of hair. And he said that he would come over, is that okay? Mabuki and Kazashi looked at one another for a moment. To Sakura, it looked like her parents were having a conversation without saying a single word. Sakura wondered how they were able to do so, and if she would ever find someone that she could connect with at such a level. What time is Sasuke-kun expected to arrive? Mabuki asked. He said he would arrive around 7, Sakura said brightly. Well then I better get to work. Mabuki smiled at her daughter. What does Sasuke-kun like to eat? Sakura opened her mouth, but then realized that she didn't know. Her eyes widened as she struggled to answer her mother. I don't know, Sakura finally admitted. Oh well, don't worry about it, Sakura-chan. I'm sure your mother will come up with something excellent, Kazashi reassured his daughter. And this will be an excellent opportunity to find out what Sasuke-kun likes, and give you a leg up on winning Sasuke-kun's heart, right, Sakura-chan? Sakura blushed heavily. Daddy! She cried. Mabuki threw her head back, laughing madly. Oh, Sakura-chan, you look just like a tomato, blushing like that, she said, still laughing. Oh, what Kushina-chan would say if she saw you like that. Kushina? Sakura asked. Mabuki blinked. Oh, Kushina-chan was one of my teammates when I was a genin, she explained. It's funny though, the Sandaime had one interesting sense of humor. What do you mean? My teammates during my time as a genin were Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki, Mabuki chuckled. Uchiha? Uzumaki? Sakura repeated. Like Sasuke-kun and Naruto? Yes, Mabuki said. In fact, Mikoto was Sasuke-kun's mother, and I think that Kushina-chan was Naruto-kun's mother. She was the only Uzumaki in the village that I knew of. But if this Kushina was Naruto's mother, why would he have her last name and not his father's? Sakura asked. And where has she been? Well, Sakura-chan, Kushina-chan died in the Kyuubi attack, Mabuki said softly. Also, I don't know if Kushina-chan was Naruto-kun's mother, so who knows? As for Naruto-kun having the same last name as Kushina-chan's last name and not his father's, well, that could be several things. Naruto-kun's father could have been an Uzumaki as well, or Naruto-kun's father might not have married Kushina-chan. I don't think she had a boyfriend when she died. Sakura furrowed her brow, but before she could say anything, Kazashi interrupted her. Say, Sakura-chan, shouldn't you go get washed up? He offered. Sasuke-kun will be here in an hour or so, and I'll need your help in setting the table. Right? Sakura said. Her parents watched as their daughter raced out of the kitchen and upstairs to her room. Mabuki, you know we're not supposed to be talking about these sorts of things, Kazashi warned. Oh, come now, Kazashi. I haven't said anything that anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together couldn't figure out. Why in Kami's name would the Sandaime not tell the village who Naruto-kun truly was? He certainly let everyone know that he held the fox quick enough. Naruto-kun could have easily been adopted by us, but Hiruzen-sama was too afraid of upsetting the clans to make sure Naruto-kun was happy and healthy. Every time I saw Naruto-kun slinking around the park, sticking to the shadows in an alley, I knew that Kushina-chan was looking down at me with disgust. Mabuki, you can't blame yourself, Kazashi said, walking around the kitchen table and embraced his wife. The Sandaime is the one who will have to answer for his inactions. I'm sure that both Kushina-chan and Minato-sama are furious at how their son was treated, but they aren't furious at you. Now we better get started on dinner in order to be ready for the great Sasuke-kun. Mabuki giggled and kissed her husband on the cheek before turning back to the sink. He's here, Sakura squealed as the doorbell rang. She leapt from the couch and raced to the front door. Sakura then took a deep breath and threw open the door. Hi, Sasuke-kun. Hello, Sakura, Sasuke said. He was wearing dark slacks and a white-collared shirt with a small Uchiha crest on his chest. Thank you for inviting me. Of course. Please come in, Sakura answered, frantically trying to control the blush that was creeping up her neck. Damn, he looks so hot, Sakura's inner personality screamed. I know. Now be quiet, Sakura answered, stepping aside to let Sasuke inside. So this is the mysterious Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi joked, rising from his own chair. The boy who has stolen my daughter's heart. Daddy, Sakura cried, losing control of her blush. Haruno-san, thank you for inviting me this evening, Sasuke said with a formal bow. His mother and father had drilled into him manners befitting of an Uchiha. Oh no, none of that Uchiha-san, Kakashi chuckled. Just call me Kakashi, and my wife is Mabuki. We don't stand much on formality here. Sasuke's lips twitched at the pink-haired man's openness. Just Sasuke then, he said before greeting Mabuki when she entered the family room from the kitchen. Welcome, Sasuke-kun. I'm afraid Sakura-chan didn't tell me what you like to eat, Mabuki began. That's okay, Mabuki-san, Sasuke said. It's no problem. Mabuki smiled. Excellent. Then why don't we sit down as dinner is ready, she said. Sasuke followed Sakura into the kitchen and felt a pang of something resonate throughout his chest at the sight of the made kitchen table. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? Sakura asked. Sasuke shook his head to clear it. I'm okay, Sakura, Sasuke said. Where would you like to sit, Sasuke-kun? Mabuki asked. Wherever is fine, ma'am, Sasuke answered. You can sit across from me, Sasuke-kun, Sakura offered. Sasuke nodded, refraining from his usual answer of grunting. The Uchiha took his seat with Kakashi on his right, at the head of the table, Mabuki to his left and Sakura across from him. No need to wait, Sasuke-kun, have whatever you like, Mabuki said. Conversation trailed off as the four diners piled food upon their plates and began eating. So, Sasuke-kun, how do you like being a ninja? Kakashi asked. Is it everything you thought it would be? Sasuke paused and set his utensils down. Not exactly, he said. Growing up, I knew that being a ninja wasn't what many people thought it was. I think most kids think that being a ninja is being a hero, a dashing prince rescuing a princess. Sasuke noticed that Sakura's face now matched her hair, or super warriors that could do anything. Now, after what happened, I know that the life of a ninja is not for the faint of heart or for those who believe that the world is separated by only light and dark. Being a ninja will eat those people up in an instant and spit out their mangled and fractured souls. You are quite wise beyond your years, Sasuke-kun, Mabuki said with a soft smile. Your generation has been lucky so far. What do you mean, Mom? Sakura asked. What your mother means, Sakura-chan, is that your generation has yet to experience war, Kakashi said. Your mother and I were lucky to survive the Third Shinobi War, when many didn't. War is a terrible experience. It changes everything you thought you know what is right and wrong. Sasuke looked at the elder man with a more appreciative eye. Kakashi-sensei told us something similar, Sasuke said. Yes, your sensei would know all about the war, Mabuki said with a sad tone. Mom! You don't know? Mabuki asked. Sensei is not the most open person, Sakura said. Sasuke nodded. After his past, I would say it is understandable, Mabuki said. What do you know about your sensei's life before he became your sensei? Not a lot, Sakura said. Kakashi Hatake, son of Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, Sasuke said. He graduated from the academy at the age of 5, promoted to Chunin at age 6, then became a Jonin at 13. He was part of the previous Team 7 under Minato Namikaze, with Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. Kakashi is the only surviving member of Team 7, as both Obito and Rin died during the war. After the Third Shinobi War, Kakashi became one of the most notorious and famous ninja around the world, gaining the monikers of the Copycat Ninja, or Kakashi of the Sharingan. How do you know all that? Sakura asked. His bingo book entry, Sasuke said. That is all true, of course, Mabuki said. But not all of the story. Kakashi lost his father when he was very young, and Minato-sama became his father figure. When Minato-sama died protecting the village, Kakashi was cast adrift and threw himself into ANBU. It wasn't until he became your sensei that I believe Kakashi found his way again and began to heal. How do you know all that about Kakashi-sensei, Mom? Sakura asked. Just because I've retired from active duty doesn't mean I still don't have some skills, Mabuki said with a mischievous smile that looked a lot like Naruto's. So Sasuke-kun, what are your dreams? Kazashi asked, obviously trying to steer the conversation away from sensitive information. Dreams? Sasuke asked. Yes, dreams. Surely a young man like yourself has dreams that he wants to accomplish, Kazashi said. Sakura looked over at her teammate. The memory of the day Sasuke and Naruto became Team 7 resurfacing in her mind. She remembered what Sasuke had said when Kakashi-sensei had asked them that very same question her father had just asked. As the memory played itself out, Sakura was disgusted at how she had acted that day. She wondered what Sasuke would now say. My dream is to find my brother, Sasuke said. I need to know why, and I will have my answers no matter what. Mabuki and Kazashi glanced at one another, while Sakura looked at her teammate, surprised at his answer. What about you, Sakura-chan? Kazashi asked. What are your dreams? I want to prove to the world that you don't need to come from a clan to become a powerful ninja, Sakura said. I am the only member of my graduating class that didn't come from a clan except for Naruto. Mabuki and Kazashi smiled at their daughter. Sasuke also nodded, sending a feeling of warmth shooting through Sakura. Well, I think that it is time for dessert, Mabuki said once everyone had cleared their plates. Sasuke-kun, would you care for some ice cream? We have some chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Strawberry would be wonderful, Sasuke said. Strawberry it is then, Mabuki smiled. Sakura-chan? Kazashi? Chocolate for me, Mom, Sakura said. Strawberry for me, dear, Kazashi grinned. Mabuki nodded and bustled off to the refrigerator. So Sasuke-kun, who do you think will be our temporary sensei since Kakashi-sensei is being given solo missions? Sakura asked. I have no clue, Sasuke said. Hopefully it will be someone strong and able to teach us a lot. We all need to get stronger. Why the rush, Sasuke-kun? Kazashi asked, accepting the bowl of strawberry ice cream from his wife. Sakura gladly took her own bowl of chocolate ice cream while Sasuke took his bowl of strawberry with a nod of thanks. With what happened at the Chunin exams, the village will need all the strong ninja it can use, Sasuke said. And without a Hokage, the village is in a precarious position and the other villages could try and take advantage. Why didn't Jiraiya-sama take over as Hokage then? Sakura asked. Kazashi chuckled, drawing the attention of the two genin, and his wife, who was frowning, thought if one looked close enough, her lips were twitching. Dad, Sakura asked, why are you laughing? Don't you agree that Jiraiya-sama should have taken up the Hokage position? Sakura-chan, there is no question that Jiraiya-sama is the strongest ninja in the village, Kazashi said. But his quirks are just as legendary as his feats in battle, and they make him not the most popular pick for Hokage. Quirks, now that is a very loose term for that, Mabuki said. He's a self-proclaimed super pervert, and is the author of those Ika books. What? Sakura cried while Sasuke blinked rapidly at Mabuki. Oh yes, you learn quite a bit about someone when your best friend is the girlfriend of the man's apprentice, Mabuki said. The man has no shame in his perversion, but I will also say Jiraiya-sama is one of the most honorable men you will ever find. And he loves the village more than anyone. So while he has the strength and love for the village, a Hokage Jiraiya-sama is not. Well, Naruto better not come back as a pervert then, Sakura grumbled. Oh, Kazashi asked. I sense a story here. Well, Naruto is going on a mission with Jiraiya-sama, Sasuke said. They are looking for someone apparently. Kazashi glanced at his wife. Well then Naruto is in perfect hands, Kazashi said. You won't need to worry about Naruto being in any danger with Jiraiya-sama. That's not what I'm worried about, Dad, Sakura said. You told us that Jiraiya-sama is a super pervert. I just don't want a Naruto to turn into a pervert like Kakashi-sensei or Jiraiya-sama. Oh, I think that Naruto will be fine, Kazashi said. He seems to have a level head on his shoulders. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, agreeing with Kazashi's assessment of Naruto. Well, it is getting late, Mabuki said when everyone had finished their desserts. I think it's time for you to be heading home, Sasuke-kun. You both have training in the morning, I'm sure. Yes, but Kakashi-sensei is always a couple of hours late, Sakura groused. He has been better than when we first became a team, Sasuke admitted. Sensei will probably be there on time since we are getting a new sensei. I should be going. Sakura reluctantly agreed. Thank you very much Mabuki-san, Kazashi-san, for a wonderful meal, Sasuke said, bowing to Sakura's parents. Of course Sasuke-kun, it was no problem, Mabuki said with a smile. It is always nice to meet Sakura-chan's friends and teammate. Hopefully we will get to meet Naruto-kun another time. Sasuke nodded. Yes, perhaps we can do this again, he said, causing Sakura to beam broadly. I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura. Bye, Sasuke-kun, Sakura chirped. Wake up, Naruto. The blonde jolted awake, a kunai appearing in his hand. What the? He mumbled as his eyes quickly gained focus. Damn it, Jiraiya, what was that for? Hey, don't blame me, you need to be aware at all times, especially when outside the village, Jiraiya said. You never know when your enemies will attack, especially for you, Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto asked, pulling on his shirt. Jiraiya gave Naruto a searching look before he made several hand signs and then slapped the floor. Naruto felt something wash over him and the birds chirping fell silent. What was that? Naruto asked. A barrier jutsu of my own creation, Jiraiya said proudly. No sound can escape this barrier while it's active. Amazing, can you teach me that too? Naruto asked, his eyes bright with excitement. Jiraiya felt his throat constrict as Naruto's expression matched another blonde teenager from a decade and a half ago. Maybe after you learn the Rasengan, he compromised. But first, information. Naruto, there is an organization that is after what you carry. The Fox. Yes, Jiraiya said with a solemn nod. This organization is called the Akatsuki, and they are made up of S-rank missing ninja. Orochimaru used to be a member but left for some reason. Orochimaru, Naruto growled. Naruto, focus. Jiraiya snapped. You are nowhere near strong enough to even think of taking on Orochimaru. He'd take you apart in a heartbreak. I know that, Naruto fired back. Well, you are going to have to keep your mind off Orochimaru for a while, Jiraiya said. Now the Akatsuki are after the Biju for some reason. These guys are seriously good at keeping their identities and actions quiet. I don't know how many members there are or what their overall goals are, but anyone asking about the Biju and their Jinchuriki should be watched warily. Do you know anything else about this Akatsuki aside from Orochimaru once being in it? Naruto asked. No, Jiraiya admitted with a frown. Naruto could tell that it stung for the Konoha spymaster to admit such a thing. Like I said, these guys are seriously closed off. I was only able to learn about Orochimaru's previous membership because I've kept tabs on the snake ever since he turned traitor. So I've got a group of S-rank missing ninja, the strongest criminals in the entire world, after me for reasons unknown, all because of what I've got sealed inside me, Naruto said. That just about wraps it up, Jiraiya said. Great, Naruto drawled. Don't act smart, brat, Jiraiya chided. You aren't strong enough to back up that tongue just yet. Then I better get moving on learning that first step, Naruto said. How many more water balloons do you have? How many do you need? I'll show you when we get outside, Naruto said. All right, Naruto. Where are you going with this? Jiraiya asked when he and Naruto found a clearing a couple of miles from the hotel they had spent the night at. This, Naruto grinned, multi-shadow clone jutsu, he cried, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya was surrounded by Naruto clones. Hey Jiraiya, do you have enough water balloons for all of us? The clones asked. Jiraiya blinked. I think so, he said. What are you planning? You know how I get the memories from shadow clones? Jiraiya nodded. Well, I can use this jutsu to speed up learning new jutsus, Naruto said. I had a thought about the Rasengan last night. Your balloon was moving all over the place when you showed it to me, while I've only been spinning my chakra in only one direction. The Rasengan is more like a drill, isn't it? Jiraiya grinned broadly. Excellent, he said. Yes, the key to the Rasengan is that your chakra is spinning in multiple directions, which leads to a drill effect. Watch. Jiraiya walked over to a tree and had a Rasengan appear in his hand. Naruto watched in amazement as the Rasengan ate its way through the trunk of the tree with ease. Awesome, Naruto grinned. Let's see what you've got, Jiraiya said as he began tossing water balloons to Naruto and the clones. He stepped back and watched as his apprentice immediately got to work. "All right, you guys know what to do," Naruto ordered his clones. "I want us to have this down before we leave." "Right," the clones shouted in unison. "All right, Naruto, we need to get moving," Jiraiya called out an hour later. The sun had just begun to peek out over the tops of the trees that surrounded the clearing. "Come on, guys, we need to get this," Naruto growled as he swiped at the sweat pouring down his forehead. The water balloon in his hand was moving wildly as the blonde spun his chakra faster and faster inside the balloon and in several different directions. "Yes!" a clone cried out as its balloon popped. The original Naruto and his other clones looked over at the clone that shouted. "What happened?" Naruto asked. "I got it," the clone claimed. "How?" another clone asked. "Just a spell, and then we'll all know how," a third clone said. The first clone grinned and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto blinked as the idea of concentrating on a single point at the middle of his palm and having his chakra rotate around that central point came to him. It reminded him of a memory from back in the academy when Iruka-sensei had caught him, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji skipping class, and had made them do the leaf-sticking exercise. When Iruka had drawn a Konoha symbol on Naruto's forehead in order to help the boy focus, Naruto had done much better on the exercise. Of course, because of his massive chakra reserves, he would never truly get the exercise, but having to concentrate on one single spot made things much easier for the easily distracted boy. Naruto looked down at the balloon in his hand and closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, Naruto pictured a swirling whirlpool inside the balloon. Dimly, he could feel the balloon beginning to spin and wobble in his hands. He concentrated harder and harder, spinning his chakra faster and faster. Pop! Naruto's eyes opened and a broad grin slowly spread across his face as he looked down at the few scraps of wet plastic that clung to his hand. All around him, the sounds of dozens of water balloons popping brought an even bigger smile to his face. Naruto shivered as the memories of his dozens of clones came crashing through his head. Luckily, since the memories were all the same thing, the mental backlash was not as bad as it could be. Naruto had discovered that the first time he had tried training with his shadow clones. He had been so excited to learn new and powerful jutsus that the blonde had tried to learn everything at once, and when his clones had dispelled, the backlash caused him to pass out instantly. He quickly learned about the restrictions that needed to be followed if he wanted to train using his clones. Only train one thing at a time, as if he spread himself out too much, he would suffer those headaches and pass out. "Well done, Naruto," Jiraiya praised with a smile. "Looks like you've figured out the first step to learning the Rasengan. Now I'll teach you the second step when we stop for the night, but we need to get moving." Naruto nodded and grabbed his backpack from the ground and slung it over his shoulder. Without another word, the two Konoha shinobi leapt off into the trees, leaving the clearing without a trace of them being there, except for the scattered remains of several dozens of water balloons. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," Sakura chirped as she arrived at the training ground to find Sasuke already there. "Morning, Sakura," Sasuke said, nodding to his teammate. "Thank you again for inviting me to dinner last night. It was nice." "Of course, Sasuke-kun," Sakura beamed. "Is Kakashi-sensei here yet?" Sasuke shook his head. "No, I haven't seen him," he answered. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Sakura asked, pointing over Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke turned around and saw a column of smoke rising from somewhere in the village. "That's nowhere near any of the training grounds," Sasuke said. "That can't be good. Let's go." "Right," Sakura responded, and the two genin leapt off toward the rising cloud of black smoke. "What the hell happened here?" Sasuke asked as he and Sakura came upon what was obviously a battleground. "Kurinai-sensei," Sakura cried, spotting the raven-haired female jonin who was being attended to by a member of the medical corps. The pinkette rushed over to the woman who taught her so much about genjutsu, and that a girl can be a strong ninja and be beautiful at the same time. "What happened?" Kurinai looked up to see her part-time student and her teammate rushing over to her. "Oh, hello there, Sakura-chan." "Sasuke-kun," Kurinai said, grimacing slightly as moving stretched her side where her wound was still healing. "Sensei, what happened to you?" Sakura asked. "Are we being attacked again?" No, nothing like that," Kurinai said, waving her hand at the two genin. "Just a training exercise that got a little out of hand." "Don't try and cover this up, Kurinai-san," Sasuke said. "This is no way that this was a training exercise. Tell the truth." "Watch your tone, genin," Kurinai snapped. "Look, you too," Just let this go. Where is Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. He was supposed to meet us at the training ground to introduce our temporary sensei before he went on a mission. Kurenai paused. Kakashi had to leave earlier than he expected, so he's not going to meet you guys, she said. Why don't you two head back to the training ground? I'm sure that your new sensei will meet you there. Sakura opened her mouth to keep asking questions, but Sasuke put his hand on her shoulder and she stopped. Come on, Sakura, let's go, Sasuke said. Sakura nodded and the two members of Team 7 left. Kurenai sighed when she could no longer sense either Sakura or Sasuke. There's something they're not telling us, Sakura said when Sasuke stopped leading her a couple of streets away from the scene of the fight. Of course they aren't telling us what happened, Sasuke said. We are only genin. Something happened that they want to keep quiet and out of the public's knowledge, especially after the invasion. So what are we going to do? Sakura asked. We're going to be ninja-like, Sasuke answered with a grin that looked a lot like Naruto's whenever the blonde would come up with a prank. Sakura matched her teammate's grin with one of her own. The two vanished in swirls of leaves. Has there been any word? Kurenai asked as she reached the hospital room where Asuma and Kakashi were being treated. No, Guy said, his face set in stone. It seems that they managed to escape. I know that ANBU sent a squad after those two, but I doubt that they will catch them. How's Kakashi? Kurenai asked. No clue, Asuma answered. The docs can't find anything physically wrong with him, but they can't get him to wake up. Whatever Itachi did to him was serious. I sure as hell don't want to get caught. Quiet, Kurenai hissed. You don't know who might be listening. Sasuke and Sakura noticed the smoke from the fight and came to investigate. What did you tell them? Guy asked. I made something up about it being a training exercise, but I don't think they believed me, Kurenai told Guy and Asuma. Kakashi told them that they were to meet a temporary sensei while he was on a mission. Any idea who it is? Both Guy and Asuma shook their heads. Why was Itachi looking for Naruto anyway? Kurenai asked. I would have thought that he would be looking for Sasuke. Suddenly, the three jonin froze at the sound of a branch creaking just outside the window. Guy rushed over to the window and saw a dark-haired boy racing off while a pink-haired girl was calling after him. Shit, the jonin cursed. Come on, Jiraiya. Show me the next step. Naruto whined as he and the Sannin leapt down from the trees to the path that led out of one of the many forests in the Land of Fire. Fine, Jiraiya said with a touch of annoyance. The blonde had been pestering Jiraiya ever since Naruto had managed the first stop of the Rasengan. The Sannin rummaged through his cloak and pulled out a rubber ball. Here, Jiraiya said, tossing the ball to Naruto. This? Naruto asked, catching the ball with an arched eyebrow. Yep, Jiraiya answered. The second step to learning the Rasengan is power. Since there isn't any water inside the ball, moving your chakra is much harder and a rubber ball is much thicker than a water balloon. Pop that. Naruto stared at the white-haired Sannin in disbelief before turning his attention to the small ball in his hands. That's it, Naruto asked, looking back at Jiraiya. That's it, Jiraiya confirmed. You know, for a jutsu that so few people know, and so dangerous, these steps aren't very difficult, Naruto said. Jiraiya laughed. What's so funny? You think it's easy now, the Sannin said. Just try and pop that ball and you'll see how easy learning the Rasengan is. There is a reason only 2 people alive know this jutsu. Just 2 who? Me and Kakashi, Jiraiya said. Minato wanted to keep the jutsu in his family, and only taught myself as his sensei and Kakashi as his last surviving student. Then why are you teaching me? Naruto asked. You're my apprentice, Jiraiya answered. And you are Minato's legacy, the one who he trusted with the Kyuubi. So you'll need all the help you can get. The Rasengan is the ultimate, the pinnacle of pure shape manipulation. It can be created and unleashed in an instant and is a sure kill to anyone it connects with, just the type of trump card that you need. Naruto nodded, seemingly accepting Jiraiya's explanation. Though the Sannin didn't know that Naruto knew that Minato was Naruto's father, Naruto didn't want to know that he knew. The blonde still wasn't sure what he felt about his father. The man who had chosen the village over his own son sealed the strongest Biju in him and believed that the village would treat him fairly and honestly. Naruto also knew that as a Jinchuriki, he was typically thought of as a weapon of war, an army destroyer, or a deterrent of war in Konoha's sake. He had learned that Konoha had always kept the identities of their Jinchuriki secret, well, at least until the title was forced upon him. It seemed that the entire village was aware that he held the Kyuubi, even if they didn't know that he was its prison, not the demon itself. Now hop to it, Naruto, Jiraiya said. You have 1 hour before we reach Tanzaka town. Naruto nodded and held up the rubber ball. He slowly began channeling as much chakra as he could into the ball. Immediately Naruto knew that this step would be much harder than he thought it would. He could barely feel his chakra moving inside the ball. With the water balloon, he could feel the water sloshing around inside it, but air didn't weigh anything, so there wasn't anything to feel moving around. Not so easy, is it? Jiraiya grinned, watching the blonde teen struggle with the exercise. Shut up, Naruto growled. Youth today, no respect for their elders and betters, Jiraiya mused, shaking his head at the blonde. Naruto heard the comments and growled deeply as he sent more and more chakra into the rubber ball. Naruto felt sweat begin to build on his forehead as he sent as much chakra as he possibly could in one strong burst. On the edge of his consciousness, Naruto felt the rubber ball twitch and bubble slightly as his chakra swirled within it. But just as Naruto's mood began to rise, his hand and arm gave a painful throb, causing Naruto lose concentration and drop the ball. Damn it! Naruto cursed as the ball bounced away, and he shook his hand, trying to regain feeling in it. Ah, you ran into the first problem in learning the Rasengan, Jiraiya said. The amount of chakra to use the Rasengan is substantial, but it is the fact of how much chakra is needed in an instant. Forcing a substantial amount of chakra through your chakra pathways can be hazardous. Minato was several years older than you are when he created the Rasengan, and his chakra network was more fully matured. But with your tenant and healing ability, your pathways are much stronger than someone who isn't Jinchuriki, that is as long as you can handle a little pain. Of course I can, Naruto barked. Just watch. With another loud snarl, Naruto channeled as much chakra as he could into his hand and the ball. Naruto grimaced as he felt his hand and arm begin to burn as his chakra pathways started to feel the strain of all that chakra rushing through them. It felt like he was slowly putting his arm into an open flame. Ah! Naruto shouted, feeling his arm burn as he forced one last surge of chakra into the rubber ball. Pop! Naruto cautiously opened his eyes and looked down at his hand. It was bleeding from several thin cuts on his palms and fingers, but there was no sign of the rubber ball. Looking past his hand, Naruto saw that the ground was littered with scraps of plastic from the ball. All right, Naruto cried before yelping in pain as his hand gave a painful throb. Yeah, that's what happens when you force too much chakra through your network at once and a rubber ball blows up in your hand, Jiraiya said with a grin. But I completed the second stage, Naruto said with his own grin. That's true, Jiraiya agreed. But you aren't advancing to the third stage until you can pop the ball in under 5 seconds and do it without nearly blowing your hand off. What? Why? Naruto whined. Just because you managed to pop the ball doesn't mean you've mastered the stage, Jiraiya said sternly. Like I said earlier, one key to the Rasengan is that it can be unleashed in an instant and without hand signs to mold the chakra. So until you can pop the ball to my satisfaction, you aren't learning the next step. Naruto glared at the Sannin but kept his mouth shut, wiping his bloody hand on his pants. Jiraiya nodded and tossed the blonde another rubber ball. Let's go, Naruto, Jiraiya said. We need to be in Tanzaka town as quickly as possible. My sources say that Tsunade is heading there. Why? There is a new casino opening up there, and Tsunade could never resist gambling, Jiraiya chuckled fondly. Now move it. Naruto growled but shoved the ball into his pocket and followed Jiraiya into the trees. Whoa! Naruto gaped as he and Jiraiya approached the city of Tanzaka town. The blonde dimly recalled Irika telling his academy class about the geography of the Land of Fire, and that Tanzaka town was the second largest city in the nation with only the fire capital surpassing it. Konoha was the third largest city in the Land of Fire. Dominating the scenery was a tall castle that rose up out of the city. Naruto wondered which was taller, the castle or the Hokage monument. Come on, brat. We need to find a place to stay, then start looking for Tsunade, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto flinched at Jiraiya's voice. He had forgotten that the Sannin was there. The two ninja made their way into the city, Naruto trying to take in as much of the city as he could, his head constantly on a swivel. It was so different than Konoha or the Land of Waves. Naruto, Jiraiya barked. Naruto tore his gaze away from the various buildings and saw Jiraiya entering a hotel lobby. The blonde jogged across the street as Jiraiya spoke with the older man behind the counter. "Here, room 114, Jiraiya said, shoving a scroll and room key into Naruto's hands. "Go up to the room. I'm going to check out the sights." Trailing off as a group of attractive young women walked by the inn. "Oh, ladies." Naruto grumbled about lazy perverts as Jiraiya raced off after the women but headed off toward the stairs. Shouldering open the door, Naruto tossed the scroll onto the nearest bed and then slammed the door behind him. "Damn that asshole. Ditching me just to go skirt chasing," Naruto thought. How in Kami's name did Dad deal with Jiraiya when he was a genin? Naruto sat down on the second bed and pulled the rubber ball from his pocket. He took a deep breath and began channeling his chakra into the ball, feeling only the slightest twinge of pain in his forearm and hand. Soon Naruto heard the pop of the ball breaking apart. He looked at the clock on the bedside table and saw that it had only taken him 22 seconds to pop the ball that time, a good 2 seconds faster than the last time he had completed the exercise. But it still wasn't fast enough. Jiraiya wanted him to be able to pop the ball in less than 5 seconds before he would let Naruto advance to the final stage of the Rasengan. Pop! Naruto turned his hand and let the remnants of the ball fall to the floor, joining the growing pile at Naruto's feet. That ball was the 6th one that Naruto had shredded, and he had gotten his time to less than 20 seconds to pop the ball. The blonde was about to unseal another ball from the scroll that Jiraiya had given him when there came a sharp knock at the door. "Got shot down already, you perverted old man," Naruto grumbled. He sidestepped the scraps of plastic scattered around his feet and reached the door. "Cool your jets," Naruto barked as the knocking continued. "What?" Naruto shouted, throwing open the door. "You're not Jiraiya?" 2 cloaked men were standing in the hallway. Both men were wearing the same high-collared black cloaks with red clouds dotting the fabric. The shorter man, who was still a good foot taller than Naruto, tilted his head to reveal a very familiar-looking face. The man's partner towered over Naruto and had blue-tinged skin, beady bloodshot eyes, and shark-like teeth. "So Itachi, this is the Kyuubi brat then?" the blue giant asked. "Doesn't look like much." "Yes," Itachi said. "This is Naruto Uzumaki." Itachi, Naruto thought. The name sounded familiar for some reason. "Naruto-kun, we are going to need you to come with us," Itachi said. The wide brim of Itachi's straw hat tilted back to show his eyes. Red eyes. Sharingan, Naruto realized. Oh shit, this is Sasuke's brother, the guy who killed the entire Uchiha clan. "I don't think it is smart of me to go with one of Konoha's most notorious traitors," Naruto said. "I'm already not liked very much in the village, so I don't want to give the villagers even more of a reason to hate me." "The brat has got quite the mouth there, Itachi?" the monster asked. "He probably won't be such a smart-ass if I shave his lips off." "Kisame," Itachi said emotionlessly, though Naruto thought he heard a touch of exasperation in his voice. "Naruto-kun, you really should come with us. It would be unwise for your health." "Itachi," a new voice roared. The 3 ninja turned to see that at the end of the hallway, panting heavily, was Sasuke Uchiha. "You know that kid Itachi?" Kisame asked. "Yes," Itachi said. "That is my little brother." "Oh," Kisame said. "Do you mind if I take care of him? I mean, you already killed how many Uchihas?" Sasuke's eyes blazed with fury at the comment. "No, Kisame, I will handle this," Itachi said. "It is a family matter." Sasuke's Sharingan whirled into existence and he surged forward, screaming incoherently. "Sasuke-kun!" Another new voice cried out. Naruto's gaze tore away from the charging Sasuke to the newly arrived Sakura. "Oh, who's this little princess?" Kisame asked, noticing Naruto's reaction toward the pink-haired newcomer. "Maybe you won't come with us willingly when we are threatening you, but I'll bet you'll do anything to make sure I don't shave the flesh from her bones. Right, brat?" "Don't you dare touch Sakura-chan," Naruto snarled, snatching a kunai from his holster and flinging it at Kisame's head with lightning speed. The monster just tilted his head slightly, letting the kunai dart past and stick in the ceiling. The monster's face twisted into a gleeful look. "Ho ho, looks like I struck a nerve," Kisame said. "Let's see how long you can handle her screams." Sakura felt her heart freeze as a towering figure wearing a black cloak appeared in front of her. The man held an enormous sword wrapped in bandages in one hand. The sword was even bigger than the broadsword that Zabuza had used. "Leave Sakura-chan alone." Sakura blinked as a flash of yellow blinded her for a split second. Naruto appeared in front of Sakura, a swirling ball of chakra in his hand. He thrust the not fully formed Rasengan forward at Kisame's stomach. But the blue-skinned giant just swung his sword downward. "Gah!" Naruto cried in pain, clutching his right hand. It was bleeding much worse than when he had injured it learning the second step of the Rasengan, but Naruto knew he hadn't hurt himself with his own jutsu. A soft gurgle echoed up and down the hallway, causing Naruto to look up. Some of the bandages covering Kisame's sword had been torn, revealing a very unusual-looking sword. It looked like it was covered in dark blue scales. "This is Samehida," Kisame grinned. "And unlike other swords, she doesn't cut or slice like a blade. She shaves, layer by layer. And she likes your chakra." "What?" Naruto grimaced, still clutching his hand. It was slowly healing thanks to the Kyuubi, but it still hurt like hell. "Samehida also eats chakra and gives it to me," Kisame said. "It makes it very difficult for me to find an opponent that I can go all out on. My opponents die too easily to give me a good fight." Naruto and Sakura gulped at Kisame's boast, each taking a step backward at the same time. "So the Kyuubi brat is sweet on the princess. Ain't that precious?" Kisame laughed, shouldering Samehida. "Too bad though. Maybe we are doing you a favor, brat. She doesn't look very strong. Probably one of those girls who wanted to become a ninja because it looked cool, or she wanted to impress a boy." Sakura shrank back further away from Kisame and his harsh words. "Take that back," Naruto snarled. "Sakura-chan is not weak. She is one of the strongest people I know." "Naruto," Sakura whispered. "That's right, Naruto. Defend your girlfriend," a third new voice said from behind Naruto and Sakura. "Jiraiya," Kisame breathed, looking over Naruto and Sakura's heads. "Yes, no need to fear anymore. I'm here," Jiraiya said. "The great and gallant Jiraiya. Men fear me and women swoon in my presence." Naruto groaned at his sensei's entrance, but inwardly, he was supremely relieved at Jiraiya's appearance. "Kisame, we are leaving," Itachi's voice said sternly. Sasuke was slumped against the wall, not moving. "Oh, but it was just getting interesting." Kisame pouted but heeded Itachi's words, and the two shinobi vanished. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura cried, dashing around Naruto to their downed teammate. "He's hurt. His wrist is broken and he won't wake up." "Move aside, girl," Jiraiya ordered, crouching down next to Sasuke. Sakura frowned at Jiraiya's tone but did slide aside. "He's under some sort of genjutsu, one I can't break him out of. We need to get him back to the village. Where's your sensei, girl?" Sakura blushed at being addressed by one of the legendary Sannin, and also in embarrassment. "He's not here, he's in the hospital," she said. "We overheard some of the Jonin talking, and when Sasuke-kun heard Itachi's name, he just lost it. I went after him to stop him, but he's much faster than me." "How'd you find us?" Naruto asked. "I don't know how Sasuke-kun found you," Sakura said. "He just seemed to know where he was going." Jiraiya rose to his full height, which was quite considerable. "You know I could have you both brought up on charges of desertion and insubordination," the Sannin said. Sakura froze and looked down at her feet. "But I won't," Jiraiya continued. "I know that Itachi is a touchy subject for Sasuke, but you need to realize how tenuous your position now is, Haruno. You and your teammate deliberately and knowingly left the village without orders or informing your sensei or a superior officer." Sakura nodded slowly. The fear she had felt only moments ago had loosened considerably. "But how can we get Sasuke-kun back to the village? I'm not strong enough to carry him all the way back." "Do not fear, fair Sakura," a fourth new voice shouted. It was Guy. "I'll carry Sasuke-kun back to the village, and do so in 3 hours, or I shall have to run 100 laps around the village on my hands." "Thank you, Guy," Jiraiya said. "Make sure this one gets there too." "Of course. Come along, Sakura-chan," Guy said while picking Sasuke up. "Did you find anything about this Tsunade chick, Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Tsunade? Princess Tsunade? That's who you are looking for, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "Naruto," Jiraiya grumbled. "What?" Naruto fired back. "I was asking a question. You ditched me as soon as a pretty woman looked your way. And besides, what's the big deal? Sakura-chan is my teammate. I trust her with my life." Sakura couldn't help but feel her cheeks warm at Naruto's defense of her. Naruto, you shouldn't give out mission information, especially vital information like your mission's objective so easily, she scolded her teammate, unable to refrain from chastising him. But why are you searching for Princess Tsunade? She's to become the next Hokage, Naruto said quickly. Really? Naruto, Jiraiya warned. Tsunade Senju is the most accomplished medical ninja of all time, Sakura said. She is widely considered the strongest kunoichi of all time too, and she's the granddaughter of the Shodame Hokage and the grandniece of the Nidame. Looks like your girlfriend is a bookworm. And Naruto? Jiraiya joked before his face turned serious. Now it is time for you to leave Haruno. Guy will see you and Uchiha back to the village. Sakura nodded meekly to the Sannin. She mouthed good luck to Naruto before following Guy down the hallway. And you, Naruto, are in a serious need of learning how to keep things secret from the fairer sex, Jiraiya said firmly with his arms crossed. I know how to keep a secret, Jiraiya. Being the subject of an S-rank secret does that to you, Naruto fired back. And you are the worst possible person to be talking to me about women, given your reputation. My reputation as a god among women has nothing to do with this, Jiraiya countered. We are on a highly important mission for the village, a mission that not many people are to know about. Word has certainly already gotten out about the invasion and that the Hokage is dead, leaving the village at its weakest point since the Kyuubi attack. If other villages were to find out about our mission, they would certainly send out ninja to kill Tsunade to take away a powerful ninja from our ranks. Naruto paused at Jiraiya's explanation. He hadn't thought about the possible consequences, far-fetched that they might be. Isn't that being a little paranoid? He asked. Boy, being paranoid has kept me alive much longer than the amount of jutsu I know, Jiraiya explained. And it's not paranoia if it's true. After the Kyuubi attack, I had to spread the rumor that the Yondaime had actually found a way to kill a Biju in order to keep IWA and Kumo from attacking, and even then it was a close thing. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, I get it, Naruto said. I'm sorry. Jiraiya nodded. Good, he said. And Naruto, I understand that you were only telling teammate, but you will learn to keep your mouth shut. Now let's go, we've attracted too much attention. The master and apprentice went back down to the lobby, where the innkeeper was waiting and looking furious. Jiraiya gave the man a hard look before pulling out his wallet and scribbling out a check. This should cover our stay and the damages, he said, pushing the check into the man's hands and walked off without looking back. Naruto followed his sensei. The pair skirted around the edge of the city, looking for another inn in which to spend the night. Here we are, Jiraiya announced, stopping outside a dingy-looking inn that had a glaringly sign hanging above its door. Oh hell no, you want to sleep here? Naruto asked, reading the sign. Look Naruto, it's late and all the other inns we've passed have been filled, Jiraiya said. And besides, this place is perfect for two young bachelors looking for some companionship and comfort. And with that, Jiraiya proudly entered Zuko's House of Hearts. But it's a brothel? Naruto complained as he followed his sensei inside. Welcome, young man, a nasally voice said from right next to Naruto's ear. Gah! Naruto cried as he whirled around, his hand darting for his kunai pouch. The speaker was an oily-looking man with thinning hair and a thin mustache. He was wearing a brilliantly white suit with a fake rose in the lapel and had several gold rings on both hands. Now, none of that ninja-san, the man said. I don't want any trouble from ninja tonight. Say, you look a bit young to be in here. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, and certainly old enough to have sex. Jiraiya boomed as he came up behind Naruto. Zuko, I'd like a private booth and a pair of rooms for the evening. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, of course right away, Zuko said. He clapped his hands twice and in an instant, very attractive and scantily clad women surrounded Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya burst out laughing as two women began leading him out of the main lobby. Hi there, cutie, a woman's voice chirped next to Naruto. He turned and then had to stumble backward as he nearly put his face into a woman's chest. Naruto's face was nearly as red as a tomato, as he forced himself to keep his eyes above the woman's neckline, plunging neckline at that. Is this your first time here? The woman asked. Naruto, who was struggling to keep his eyes on her face, which was extremely difficult as the woman had bent over at the waist. Yes. Naruto cursed inwardly as his voice cracked like a whip. Oh, you are so cute, the woman squealed. Let me show you around. My name is Mika. Naruto, the blonde answered as he was dragged out of the lobby and into a dimly lit main room. A large stage dominated the room, and a scantily clad woman was dancing up on it. There were about 20 small tables scattered around in front of the stage. Several had men of various ages at them with Ryu in hand. Around the edges of the room, booths were set up. Naruto spotted Jiraiya in one with 2 women, a bottle of sake and 3 saucers. So then, Naruto-kun, what brings a cutie like you here? Mika asked after pushing Naruto into a booth and sliding up next to him. My sensei just dragged me here, Naruto said. Sensei? Jiraiya. You're a ninja? Mika squeaked, looking impressed. You must be strong then, to be a ninja and to have Jiraiya-sama as your sensei. Well, I'm strong for my age, but I'm not truly strong, Naruto said. Oh, I don't know about that, Naruto-kun, Mika giggled. You feel plenty strong here, she added, squeezing Naruto's bicep. A light blush came over Naruto's cheeks at the compliment. So what's it like being a ninja then, Naruto-kun? Nothing like the stories or rumors might say, Naruto said, breathing deeply. The sense of sake, smoke, and several different perfumes invaded his nose and mind. Oh, so you're not the knight in shining armor coming to rescue the beautiful princess? Mika asked, taking a sip of sake. No, we are the people in the shadows that protect using any and all means, Naruto said. Words like honor, chivalry are not in a ninja's vocabulary. Oh, Naruto-kun, you seem honorable and chivalrous, Mika said softly. Naruto shivered as her warm breath tickled his ear. And these scars, how did you get them? An epic battle of good versus evil, perhaps. Actually, Naruto's blush deepened. I was born with them. Really? Naruto nodded. Can I touch them? Mika asked, looking down and biting her lip. Naruto's resistance quickly crumbled at the woman's expression and nodded his permission. Mika slowly raised a dainty hand and gently ran her fingers up and down Naruto's cheeks, marveling at the boy's reaction. Naruto was struggling not to give in to the sensations that were coming from his cheeks. They had always been sensitive when touched, and what Mika was doing was no different. Oh wow, Mika breathed. They feel just like real whiskers. Thanks, Mika-chan, Naruto said as he caught the woman's hands. It's starting to trickle. Oh, I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Mika said. What can I do to make it up to you? She breathed, causing Naruto's heart to leap into his throat. It's okay, Mika-chan, you don't need to do anything, Naruto stuttered, his face burning. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We won't do anything that you're not comfortable with, Mika purred in Naruto's ear. Naruto froze when he felt a pair of soft lips press against his cheek. He leapt backward, pressing himself against the far end of the booth. Mika-chan, what are you doing? Naruto stammered. What do you think I am doing, Naruto-kun? Mika giggled, crawling across the couch toward Naruto, looking like a lion stalking its prey. Mika-chan, we shouldn't be doing things like this, Naruto cried, putting his hands up to keep Mika back. Oh, Naruto-kun, relax, Mika giggled. You are much too cute to be acting all uptight. Let me show you how to relax. Mika grabbed Naruto's hands and placed them on her chest. Naruto's face went bright red as his hands instinctively flexed around the soft mounds they now held. Mika cooed as Naruto squeezed her breasts gently. The dark-haired woman bit her lip to keep from giggling at Naruto's scared and awed expression. A trickle of blood dripped from Naruto's nose as Mika leaned forward, pressing her breasts further into Naruto's hands. Mika grinned at the young man in front of her. No boy would have such a developed body. She slid her body up Naruto's and settled herself in his lap. Mika-chan, Naruto cried, his blue eye wide with shock even as more blood trickled from his nose. Shush, Naruto-kun, Mika whispered, putting a finger to Naruto's lips. Just relax and enjoy, she continued before her lips replaced her finger. Naruto's mind went blank as Mika's soft lips met his own. Across the room, Jiraiya saw that his godson was being well taken care of by Mika and turned his attention back to the 2 women beside him. So then, ladies, what do you know about the new casino opening here? He asked. Ugh. Naruto groaned as consciousness came back to him, roaring like the Kyuubi. What happened? It's too early, a female voice purred next to Naruto. The blonde froze and slowly turned his head. Laying next to Naruto was, hidden under a sheet of dark, shimmery hair, was Mika. A scream began to worm its way up Naruto's throat, but he managed to just slap a hand over his mouth to quell it. Eyes darting back and forth, Naruto took in his surroundings. He was obviously still at the brothel, recognizing the wallpaper and lights from the lobby, and the bedspread was obviously geared toward romance and other things. Naruto still as he felt a slender arm wrap around his chest and pull him. Looking down, Naruto had to clamp his hand to his nose to stop the nosebleed that he knew was coming. Mika was still asleep, but she had moved over closer to Naruto and had put her arm around his chest. A pair of sparkling brown eyes opened next to Naruto. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Mika purred. Good morning, Mika-chan." Naruto stammered, trying not to stare as when Mika awoke. The sheet covering her shifted, revealing some very healthy and attractive attributes. "You wouldn't mind telling me why you are in my room?" A faint blush appeared on Mika's cheeks. "Well, Naruto-kun, we were having such a great time last night," she said. "You invited me up here because you could tell that I had had too much to drink last night and you didn't want to get taken advantage of. My charming, shining knight." This time it was Naruto's turn to blush as fragments of memory flashed through his head. Dimly, he could hear the Kyuubi chortling in the background as Naruto began to piece together the previous night. Well, looks like you managed to act like a man for once," the Kyuubi chuckled. "And a much better mate than that pink-haired banshee to boot." "What are you talking about, a mate?" Naruto asked. "And don't insult Sakura like that. Sure, she was loud in the past, but you have to admit that she's gotten a lot better." "I won't admit to nothing, you meatbag," the fox roared. "Now pay attention to your maid, idiot. She's looking at you like you are a moron." "Oh, wait." Naruto ignored the fox's laughter as he willed himself back to the outside world and saw Mika, now sitting up in bed with the sheet covering her chest, looking at him with a confused expression. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" she asked. "Nothing, Mika-chan, nothing," Naruto said quickly, but it was obvious that Mika didn't believe him. "Okay, Naruto-kun." Crash. "There you are, Naruto," Jiraiya shouted as he burst through the door. "Oh, I'm sorry, am I interrupting?" he asked with a perverse grin etched on his face. "Get the hell out, you pervert," Naruto roared, hurling a pillow that slammed into Jiraiya's face. "All right, I know when I'm not welcome," Jiraiya said. "Just don't do anything that I wouldn't do." "Arg!" Naruto shouted, leaping from the bed and chasing after Jiraiya, who laughed uproariously and ran out the door. Naruto slammed the door shut and stomped back over to the bed. "Are you all right, Naruto-kun?" Mika asked, putting her hands on Naruto's shoulders and gently rubbing them. Naruto sighed as Mika's gentle kneading melted away the tightness in his shoulders. "I don't know, Mika-chan," Naruto admitted after a moment, gathering his thoughts. Memories of the previous night were racing through his head, and he was struggling to keep his body from reacting to them and Mika's hands. "Mika, about last night." "Oh." Mika's hands left Naruto's shoulders as he turned around. The dark-haired woman was blushing deeply. "Well, Naruto-kun, I had a wonderful time with you last night." "No, it's not that, Mika-chan," Naruto interrupted. "I want to know why. Why did you sleep with me?" "Well, you looked lonely last night," Mika said. "And you are really cute with those big blue eyes and blonde hair. And those whiskers give you a fierce look that just made me want to eat you up." Naruto's face was as red as the sheets. He laughed uncertainly while scratching the back of his head. "Thank you, Mika-chan," he said. "But still, why me? I'm only 13. "Why so many questions, Naruto-kun? Do you have a girlfriend or something back in your village?" No, nothing like that," Naruto exclaimed, waving his hands out. But what? There is this girl that I like, and I guess I had always dreamt that I would." "Lose your virginity to her?" Mika guessed. Naruto nodded. "Pretty stupid, I guess, right?" "No, not at all," Mika said. "I think it's sweet that you were waiting for this girl. I feel bad now that you won't get that chance." "Don't feel bad, Mika-chan," Naruto said hurriedly. "I didn't mean anything like that. I feel kind of dumb thinking like that. People don't live very long in my line of work, and honestly, until I became a ninja, I had never been outside of my village before. And I should live life while I can." "Really? Why? Didn't your family take any trips?" "I'm an orphan," Naruto answered. Mika gasped. "You don't need to apologize, Mika-chan. You didn't know, and it's something that I've learned to live with." "So who is this girl that you have a crush on?" "She isn't your girlfriend?" Mika asked. No, she isn't, Naruto confirmed. Sakura-chan is my teammate and friend. But you wished she would be more, right? Mika asked. Naruto sighed and nodded. Yeah, he answered. I've had a huge crush on her since we were kids, from the moment I first saw her. But my reputation in my village hasn't been the best, and our other teammate is the pride of the village, and she has a huge crush on him and what, Naruto-kun? It sounds like you have a lot to get off your chest. Maybe if you tell me you'll feel better, Mika suggested. Naruto looked up into Mika's earnest brown eyes and nodded. Our teammate is an all-right guy, I suppose, now that he's taken the massive stick out of his butt, Naruto said. He used to be so arrogant and always having this attitude of, I'm better than you and you'll never come close to me. It always pissed me off because I could tell that he was just as lonely as I was. He's an orphan too, though he at least grew up with his parents for some time. I've always been a bit of a screw-up and klutz, and he's a genius, so I decided that he would be my rival and that I would prove to everyone, including Sakura-chan, that I was just as strong as SAS him. Naruto paused, knowing that he had almost given away information to a stranger, even if it was Mika. Sasuke was a very valuable ninja to the village, and as his teammate, Naruto would be a perfect goldmine of information on Sasuke. But I would always screw up and pretty soon everyone knew it and just made fun of me, calling me worthless, dead last, idiot, all sorts of names, Naruto said. I never let it get to me, well, much at least. It hurt for sure, but those names just drove me on because I knew that once I got strong, the looks on those people's faces would be the best revenge. When we were put on the same, I was so happy to be on Sakura-chan's team, but at the same time, pissed that I was on his team as well, Naruto continued. Sakura-chan has had huge crush on our other teammate for just as long as I've had one on her. But he treats her like dirt. Well, maybe not as much since we became a team, but he would always ignore Sakura-chan when she was trying to impress him or call her weak because she wasn't as strong as he is. I'm the one who always supports her, tells her that she's strong or to ignore whatever the team says because he doesn't mean it, but she still doesn't like me. Why? Why doesn't Sakura-chan like me like she does Sasuke? Naruto-kun, Mika whispered as the blonde teenage broke down before her. She slid across the bed and put her arm around his shoulder, letting the young man cry into her shoulder. Let it out, Naruto-kun. You've been holding this in for too long, haven't you? I'm sorry, Mika-chan. I didn't mean to start whining like that, Naruto said, wiping his eyes dry. I must have sounded like a snotty little brat, right? Mika gave Naruto a warm smile. No, Naruto-kun. You sounded like a young man who has been holding in your emotions for far too long, and that isn't healthy, she said. I know that ninja are not supposed to show emotions, but you are still a human, and need an outlet for those emotions or they will continue to be bottled up until you burst. How do you know that ninja are not supposed to show emotions? Naruto asked. Naruto-kun, you don't know how many ninja I have seen come through this place with the same issue, Mika giggled. They try and drown their problems in booze or gambling or sex that it quickly becomes apparent that they didn't know how to deal with their issues in a healthy way. Emotions are what make a person human. Without them we would all just be lifeless dolls or puppets. Always remember that, Naruto-kun. I will, Mika-chan, Naruto said. Thank you. There was a knock on the door and the two heard Jiraiya's voice call out. Let's go, Naruto, we're wasting daylight. It looks like I've got to go, Mika-chan, Naruto said. Thank you again for listening to me and for an amazing night. Maybe we can see each other again. Mika giggled, causing Naruto to smile brightly. I would like that very much, Naruto-kun, she said. You are a very special young man and I know that your Sakura-chan will soon see that. Girls your age don't always know what they want in a guy and sometimes it takes them a lifetime to figure out what they actually want. Naruto beamed at Mika before quickly dressing and rushing out of the room. Then he raced back in and kissed Mika quickly on the cheek, his own face burning brightly. Bye, Mika-chan, Naruto called as he chased after Jiraiya, who had already started off down the street. So brat, guess you had an unforgettable night? Jiraiya chuckled when Naruto caught up to him. Naruto blushed heavily but ignored the jib. Don't even try and get me to talk about Mika-chan, you lech, Naruto said. Let's just find this Tswanda lady and get back to the village. Mika-chan, eh? Jiraiya laughed, seeing Naruto's face turn even redder. Arg, Naruto growled. He decided to ignore the white-haired pervert and focus on the second stage of the Rasengan. Naruto pulled out a rubber ball from his pocket and began channeling his chakra into it. 10, 11, 12, 13, pop. All right, Naruto cried as he shook his hand free of any lingering scraps of rubber and stuck his hand out for another ball. So, you've managed to get your time down to 13 seconds. Impressive, Jiraiya said, tossing Naruto another ball. You are getting closer. And what about the mission? Are we any close to finding out where this Tsunade is? Naruto asked, shoving the ball into his pocket and flexing his hand, making sure that he had 100% feeling back in it. That was the biggest issue slowing Naruto's progress. Each time he forced as much chakra through his arm, he would have to wait to regain feeling in it, and with each quick repetition, the feeling of numbness would linger longer than the last. Actually, good news on that front, Jiraiya said. We may have just found her. Really? Naruto asked. Yep, Jiraiya said. 12 o'clock walking toward us. See the blonde woman with the green jacket walking next to the dark-haired woman holding a pig. That's Tsuwanda and Shizun for sure. Well then, what are we waiting for? Naruto demanded. Let's go over there and… Whoa there Naruto, Jiraiya said, grabbing the blonde by the scruff of his jacket. Something isn't right. Tsunade just walked past 5 gambling halls without missing a beat. She wouldn't do that unless something has happened. Come on. Follow my lead and keep your mouth shut. Naruto frowned at his sensei but didn't comment and followed the tall man across the street and into the diner that Tsunade and her friend had entered. Well, isn't this a sight for sore eyes? Jiraiya boomed as he made a show of entering the diner and looking around for an open seat, even though the diner was half empty. Tsunade and Shizun, looking lovely as ever the both of you. What in the 7 hells of Kami are you doing here, Jiraiya? Tsuwanda snarled, not even looking up from the booth where she and Shizun were sitting. Just passing through the neighborhood, Jiraiya said with a wide smile. Mind if we join you? You know, being old teammates and all? Fine, Tsunade spat. She looked up for the first time and saw Naruto sliding into the booth opposite her. So who's this? My new apprentice, Jiraiya announced proudly. And here I thought you swore off teaching after your last apprentice got himself killed. Tsunade jeered, draining her sake cup in one go before pouring herself another cup. At least that one looked intelligent. This one here looks like he is a bit more than a few bricks short of a wall. Oi! Who you calling stupid, you old hag? Naruto growled. Calm down, Naruto, Jiraiya ordered, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder to keep him from leaping across the table. Now Tsunade, my last apprentice, was a once-in-several-generations type of genius. To compare Naruto to him is not fair. So why then did you pick him to be your apprentice, Lord Jiraiya? Shizun asked. Because he's a lot like me, Jiraiya chuckled. Bumbling, foolish, hot-headed, pretty much an all-around idiot, but Naruto has got something that sets him apart. Something that will help make him one of the greatest ninja this world has ever seen. Oh, and what's that? Tsunade sneered. The guts to never give up, Jiraiya said proudly. The will to keep going no matter what the obstacle or how difficult something may appear to be. Something that someone could do well to remember. Naruto could instantly tell that what Jiraiya had said was a touchy subject for the 3 older ninja as Shizun gasped while Tsunade flinched and then looked up at Jiraiya through her blonde bangs. The female Sanin's light brown eyes were dark with rage. Jiraiya, she snarled. Naruto shivered under the intense pressure coming off the enraged Tsunade. What do you know? Tsunade, I've been your teammate longer than Shizun has been alive. Jiraiya cut off the blonde sharply. I know what you've been through and you know what I've been through, so why don't you cut that pity act? You are not the only person in this world who has lost loved ones. It's time you stopped acting like a child and grow up. Grow up, Tsunade scoffed. What do you know about growing up, Jiraiya? Always goofing off, using that research excuse to act like a pervert, running off and abandoning your… A spike of Ki came from Jiraiya so fast and so potent that Tsunade's face paled as white as the sake bottle in front of her. It took all of Naruto's willpower to not crawl into a ball and cry at the feeling of death and cold coming from Jiraiya, even though it wasn't being directed at him. We've gotten off topic here, Tsunade, Jiraiya said, his voice very even though there was an undercurrent of ice in it. As you probably heard, Sensei is dead. Killed by Orochimaru, I know, Tsunade said. He told us himself. Well, gloated more like it. He what? Jiraiya asked. When did you see Orochimaru? Yesterday, Tsunade answered, draining another cup of sake. Came to me looking for a way to heal his arms. Sensei did something right, it seems. Orochimaru's arms were completely dead, it looked like. Sensei used the Death Reaper seal to seal away Orochimaru's arms, as well as your grandfather and granduncle, Jiraiya said. He what? Tsunade cried. Naruto grit his teeth, even though Kakashi had told him about how the Sandaime had died. The blonde was still furious that his grandpa's body had been desecrated by Orochimaru and used as a puppet to attack the village that he had given his life for. Orochimaru has managed to learn the Edo Tensei and used it to summon the first and second Hokages back to life, Jiraiya explained. Sensei used the Death Reaper seal to seal their souls away and Orochimaru's arms, but at the cost of his own life, as you are well aware, Tsunade. So what did Orochimaru promise you in return for helping him? What makes you think he offered anything? Tsunade asked. Orochimaru was my best friend, Tsunade. I know how he operates, Jiraiya said. What did he offer in exchange for you healing his arms? Tsunade looked away, picking up another saucer of sake and draining it in one gulp. Tsunade, Jiraiya pressed. He offered to bring my Uncle Dan and Nawaki back, Shizun said. Jiraiya's head snapped to the dark-haired woman sitting next to Tsunade. Edo Tensei, Jiraiya said. He turned back to his old teammate. Tsunade, you know that if Orochimaru were to bring those two back, they would be under his control forever. They would be his puppets to his will until he were to release the jutsu, and you know that he would never do that except for when it suited him. I know that, Tsunade snarled, turning her furious gaze back on Jiraiya after staring a hole through Shizun's forehead. Tsunade, obviously this deal has you thinking, but think about this, Jiraiya said. Should you ever attempt to betray the village, I will hunt you down and kill you myself. Come on Naruto, let's go. It had been a week since Jiraiya and Naruto had found Tsunade and Shizun, and for whatever reason Naruto had had this uncomfortable feeling in the pit of his stomach. There hadn't been any sign of Itachi or Kisame since that first encounter, and Naruto knew that Jiraiya was concerned about the 2S rank missing ninja far more than he let on. The blonde wondered why Itachi had ordered a retreat so quickly a week ago, just as the appearance of the Toad Sannin. Was Jiraiya really that strong to have such an effect on 2S rank ninja? During the week, Naruto had finally managed to reduce the time he took to summon a Rasengan to 5 seconds, and as promised Jiraiya showed Naruto the third and final step to mastering the legendary jutsu. Stability, Jiraiya said. What? Naruto asked. The third and final step in learning the Rasengan is stability, Jiraiya explained. You have to take all that you've learned in the 2 previous steps and create a stable and usable jutsu, here. Jiraiya handed Naruto a balloon. What am I supposed to do with this? The opposite of what you've done with the other 2, Jiraiya explained. Don't pop that balloon. That's it? Don't pop the balloon. Yep, Jiraiya chirped. You need to create a stable Rasengan inside the balloon without it popping. When you've done that, you'll have learned the Rasengan. Now get to work. Naruto growled at Jiraiya but obeyed his sensei and began attempting to control the spinning chakra needed to create the Rasengan inside the thin plastic shell of the balloon. Pop! Damn it! Naruto cursed as another balloon was shredded by his swirling chakra. He had been working on the final stage of the Rasengan for the entire week and was still no closer to mastering the jutsu. He had managed to keep the balloon from popping for 3 seconds but still wasn't able to hold the shape small enough to keep it contained in the balloon for the 5 seconds it took to channel as much chakra as he needed to complete the Rasengan. At the last possible instant, a strand of chakra would either break free of the sphere or Naruto's arm would throb with pain, causing him to lose concentration. Shit! Naruto snarled as he grabbed another balloon from the bag that Jiraiya had left him before the Sannin had run off to do who knew what. Looks like you still haven't made much progress, a new voice said. Naruto turned and saw that it was Tsunade. You should just give up. A brat like you will never be able to master a jutsu like the Rasengan. Naruto grit his teeth. And why's that? He asked. 'Cause brat, you don't have the talent, Tsunade said. The Yondaime was a once-in-10 generations genius. His creation of the Rasengan and the Hiraishin are proof of that. You're just a brat with no talents that's better off giving up before. Before what? I end up like you, a washed-up drunken hag who has thrown away all sense of honor and decency. Naruto cut in. You little punk, Tsunade snarled, lunging for Naruto. The younger blonde quickly abandoned his training and leapt backwards to avoid Tsunade's grasp. What, you can't handle the truth? Naruto taunted. He quickly released all of his weight seals, knowing that even one glancing blow would put him out of commission for days. You abandoned the village, refused to return in the village's hour of need, and are thinking about working with one of the village's most notorious criminals and traitors. Tsuanda flinched at Naruto's verbal jabs but charged forward. You know nothing about the pain I've had to live with? She shouted before planting her fist a foot deep into the ground, splintering it like frozen glass. Whoa! Naruto gasped as he nimbly leapt backward, using chakra to keep his balance. You say that I don't know your pain. I know a lot about you, Tsunade Senju. You are the granddaughter of the Shodame Hokage. You are considered the greatest medical ninja of all time and a member of the legendary Sannin. You are a veteran of 2 shinobi wars and lost both your younger brother Nawaki and your fiancé Dan in the 3rd shinobi war. You obviously feel guilty about their deaths and not being able to save them even with your medical prowess. Shut up! Tsunade roared, dashing forward with incredible speed. They died not because you couldn't save them, Naruto said as he narrowly dodged a punch from the enraged Tsunade. They died because they gave their lives for the village and the dream it represents. They felt that protecting the village your grandfather and granduncle created was worth their lives, and you spit on their memories and sacrifice by blaming yourself and the village. Shut up! Tsunade shouted though Naruto heard her voice quaver slightly. I know the pain of losing loved one for a village that doesn't respect their sacrifice, Naruto added, attempting to seize this chance to calm Tsunade down. What are you talking about? You know what I am, Tsunade, Naruto said. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. My parents gave their lives sealing the fox into me less than an hour after my birth, and then the village spat upon their wishes for me to be seen as the hero that held the Kyuubi. Instead I was treated as if I carried a plague, one that would infect all those that even came close to me. It wasn't until I graduated from the academy that I learned why I was treated so poorly. When I found out, I was sorely tempted to use the fox's power and destroy the village, to get back at them all for what they had done to me. I had the power, and with the forbidden scroll I would have easily destroyed the village. Well, why didn't you then? Tsunade sneered. Because someone acknowledged me for me, and deep down I knew that if I did run away and then come back to destroy the village, I would just be proving them all right, that I was the demon they believed me to be and not Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. So what does that have to do with me, brat? Tsunade growled. So you had a rough childhood, big deal, lots of shinobi grow up in crappy environments and turn out fine. What makes you so special? How would Dan and Nawaki feel if they saw how you were living your life? Would they be happy or proud at how you have wasted away, drinking and gambling? Tsunade roared in anger and charged Naruto again. The blonde teen leapt backward, barely avoiding Tsunade's fist that created an 8-foot-deep crater in the ground. You should have kept your mouth shut, brat. Tsunade snarled, her honey-brown eyes flashing darkly. I am a Sannin. I can sweat you down like a bug. Why haven't you then? Naruto taunted. You might have been able to claim the title of Sannin a decade ago, but you have let your skills wane and wither. You can't even hit a genin with less than a year's worth of experience. You've fallen, Tsunade Senju. Why, you little puissant? Tsunade roared. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized he might have pushed things a little too far. The blonde woman charged forward at speeds that she hadn't shown before, and before Naruto could even blink, he was flying through the air courtesy of Tsunade's punch. The sky was still spinning rapidly when Naruto skidded to a stop 100 yards. Slowly the blonde genin sat up, groaning as he felt the hot chakra of the Kyuubi flowing through him, healing at least 2 broken ribs, several broken fingers, and a concussion. I'm impressed you're still able to move after that, Tsunade said, though that punch wasn't anywhere close to my full strength. Naruto slowly got to his feet, hiding the wave of pain that flashed across his face. Don't hold back, Granny, Naruto coughed. I barely felt that. Tsunade's eye twitched and Naruto was suddenly reminded of Sakura, and the female blonde vanished. Naruto's instincts were screaming at him to move, and he listened to them, diving away just as Tsunade's heel came smashing down where he had just been standing. For a second nothing happened. Then the ground shattered into tiny pieces, leaving a 20-foot wide crater. That was 40% of my full strength, Tsunade said, looking up at Naruto from the bottom of the 10-foot deep crater. Naruto swallowed as he got to his feet again. Within the seal, the Kyuubi stirred as a scent reached its nose. Senju, the Biju sneered, its lips curling back in a snarl, revealing razor-sharp teeth 3 times the size of a normal person. I will not be made a Senju's plaything. With a great roar, the Kyuubi flooded the seal with its potent and corrosive chakra. Naruto gasped as he felt the Kyuubi's chakra rush from the seal and flood his system. What the? He though before he was covered in a cloak of reddish chakra. Naruto's whiskers had darkened. His eyes turned red and slit as he felt his canines grow into fangs. The fox's chakra won't help you, brat. Suanda sneered. Naruto snarled beastly before crouching down and racing toward Tsunade on all fours. Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk as she raised her right fist, blue chakra covering it. With a cry, Tsunade punched down at Naruto. The rage-filled Jinchuriki was barely able to avoid the Sannin's punch at the last second but was unable to attack Tsunade due to losing his footing, as Tsunade's punch created another large crater. Naruto's elongated nails scraped along the ground, leaving furrows in the dirt as he dodged away from another of Tsunade's punches. The Kyuubi was growing frustrated at how easily the Senju was keeping the human boy at bay, and as its frustration grew, so did its anger, and the amount of chakra it sent Naruto increased as well. A long single tail made purely of chakra grew behind Naruto, and a heavy bloodlust fell over the clearing. Please, brat, I battled Hanzo of the Salamander, and the five-tailed Jinchuriki. This little attempt at intimidation is nothing, Tsunade scoffed. What the hell is going on here? A deep voice demanded. It was Jiraiya. Naruto, stand down, he ordered, seeing the Biju-influenced Jinchuriki. The feral Naruto growled deep in his throat and his fingers flexed, but before the boy would even blink, Jiraiya appeared in front of him and slapped a piece of paper on his forehead. Damn sage. The fox snarled as it felt its power get sucked back into the seal, releasing the boy from its grasp. Naruto's eyes slowly bled back to their normal blue and he collapsed to the ground. Tsunade, what the hell were you doing? Jiraiya snarled at his teammate. You could have killed him if that punch had connected. So what? Tsunade spat. The brat had it coming, talking about those two like that and acting like he knew my pain. So Naruto made a comment that made you mad and you try and kill him for it, Jiraiya exclaimed incredulously. You've fallen, Tsunade, to think that two of the Sannin would turn their backs on the village. I have not turned my back on anyone, Tsunade screamed. That place has taken too much from me for me to ever go back. Stop being selfish, Tsunade, Jiraiya said calmly. I'll ask you again. Do you truly believe you are the only one who has lost loved ones in service to the village? Should I remind you that I lost my parents to war as well, my students, my best friend, and my sensei all taken down due to war, their own demons or their burdens? You are not the sole recipient of loss, Tsunade. Tsunade glared at her teammate. Big words coming from you, Jiraiya, she sneered. You talk as if you have the moral high ground here. I wonder what would happen if I told your new apprentice who you really are? What would he do then, knowing that you ran away? Jiraiya deflated before Tsunade's and Shizen's, who had arrived seconds after Jiraiya, eyes. Yes, I know that I don't have much of a leg to stand on, he admitted. I was a coward. I so wanted to take care of Naruto after that night, but I knew that I couldn't take him with me. It would have been too dangerous. I trusted that Sarutobi-sensei would take care of him, and that I would come back every once in a while to see Naruto. But I put my trust in the wrong person, and Minato was too naive in believing that the village would honor his last wish, so now I am trying to make things right. I doubt Naruto will ever forgive me when I tell him who I am, but I will not stop teaching him and nor stop trying to protect my godson, even if it means hardening my heart and stopping you. Now isn't that sweet? A sickeningly amused voice said. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizen whirled around to see Orochimaru and Kabuto standing about 10 yards away, both with amused smiles that sent shivers racing down Shizen's spine. Orochimaru, Jiraiya snarled, taking a step forward and to the right, placing himself between the sound ninja and Naruto. Jiraiya, Orochimaru greeted. So Tsunade, have you come to a decision? Everything you wish could come true as long as you agree to heal my arms. Tsunade, Jiraiya warned, his eyes cutting over to his blonde teammate. Your beloved Dan and Nawaki back and whole once more, Orochimaru continued. All that I require is that you help me this one time. Oh, and provide the sacrifices needed to revive your loved one. 2 sacrifices? Tsunade asked. Yes. Well, your grand uncle's jutsu does require a sacrifice to bond the departed soul back to this plane, Orochimaru said clinically. And what do you know, with Jiraiya and Naruto-kun here we have 2 such sacrifices, excellent. That jutsu, the one that brings people back to life, was meant to be used only in times of great and desperate need by using convicted criminals, not the innocent, a new but weak voice said. The group turned to see Naruto slowly getting to his feet and removing the seal tag from his forehead. And it was not meant as your personal piece of blackmail, you snake bastard. Orochimaru quirked an eyebrow at the boy's words, and the impressive amount of bloodlust rolling off of the blonde. And how would you know so much about a forbidden jutsu like that, Naruto-kun? Keeping secrets are we. When your life revolves around an S-rank secret, you get good at keeping them, Naruto snarled. Enough talking. It's time I avenge my grandpa. Both of them. Both. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun all asked, confused. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto roared, sending an enormous wind bullet at the two-sound ninja. Orochimaru and Kabuto leapt apart as the jutsu slammed into the ground where they had been standing and erupted, spraying dust and debris all over the place. Naruto, wait! Jiraiya shouted as he took off after his apprentice who was rushing at the snake Sannin. Orochimaru snorted in amusement. Kabuto, would you deal with the annoyance, please? He asked. I have other business to attend to. Of course, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto dutifully answered. With a flick of his wrist, a strange-looking kunai appeared in Kabuto's hand. One edge was serrated while the other had a fine edge like a normal kunai but with a hook protrusion near the hilt. Out of the way! Naruto snarled, drawing his own kunai and channeling his wind chakra down its edge. The blade glowed a dim blue as Naruto brought the blade up to a guard position. Come now, Naruto-kun, do you really think that a talentless dead last would even last a second against the strongest of the Sannin? Kabuto laughed, his glasses glinting in the sunlight. You won't even last a minute against me. Well, let's find out then, Naruto growled. He channeled more chakra into his legs and rocketed forward. Kabuto arched an eyebrow as the increase in speed and raised his kunai to block Naruto's telegraph slash. But instead of hearing the clash of metal against metal, there was a soft sound and Kabuto felt something warm and wet trickle down his cheek. He looked at his kunai to find that the last 5 inches of the blade had been cut cleanly off, and then his tongue darted out on instinct as the wet feeling on his cheek had reached his lips. Kabuto's eyes widened as the tangy and coppery taste of blood reached his taste buds. Looks like first blood goes to me, Naruto said from behind Kabuto. The gray-haired teenager snarled as he turned to face Naruto. He raised a single finger, glowing green, and traced the weeping cut. Naruto watched with narrowed eyes as the wound smoked slightly and then vanished like it had never been there. I see you've improved slightly, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said, dropping the ruined kunai and grabbing a new one. Interesting little skill you've learned there. Manipulating an element to extend a kunai's blade, quite clever. But you should have made that attack a killer since now I won't be underestimating you. Why do the bad guys always underestimate their opponent or overestimate their own strength? Naruto wondered as he prepared himself. Like, is there a villain handbook that they all read? First Mizuki, Zabuza, those Oto ninja, and now Kabuto. Naruto immediately tensed as Kabuto gave the blonde preteen a sickly smile before sinking into the ground without a trace. Naruto stretched out with his senses as far as he could but came up with nothing. It was as if Kabuto had vanished off the face of the earth. A bead of sweat began to slide down Naruto's brow as he looked around wildly for his opponent. This was nothing like when Naruto had seen Kabuto fight against Sasuke during the Chunin exams. Naruto leapt into the air just as a pair of glowing blue hands burst from the ground. Looking down, Naruto saw Kabuto rise from the ground with a slight frown. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto thought. That tactic was one of Kakashi's favorites and one that Team 7 had learned very well. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto shouted while still airborne. 24 clones appeared around Naruto and Kabuto as the blonde landed lightly. Kabuto sneered as he drew another of his unique kunai. His arms flashed up, his kunai deflecting several sanbon needles that were aimed at his neck. Ah, an interloper, Kabuto said as Shizun appeared at Naruto's side. Shizun, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Lord Jiraiya sent me to battle Kabuto, Shizun said. You are not strong enough to fight Kabuto, whom Lord Jiraiya says is comparable to Kakashi's strength. Naruto bit back a snarl and looked over at the 3 Sannin who were standing off in a triangle, facing off against each other. Turning back to Kabuto, he said to Shizun, Fine, I'll back you up, Shizun. So instead of Konoha's failed weapon, I get to fight the apprentice of the weakest Sannin, Kabuto sneered. And here I was thinking that I could test my skill against one of the Sannin. Oh well, once I finish here, I will assist Lord Orochimaru against Jiraiya and Tsunade. We won't be so easy to defeat, Shizen said, rolling back her sleeve to reveal a sunbon launcher strapped to her forearm. This again. Kabuto rolled his eyes as he raised a kunai to block the sunbon. Shuriken multiplication jutsu. Kabuto leapt backward, deflecting several shuriken that had materialized due to Naruto's jutsu. Clever Naruto-kun, using Shizen's jutsu as cover for your own, Kabuto said, but not clever enough. The sound ninja once more sunk into the ground, vanishing from sight and sense. Shizun. This guy likes to sneak up on people by using earth jutsus or something, Naruto warned. Move now. Shizen jumped into the air, but she was a spilt second too late as a glowing blue hand shot from the ground and grabbed Shizun's left ankle. The dark-haired woman gave a cry of surprise and pain. Shizun! Naruto shouted as Kabuto rose from the ground, his glowing blue hand still holding onto Shizen's ankle. Pathetic, Kabuto sneered. To think that the apprentice of the greatest medical ninja alive is this weak. Why you? Shizen snarled, reaching back with a kunai to free herself, but Kabuto just effortlessly tossed her aside. Are you okay, Shizun? Naruto asked, appearing at the woman's side. I will be, Shizun said. He severed all the ligaments and tendons in my ankle, so I won't be able to move until I've healed the damage. You will need to face Kabuto alone until I'm done. Can you do that? No problem, Shizun, Naruto said. Be careful. He is obviously a very talented medical ninja, being able to use chakra scalpels in battle, Shizun warned. Don't let him touch you. With that technique, he can inflict very serious internal injuries just by grazing you. Then I won't let him touch me, Naruto said, stepping in front of Shizun. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Roughly 30 clones appeared around Naruto and Shizun. Now, Naruto-kun, surely you don't think that these measly clones will be enough to stop me, Kabuto laughed. Let's find out, shall we? Naruto said before ordering his clones forward with a mental command. The clones each grabbed a kunai before charging toward the smug-looking sound ninja. Kabuto's sneer faltered for a brief second as he noticed that each of the clones' kunai were glowing slightly. The sound ninja knew that Naruto could channel wine chakra through his blades, which would both extend their reach and strengthen their cutting power. Clever Naruto-kun, Kabuto thought as he drew a single kunai and activated his chakra scalpel technique in the other hand. The sliver-haired teen dashed forward, straight into the ranks of charging clones. Naruto grimaced as the memories of his destroyed clones came to him. Kabuto was on another level compared to Naruto, and the teen was showing it with just how easily he was cutting through the clones. Wind release, great breakthrough, the original Naruto shouted just as Kabuto finished destroying the clones. Tsh! Naruto growled as he watched Kabuto evade his jutsu with ease. Shizun, are you able to fight yet? A few more minutes, Naruto, Shizun answered. That's a few more minutes that you don't have, Kabuto shouted, dashing toward Naruto. The blonde gripped his two kunai tightly and channeled more wind chakra down their blades. Naruto ducked under a thrust from Kabuto, knowing that even a single touch could spell defeat and death. He slashed at Kabuto with his kunai, frowning at how easily Kabuto healed from the small cuts that Naruto was inflicting. Naruto could tell that Kabuto was just letting Naruto cut him slightly and easily heal himself as an intimidation tactic, showing Naruto that no matter what, the younger boy wouldn't hope to beat him. If there was one thing that Naruto hated above all else, it was being underestimated. And that was what Kabuto was doing, and Naruto was going to make him pay for it. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto cried, summoning another 24 clones around him. This trick again, Naruto-kun? Kabuto laughed. Not quite, Naruto said. Water release, water bullet barrage. He and several of his clones shouted, sending a volley of water bullets at Kabuto. Kabuto was quite surprised that Naruto knew two separate elemental types, but was still able to evade the attack quite easily. So Naruto-kun, you have two different affinities then, Kabuto said. So perhaps you have some talent after all. But that talent is stifled by the chains of Konoha. So have you decided on whether to accept Lord Orochimaru's offer? Surely you have given it some thought. Why be so loyal to a village that hates and fears your very existence that would only use you as a weapon to save their own skins? Come and serve Lord Orochimaru and you will be treated as the hero you were meant to be all along. The village has kept secrets from you, held you back in fear of your potential and power. but under Lord Orochimaru's tutelage you can become the most powerful shinobi alive. No thanks, Naruto said. Orochimaru has a nasty habit of betraying those close to him, and if I were to betray the village, it would only prove to those who hate me that they were right. So no, I won't be joining a traitor. What I will be doing is killing you. Kabuto laughed. You kill me, dreams Naruto-kun, he cackled. Dreams are nothing more than delusions of those too weak to attain their ambitions. And you are the biggest dreamer of them all, crying to the heavens that you would become Hokage. Ha, joke. You becoming Hokage. Though weak and pathetic villages like Konoha could use a weak and pathetic Hokage, just like the Sandaime. Never insult the old man in front of me, Naruto snarled. Inside the seal, the Kyuubi perked up once again, feeling Naruto's rage. Wind release, wind scar jutsu, Naruto shouted. Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise as a large swath of wind sped toward him. It was twice his height, and its bottom edge was cutting through the hard-packed earth like butter. The gray-haired teen leapt clear of the jutsu, watching it fade away into the wind. Have you been holding out on me, Naruto-kun? Kabuto asked. You haven't seen anything yet, Naruto growled, several shuriken appearing in his hands. He hurled the shuriken at Kabuto before calling out, Shuriken multiplication jutsu. The 5 shuriken multiplied into a cloud of metal. Behind the cloud, Naruto summoned 3 clones and in perfect sync, they called out, Wind release, great breakthrough. The shuriken blurred into spinning darts as they were propelled to nearly invisible speeds. Kabuto sank into the ground, avoiding the spinning stars of death but just barely. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, slamming the incomplete jutsu into the ground. The drilling motion of the jutsu cut easily through the dirt, creating a large crater that forced out of the earth. Another trick, and Naruto-kun? Kabuto asked. I'll admit that jutsu was one that I have never seen. What is it? It will be the last thing you ever see, traitor, Naruto growled, another Rasengan appearing in his hand. All around the blonde, clones appeared, each holding their own Rasengan. Incredible, Shizen thought, the green glow fading from her hands. Getting to her feet, she grimaced, feeling the strain on her recently repaired ligaments and tendons in her leg. To create the jutsu of the 4th Hokage, and use the shadow clone jutsu to such an extent, Naruto-kun is an amazing ninja. Kabuto felt a tiny bead of sweat trickle down the back of his neck at the sight of so many clones holding that intriguing jutsu. The power it possessed both frightened and excited him, and the fact that it seemed to be made of pure chakra and of a non-elemental chakra at that. He saw the power it held and wanted it for himself. Again, Naruto-kun, I must insist that you tell me that jutsu, Kabuto said. It is most formidable and intriguing. I must know it. Too bad, Naruto said. This jutsu is a village secret, and a traitor like you will never get your hands on it. Now it is time to end this. Suddenly each of the clones began to shiver and shimmer, as if they were ghosts. Kabuto spun around, slashing through Naruto, who had tried to sneak up behind Kabuto only for Naruto to burst into smoke. You will never catch me, traitor, Naruto's voice taunted from all around Kabuto. The gray-haired teen growled as he dispatched another Naruto clone. This is getting tiresome, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said. Surely you can do better than those cheap tricks. But that's what makes a ninja great, cheap tricks, Naruto said. Suddenly all the Narutos burst into smoke, clouding Kabuto's vision. Rasengan, Naruto roared, bursting through the smoke, his hand outstretched with a Rasengan blazing. Not quite, Naruto-kun, Kabuto laughed as he dodged Naruto's sneak attack. He grabbed Naruto's arm, wrenched it back so that the Rasengan vanished. A kunai appeared in Kabuto's hand and he held it to Naruto's throat. You need to be trickier than that to beat me. I know, Naruto said before he grabbed Kabuto's arm and glowed blue. Kabuto's eyes widened before the clone exploded, engulfing him in smoke and fire. Out of the smoke cloud, a figure dove free. Shizen limped toward the figure as fast as she could but stopped short when she saw that it was Kabuto lying on the ground. Much of the teen's hair was burnt away, his chest, arms, and upper legs were badly burnt. Shizen could see bits of white bone peeking out from the blackened flesh. The sound of coughing made Shizen's breath catch in the back of her throat as Kabuto stirred. How are you still alive? Shizen asked in horror, watching Kabuto slowly rise to his feet like some deranged zombie. Being that close to an exploding clone should have killed you. Lord Orochimaru doesn't keep me around just for my medical knowledge. Kabuto coughed, blood dripping from his lips. But also my healing ability. You see, my ability rivals that of a Jinchuriki, but I can also send chakra to an area before even being injured, essentially starting the healing process before I receive an injury. It is so advanced that I cannot be killed in battle. Heal from this? A low voice growled from behind Kabuto. A glowing blue kunai passed across Kabuto's throat. The silver-haired teen's face went from smug triumph to shock and horror in a second as a waterfall of blood burst from his neck, staining his shirt and the ground at his feet a deep purple. Kabuto fell to his knees, hands clasping at his throat before dropping to the ground, his blood turning the recently upturned dirt a reddish mud puddle. Traitor, Naruto spat, wiping clean his kunai on Kabuto's shirt. Bad guys always seem to talk too much. Naruto-kun, Shizen cried, limping over to the blonde boy. I can't believe you were able to defeat Kabuto. Neither can I, a furious voice hissed. Naruto whirled around, his kunai in hand. Luckily for Naruto it was, as Orochimaru was mere feet from him with the legendary sword of Kusanagi sticking out of his mouth. Naruto jerked both his head backward and his kunai upward as the blade suddenly extended. Naruto hissed in pain as the legendary blade cut him across the chin. The blonde could feel the burning in the bleeding cut and knew that the blade was poisoned as the burning was coming from the wound, not his seal. Gah! Naruto cried as Orochimaru's knee followed through with his sneak attack, planting itself in Naruto's stomach. The force of the blow sent Naruto somersaulting backward, finally coming to a rest at Shizun's feet. Shit, that burns, Naruto cursed, blinking his eyes rapidly. Suddenly his instincts were screaming at him to move, and so he did just as Orochimaru's head came crashing up from beneath him, sword extended and ready to skewer Naruto like a fish. You little brat, Orochimaru snarled as the sword of Kusanagi retreated back into his throat. I am going to enjoy cutting you open, boy. Not while I am here, Orochimaru, Jiraiya shouted, summoning Jutsu, Toad Food Cart Destroyer. Above the group a large toad appeared, and then slammed into the ground, sending Naruto and Shizen flying. Sorry about that, Jiraiya cried as he glared down at his former teammate and best friend. Orochimaru, it ends today. After today, there will be only two who can call themselves Sannin. You are quite right, Jiraiya, Orochimaru smiled widely. There will only be two. In a flash, the traitorous Sannin was slithering across the ground at an amazing pace, and right toward Tsunade. Tsunade, look out, Jiraiya shouted, leaping down from his toad mount. Die! Orochimaru cried out victoriously as his blade shot out of his mouth and impaled the standing blonde. What? Rasengan, you bastard! Naruto roared, slamming the completed jutsu into Orochimaru's chest. No! Orochimaru screamed as the grinding action of the Rasengan stripped away his clothing and flesh before, with one last push, the snake Sannin was blasted away. Gah! Naruto gasped as the sword of Kusanagi was wrenched from his lower abdomen. The blonde could feel the sword's poison coursing through his body as he fell to his knees. Flecks of blood dripping from his mouth joined the growing puddle at his knees. Naruto! The blonde heard Jiraiya's shout, but it was very soft and he was getting really cold. Ugh! Naruto groaned as consciousness returned to him with all the force of one of Kakashi's training sessions. You're awake! A familiar voice made itself known to Naruto's side. The blonde slowly opened his eyes and saw Shizun getting up from a chair that was next to Naruto's bed. Shizun? Naruto asked, surprising himself at how hoarse his voice was. Take it easy, Naruto-kun, Shizun said as she picked up a glass of water from the bedside table. Here, drink some water, slowly. Naruto took noisy slurps of the water, almost crying at the feeling of cold water soothing his burning throat. What happened? He asked when he had finished the glass. You were injured by Orochimaru, Shizun explained. You have been unconscious for nearly a week. A week? Naruto cried before coughing heavily. His throat was burning even worse now. You mustn't talk too much, Naruto-kun, Shizun chided. Your throat is still very dry and sore from disuse for so long. But yes, you have been unconscious for a week. Your stab wound was very serious and the poison on the blade was quite potent as well. If it wasn't for your tenant, you wouldn't have survived. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked down at his stomach that was bare aside from the bandages covering his wounds, and the black ink seared into his stomach from the ceiling. Thanks, Fox, Naruto thought. The blonde couldn't tell for sure, but he thought that the fox gave an Uchiha-like grunt in return, which made Naruto have to stifle a chuckle. Ah, good you're awake, brat. Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya and Tsunade enter the room. Naruto was somewhat surprised to see the blonde Sannin there, and his surprise must have shown on his face as Tsunade looked like she was steeling herself for something unpleasant. Look, brat, this isn't easy for me to say, and I will deny it ever happened if someone else were to learn of it, but thank you, Tsunade said. You saved me life back then, and I know that. You are fellow Konoha shinobi, Naruto answered. While you might be a crabby, cantankerous old hag, you are still a Konoha shinobi and comrade, and I wasn't going to just stand by and let that bastard Orochimaru kill you. Memories of his final moments of consciousness popped into Naruto's head. Did I kill him? Did I kill Orochimaru? The thing I remember was nailing the bastard with a Rasengan. You did good, kid, Jiraiya said. I sense a but coming, Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded. Orochimaru is extremely slippery and hard to kill, the white-haired man sighed. You hurt him bad, but he didn't die. We managed to drive him off, but he escaped. And so did that Kabuto kid. What? Naruto cried before coughing hoarsely. He took another glass of water from Shizune and sipped it. That's impossible. I slit the bastard's throat myself. We know, Tsunade said, but somehow the kid survived it. He seems to have inherited his master's evasiveness of death. What now? Naruto asked, pushing the rage that he felt to the back of his mind as he had been taught. Well, since you seem to be on the mend, tomorrow we'll start heading back to the village, Jiraiya said. Yes, Tsunade agreed. I've been gone long enough, and it's time I stop running. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the true Tsunade Senju, the one that Jiraiya had told him about during their travels in finding her, shine through. So you are going to become Hokage? Yes, Tsunade answered. Kami knows that if Jiraiya took up the position, all the women in the village would be gone within a week. And if someone like Danzo were to take over, the village would fall into darkness. Behind Tsunade, Jiraiya was watching his godson closely. Seeing the boy lying on the ground with blood pouring from his side and mouth after Orochimaru had stabbed him had frozen Jiraiya's heart. He had attacked Orochimaru with all his strength, holding nothing back, wanting to finally finish his best, no former best friend. He would not fail Naruto again. He had been doing that all the boy's life. His prize student, the young man he thought of as a son, had given him responsibility over Naruto by naming him Naruto's godfather. I promise you, Minato, Kushina, I will make Naruto into the strongest shinobi this world has ever seen. Even the Shodame and Madara Uchiha will tremble at his strength. This I swear, Jiraiya vowed. Pulling himself from his memories, Jiraiya noticed that Naruto's face twitched when Tsunade spoke of Danzo. What was that? It almost looked like Naruto was mad that Tsunade has so little faith in Danzo. I'll need to get to the bottom of that. I still can't believe that Kabuto survived, Naruto muttered. And Orochimaru as well. Don't overthink things, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Orochimaru is still much stronger than you are. I don't even know if I could finish him if I went all out, he admitted. But look on the bright side, you mastered the Rasengan. Naruto's eyes brightened as the memory of slamming the completed jutsu into Orochimaru's chest. He slowly raised his hand and watched as the ninjutsu that made his father so feared appeared in his hand. Hey, I didn't even feel the strain of pushing so much chakra through my arm that time, Naruto said, letting the jutsu fade away. Excellent, Naruto, Jiraiya said. That means you have fully mastered the jutsu. The only thing now you'll have to do is speed up its creation time. The stories about the Yondaime said he could create a Rasengan in just 1 second. All right, that's enough excitement for today, Tsunade said. You, she added, pointing at Naruto, are going to stay in that bed until tomorrow morning, am I clear? Naruto nodded quickly, unsure why he felt such doom wash over him, but decided that discretion was the better part of valor for the moment. Good, Tsunade nodded. Come on, Jiraiya, we need to talk. Shizune, do you mind staying here with Naruto? Of course not, milady, Shizune chirped. Tsunade arched a blonde eyebrow at her apprentice but didn't say anything, only grabbing Jiraiya by the ear and dragging the squealing man from the room. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Shizune said once the door had closed. What do you mean, Shizune? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. Shizun had to bite back a squeal at how cute and innocent Naruto looked at that moment. It almost made her forget how strong the boy was. She would never in her life forget the sight of the blonde preteen dragging his kunai across the neck of Kabuto with nary a flinch. "I wanted to thank you for saving my life," Shizun said. "He would have killed me easily if you hadn't fought him as well." "It's okay, Shizun," Naruto said. "You are a fellow Konoha shinobi and that guy is a psychopath for sure. He needs to be put down for good. I got this weird vibe from him when we met at the Chunin exams, and then after the invasion learning how he was Orochimaru's spy. Kabuto is a traitor to the village and deserves to rot in an unmarked grave to be eaten by worms and forgotten by the world as if he never existed." Shizun shivered at Naruto's words. These were not the words of a boy not even 13 years old. These were of a man who had fought for every inch in his life and would never go back to being weak or scared. "What made you like this Naruto-kun?" Shizun thought. "What made you grow up so fast?" Naruto was laid up in bed for only 2 days after regaining consciousness thanks to the Kyuubi's healing factor. Tsunade had proclaimed Naruto clear of all the poison that Orochimaru had coated his blade with, and the group set off back for the village at a leisurely pace. While on the road, Jiraiya taught Naruto the hand signs for one of the sage's favorite jutsus, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. At first Naruto was skeptical of learning it since he did not have an Earth Chakra affinity, but Jiraiya explained to Naruto that he could still perform the jutsu, it just might not be as powerful as someone with an Earth affinity and that it would cost him more chakra because of his lack of his affinity. "But because of your chakra reserves, you don't have to worry about wasting chakra," Jiraiya said. "And this jutsu will be perfect for you to trap people, holding them in place for you to finish them off." Naruto nodded. "Fine, sensei," he said, mentally going over the hand signs again. "Halt!" a loud voice cried out as the group approached the village. Naruto instantly could feel the tension in the air as they approached the closed gates. Only the smaller side gate was open, and the 2 guards Kotetsu and Izumo were standing outside the walls on guard. "I said halt," Kotetsu shouted, "or we will be forced to attack." "Kotetsu, what's going on?" Jiraiya asked. "What are you doing? Surely you recognize us?" "You might look and sound like Lord Jiraiya, but a skilled ninja with a henge could easily portray him," Izumo said. "Now stand there and we will confirm your identities." "How?" "You will provide a blood sample on this seal," Kotetsu told them. "If it matches, then you shall be allowed to enter." Kotetsu left the obvious hanging. "I'll go first," Naruto said. As he walked up to the stand that was next to the gate, he noticed that both Kotetsu and Izumo stiffened slightly. Feeling the tension rise even further, Naruto picked up the needle and pricked his finger. Several drops of blood fell from Naruto's finger and landed on the small seal. The seal glowed blue before bursting into flames. "Welcome home, Naruto," Izumo said with a relieved smile. "What is going on, Izumo? I've never seen you or Kotetsu acting so seriously," Naruto asked. "Not now, kid. Not here in the open," Kotetsu answered. "You will find out inside the village. Now, who's next?" The process only took 5 minutes for Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizun's appearances to be confirmed, and that was only because of Tsunade's aversion to blood and that Izumo and Kotetsu needed to get special seals to confirm their blood since they hadn't been active shinobi for almost 2 decades. "Interesting little seal there," Jiraiya said, looking at the stick of seals that Kotetsu had on the desk. "Who designed it? I don't recognize the style." "Lord Danzo brought forth the design," Izumo said. "He told the council that it was a seal of his own design." "Danzo!" Jiraiya and Tsunade cried. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade," Kotetsu said. After the news broke, Lord Danzo brought forward these seals as a way to make sure that the village was not infiltrated by enemy shinobi spies. "What news?" Naruto asked. "The council is meeting in a half hour. You will be informed of everything then," Kotetsu said. "ANBU should be here momentarily to escort you." "You won't believe it anyway if we told you," Izumo said, looking at Naruto. "Lord Jiraiya, Lord Tsunade," a new voice said. The group turned to see an ANBU wearing a cat mask standing just inside the gate. "Please follow me. A war council has been summoned. I will escort you both, Shizun and Naruto-kun, to the council chambers." "Why me as well?" Naruto asked. "Because the news is about you, Naruto-kun," the ANBU said. "Please come along." Tsunade and Jiraiya glanced at one another but kept quiet. Naruto and Shizen followed their respective masters and the ANBU through the gate and into the village. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and watched as Izumo and Kotetsu closed the gates with a thud. While walking through the village, Naruto saw that the villagers who were walking around outside were doing so quickly, not wanting to be out in the open for very long it seemed. There was this feeling of unease that had fallen over the village, like one misstep would mean something bad would happen. Several villagers were walking in a group hurriedly down the street toward Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune, all talking with each other, but when they saw Naruto and the others, they froze before pointing at the two Sannin and two apprentices. As the two groups passed one another, Naruto thought he heard a woman mutter, "It's him." But what Naruto didn't hear was the venom or disgust that normally came with such a statement. This time it was curiosity that colored the woman's voice. "You should go right in, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade," Kat said when they had arrived at the Hokage Tower where the council meetings took place. "Let's get this over with," Tsunade said before shoving open the doors to the council chambers. "Welcome back, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya," a voice said from the shadows of the doorway. "Danzo," Tsunade growled. The bandaged elder stepped out from the shadows, the tap of his cane the only sound he made. "It is good that you have returned to the village, Lady Tsunade," Danzo said, acting as if Tsunade hadn't said his name with venom, "and remembered your duty to the village that your ancestors built." "Why you?" Tsunade snarled, taking a step toward the elder. "Tsunade, control yourself," another aged voice snapped from behind Danzo. It was Koharu and Hamura, the other two elders and former teammates of the third Hokage. "You are in hallowed chambers." Tsunade grit her teeth but stayed silent. "So what is going on? Why is the village on such a high-level alert?" Jiraiya asked. "We should wait until the rest of the council arrives," Hamura said. "It concerns your apprentice Jiraiya, this one and your last one." Jiraiya looked up at the older man with confusion and a bit of dread, wondering what the old man meant. The rest of the village council slowly entered the chamber. The council was split between two parties, the Shinobi Council and the Civilian Council. The Shinobi Council was made up of the major clans that inhabited the village: the Hyuga, the Nara, the Akimichi, the Yamanaka, the Aburame, the Inazuka, the Sarutobi, the Senju, and the Uchiha. The Civilian Council was made up of representatives from the 6 civilian sectors within the village. Normally, the two councils would not be meeting at the same time and place. But this was not a normal summons nor time and place. "Good, we have all assembled," Koharu said when the final council member arrived. "ANBU, seal the doors." The two masked guards stepped from the shadows and closed the doors. A light blue glow filled the chamber as the security seals were activated. "So then, is someone going to tell us what in Kami's name is going on?" Tsunade demanded. "Kumo and IWA are threatening war," Danzo said. "What? Why?" Jiraiya asked. "My contacts have told me nothing about this." "The reason is right in front of us," Hamura said. Naruto felt a sinking feeling enter the pit of his stomach. "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked. "This," Danzo said. He gestured and a thin book came flying out of the shadows at the group. Jiraiya caught it. "A bingo book?" Jiraiya asked. "Why would a bingo book be the cause of a possible war?" "Look at page 47, Danzo said. Jiraiya frowned but opened the book to the proper page. His face suddenly became as white as his hair, and he looked at Naruto. "Jiraiya, what's happened?" Tsunade asked. Still looking at Naruto, Jiraiya handed the bingo book to Tsunade. "Naruto, there are things that you are about to learn that will shock and anger you, but if you will just give me a chance to explain," Jiraiya said quietly. "Naruto," Tsunade said quietly. Naruto looked over at his fellow blonde and saw that Tsunade was just as pale as Jiraiya. She held out the bingo book. Naruto took the bingo book from Tsunade and blinked at his picture, looking back up at him. Name: Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze. Affiliation: Konoha. Height: 5 feet 3 inches. Weight: 125 pounds. Hair color: blonde. Eye color: blue. Rank: genin. Description: Uzumaki is the only son of Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Red-Hot Whirlwind. He is also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and has learned to wield some of its chakra. While Uzumaki failed the Konoha Academy graduation exam 3 times, Uzumaki is not to be taken lightly. He learned the B-rank Shadow Clone Jutsu and its A-rank counterpart Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu in just one night. Under the tutelage of Kakashi Hatake, Uzumaki has grown in strength at a rapid pace. He defeated the Tsunade Jinchuriki, Gaara of the Desert, in full transformed state, using only a small amount of the Kyuubi's chakra to summon the chief toad Gamabunta. Uzumaki has been taught by Jiraiya of the Sannin and has recently learned the legendary Rasengan, the signature ninjutsu of his father, in under a month. Known abilities / jutsus: Shadow Clone Jutsu, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Rasengan, Summoning Jutsu, Toads, Wind and Water Elemental Jutsus, number unknown. Limited use of Kyuubi's chakra. Threat assessment: A rank, approach with caution. Bound. Odo 50,000 Ryu. Kumo 25,000 Ryu, alive. 10,000 Ryu, dead. IWA 75,000 Ryu, alive. 40,000, dead. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto asked. While the question was asked softly, it filled the chamber and it carried a hint of accusation. Why didn't anyone tell me? The third Hokage believed it best that your parentage be hidden until you were strong enough to defend yourself against those who would attack you due to your parents' reputation, Koharu explained. She could see that Naruto wasn't really processing the information. Koharu hadn't agreed with Hiruzen about withholding Naruto's true family, but she had agreed that it was in the best interest of the village that IWA and Kumo believed that the Namikaze line had died out with Minato. Why? Naruto repeated. He could have told me to keep it a secret and I would have. He could not take that chance, Hamura said sternly. He had to weigh the safety of the entire village against one boy's happiness. That is what it means to be Hokage, to make those decisions. The village was at its weakest after the attack and our enemies were already probing for weaknesses. If they learned that the fourth had a surviving heir, it would have been war. A war that we would not have survived. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were watching him closely. May I be dismissed? He asked. I need some time to process this. Not yet, Uzumaki. Much still needs to be discussed, Danzo said. Like what? Jiraiya asked. What measures are needed to protect Uzumaki and the village? Danzo answered. And our response to this. What do you mean? Tsunade asked. We need to decide whether or not to confirm what Orochimaru has claimed, Hamura said. Due to his missing ninja status and the fact that he just failed to destroy the village, we could pass it off as a ruse to get Kumo and IWA to do his dirty work. But just this claim, even without confirmation, could be enough to plunge us into war. Naruto, your father, Minato Namikaze, was the reason that Konoha came out on top in the Third Shinobi War. His jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, devastated Iwa's armies and it has taken them nearly 2 decades to recover. Many of the survivors swore vengeance against Minato and would not hesitate to kill a child of his. Naruto swallowed thickly, not realizing how precarious his position was or how much danger his heritage was putting the village in. If we confirm what Orochimaru has released, then we would be essentially dangling Naruto out as bait for Kumo and IWA, Shikaka Nara, Shikamaru's father, said. But as Elder Hamura said, how do we protect Naruto? Why not send the boy out of the village? A civilian council member asked. If he is not here, then the other villages will not come here looking for him. Coward. Tsume Inuzuka spat. The mother of Kiba was a very aggressive woman, indicative of the Inuzuka clan, and she was showing it, snarling at the civilian. IWA and Kumo won't care if Naruto is not in the village. They will still come here if they believed they could draw Naruto out. Then what? Hide him away like a prisoner? Tsunade asked. Naruto looked up at the council with wide eyes. That is a possibility, Koharu said, though it would be a shame to shackle one of our most promising young shinobi like that. But if we let Naruto move freely, IWA or Kumo could easily find him and without support, Naruto would be helpless, Shibi Aburame, Shino's father, said. Hey, don't I get a say in this? Naruto asked loudly. I mean, this is my life you are all talking about. Yes, but this is also a village security matter that goes past one genin's life, Koharu said. And you are not just any ninja. You are the heir to the Uzumaki clan and the son of the fourth Hokage. I have a suggestion, Jiraiya said. I was hoping that Naruto would continue as my apprentice, and we would go on a training trip for at least 3 years. When we would return, I promise you that Naruto would easily be strong enough to protect himself from anything that IWA or Kumo could throw at him. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, who turned back to the blonde. That is if he agrees? But what about my friends, my team, and missions? Naruto asked. Naruto, the missions will be there when you return, Tsunade said. I would put my vote to having Naruto travel with Jiraiya. Jiraiya explained to me on the way back to the village that Konoha is still undermanned due to the invasion, and we cannot afford to stretch our already limited manpower. Jiraiya is one of, if not, the strongest ninja we have, and his constant movement would ensure that Naruto would be safe. The three elders looked at one another before looking around the chamber at the assembled Shinobi clan leaders and civilian representatives. Very well, Hamura said after a moment. We shall put it to a vote. All those in favor of allowing Naruto Uzumaki a leave of absence from his duties as a shinobi of Konoha to train under Jiraiya of the Sannin, raised their hands. Nearly all of the council members raised his or her hand in approval of the plan. Only 4 hands stayed down: the Kurama clan, the Hyuga clan, a civilian council member, and Danzo. It is decided, Koharu said. Naruto Uzumaki, you have been granted a leave of absence from your duties as an active shinobi of Konoha for a period not to exceed 5 years, and you shall be under the guidance and protection of Jiraiya of the Sannin. May your journey be fruitful and safe. That's it, Naruto exclaimed. A simple vote, and now I have to spend the next 5 years traveling with this pervert. Why don't I get a say in this? What if I don't want to go with Jiraiya? Since Naruto was facing the elders, he missed the hurt look on Jiraiya's face, but Tsunade didn't. You do not seem to realize the precarious position that this release of village secrets has left us in Uzumaki, Hamura said. 2 hidden villages are threatening war against us, because of you and your name. With this decision we gain valuable time. Time to prepare the village and you. Me? Lord Jiraiya might have his quirks, Koharu said. But Lady Tsunade was correct in her assessment of his strength. He is the strongest of our active duty shinobi, and he taught your father. You would be wise to learn as much as you can from him, for your enemies will not hesitate in their pursuit of you due to your youth. Naruto looked hard at the elder woman, knowing that she wasn't only talking about Kumo and IWA. Look, Naruto, why don't you head home for the night? Jiraiya suggested. We can talk more in the morning if you'd like. Fine, Naruto sighed, knowing that he was just going to have to deal with the council's decision. Come by my apartment tomorrow morning and we can talk. Jiraiya nodded his agreement. Thank you, Naruto said, looking up at those seated and bowing. The newly promoted Chunin left the council chamber without another word, aiming to return to his apartment and rest. But it wasn't meant to be. Naruto, you're back. Naruto looked up and saw Sakura walking quickly toward him. He noticed that she was wearing the red dress she used to wear at the academy and was carrying a picnic basket. Hey Sakura-chan, Naruto smiled. No mission today? Of course not, Naruto, Sakura said. With you and Kakashi-sensei on missions of your own and Sasuke-kun still in the hospital, Team 7 was put on reserve and off active duty. Sasuke's in the hospital. Why? Whatever his brother did to him was much stronger than was initially thought to be, Sakura explained, her eyes looking down. It is some sort of genjutsu, but nothing the doctors try is having any effect. Tears were welling up in Sakura's eyes as she spoke, and Naruto felt his chest constrict at the sight. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. We brought Tsunade back to the village. I'm sure that she'll fix Sasuke right up. You found her, Lady Tsunade? Of course we did, Naruto boasted. Do you really think I'd come back to the village empty-handed? Sakura shook her head. No, you wouldn't, Naruto. Where are you going, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked, pointing at the picnic basket. Sakura's face went bright red. Oh, I was going to visit Sasuke-kun, she said. I read in some books that those in comas can hear others talking to them, at least on some level. So I figured that I would keep Sasuke-kun company while he is in the hospital. Also, I've been reading a lot on medical ninjutsu and watching the doctors at the hospital whenever I can. That's awesome, Sakura-chan. So you decided on becoming a medical ninja then? Naruto asked. Yep, she chirped. Someone has got to make sure that you and Sasuke-kun don't get killed. Why don't you come with me, Naruto, to visit Sasuke-kun? I'm sure that he would like hearing another voice. No, that's okay, Sakura-chan, Naruto said. I'll go check on him tomorrow. I'm just going to head home. I'm really exhausted from my mission. Oh, okay, Naruto, Sakura said, sounding surprised that Naruto wasn't jumping at the chance to spend time with her. I'll see you tomorrow then. Believe it, Naruto grinned. Tell Sasuke that he better get his lazy ass out of the hospital. I want to have that match we promised each other at the Chunin exams. Sakura giggled. Okay, Naruto, I will, she said. By then, see you tomorrow. Bye, Sakura-chan, Naruto said before the two teammates parted ways. One heading deeper into the village, the other making his way to the outskirts of it. Why are you still mooning over that pink-haired bitch? The dark voice of the Kyuubi echoed throughout Naruto's head. She will never return your feelings. I don't know Kyuubi, Naruto said. I don't know. The blonde arrived at his apartment, and after deactivating the basic security seals he had placed on the door, entered the run-down residence that he called home. You need to improve your security, Naruto-kun, a voice said from the shadows. Just a chakra recognition seal, you have been taught better than that. Yeah, well, it's not like I have anything worth stealing in this place, Naruto said. Perhaps, but when your heritage is released to the public, people will come here, the voice said. Then I guess I have some housekeeping to do, Naruto said. Now, what do you want? Your orders and a set of scrolls that contain elemental training methods for all 5 elements, and several jutsus for each element. And you expect me to learn all these by when? You will be tested when you return from your travels with Lord Jiraiya. Seems reasonable, I guess, Naruto said. Is that all? For now, Naruto-kun. Naruto breathed sharply out his nose when he no longer felt his visitor's chakra signature. Making his way to his bed, Naruto slid the thin mattress over to the side of the room. He kneeled down and placed his hand on the floor. Naruto winced as blood was drawn from his palm and filled several cracks in the floorboards. A blue glow illuminated Naruto's face as the blood turned black, and with a muted pop, several floorboards came loose. Inside the hidden space was the scroll into which Naruto had copied much of the forbidden scroll of seals. He had returned the real one to the Hokage's office before the Chunin finals. After undoing another blood seal, Naruto laid the scroll flat on his bed. He had only learned a few of the jutsus that his great-grandfather had copied, learned, or created, but Naruto had learned about Tobirama's mindset, which was very complex. The second could be warm and caring as he seemed to be when writing about his clan, his fiancée Akemi, his students, or the village. Tobirama could also be cold, calculating, and ruthless when writing about the village's enemies or the decisions that he had been forced to make as Hokage. The decisions that had eaten away at him, but that he couldn't show as being Hokage, meant shouldering the burdens that the village couldn't. Reading about his great-grandfather only strengthened Naruto's resolve to become Hokage. He wanted to live up to the legacy that his great-grandfather and his father had left him. His father. Naruto had known that Minato Namikaze was his father since before the Chunin finals, though he had suspected for much longer. As a ninja and Hokage, Naruto could understand why Minato had sealed the fox into the newborn Naruto, who had been the closest baby, and with his lineage, Naruto was the perfect vessel to house the Kyuubi. But as a man, Naruto burned with a despise toward Minato, the man who had chosen the village over his own son, the man who had naively believed that the uneducated masses would understand a ninja art that only few ever attempted to learn, let alone master. And after such a disaster, the people would need someone to blame, and who better than the baby who held the monster that had ravaged their home, and who was defenseless. The third Hokage tried to protect Naruto with his non-disclosure law, but the damage had already been done. And now he was supposed to travel around the world with his father's sensei, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto wasn't truly sure what to make of the Toad Sage. The man was arguably the most powerful ninja in Konoha's roster and had taught Naruto 3 very powerful jutsus: the Rasengan, the Summoning Jutsu, and Earth Release. Swamp of the Underworld, but he was also the man who taught Naruto's father and had to know that Minato was Naruto's father, yet never told him. But Naruto would be safe, or at least as safe as he could be, under Jiraiya's watch, as the mere presence of the Toad Sage made Itachi and Kisame flee. Training under Jiraiya was what made his father strong. Would it do the same for Naruto? That was the question. Naruto had some of the most powerful ninja gunning for him, and learning from one of the most powerful ninja in one-on-one training for several years would put him on the fast track to holding his own against his enemies. As Naruto lay down to sleep that night, the question swirled in his head like his name suggested. Should he accept Jiraiya's training and travel with him, leaving the village for several years on end, or should he stay in the village, training with his friends and comrades but under heavy watch and guard? It was quite some time before Naruto would find his answer and be able to fall asleep. A buzz had filled the village ever since the return of Tsunade Senju. The return of the third Sannin had been announced to the village. Her return had lifted many of the villagers' spirits that had been down since the death of the third Hokage. There was a rumor floating around the village also that Tsunade had returned to take up the title of Hokage just as her grandfather and great-uncle had done. A second rumor floating around the village was one that the majority of the civilians had trouble believing. It was said that the fourth Hokage's heir had been discovered, and that Kumo and Iwa were possibly on the move because of his accomplishments during the war. Naruto. The blonde turned to see his teammates slowly walking toward him. Sasuke was out of the hospital obviously but was still quite weak as evident by the fact that he was leaning on Sakura for support. Sakura didn't look too bothered by being used as a crutch though. Sakura-chan, Sasuke. Naruto greeted as they reached him. Are you going to the coronation? Sakura asked. I suppose, Naruto said. Need to see what it will look like when I become Hokage. How you doing, Sasuke? Fine, Sasuke said. Naruto blinked while Sakura gave the blonde an apologetic smile. That's good to hear. What happened to you, Naruto? Sasuke asked. What do you mean? That scar on your chin. Where did you get it? Sakura asked. On my mission, the blonde answered. But what about, It can't heal this one. Something to do with the weapon that cut me. Naruto shrugged. And besides, I kind of like it. Gives me a rugged kind of look, don't you think? No. Naruto's head dropped at Sasuke's single-word answer, making Sakura giggle. Anyway, it also reminds me to always keep my head on a swivel. Come on, you two, we need to hurry if we want to get a good spot to watch, Sakura said. So what do you think about the rumors that Kumo and Iwa are threatening war? Naruto asked as Team 7 turned onto the center street of the village, the one that went directly from the gates to the Hokage Tower. It's scary, isn't it? Sakura said. We could be going to war against two whole villages, both of whom have been our enemies for generations. I don't think it will come to that, Sakura-chan, Naruto said. There hasn't been a war since before we were born. I don't think that Kumo or Iwa would start a war for no reason. What about the rumors that the fourth Hokage's son has been found? Sasuke asked, looking at his blonde teammate. Come on, Sasuke-kun. That's just a rumor, Sakura laughed. The fourth Hokage didn't have a family. I'm not saying he did, Sasuke said. But he was the reason that Konoha won the last war, and that the village wasn't destroyed by the Kyuubi, so Iwa would have a grudge to settle with Konoha because of him. Enough rumor-mongering. It's about to begin, Sakura said, pointing up. Naruto looked up at the top of the Hokage Tower. On the balcony that looked out over the main street of the village stood Tsunade, Jiraiya, the three elders and several members of the Shinobi Council. People of Konoha, Koharu shouted, stepping forward. We have suffered gravely these past few weeks. The attempted invasion, the tragic deaths of our comrades, loved one and the third Hokage, but despite all of that, our will of fire has not been smothered out. Today is not a day of mourning. Today is one of rejoicing, as today, we welcome back one of our village's greatest heroes. A hero who helped our village win 2 wars with her skills and strength on and off the battlefield. Welcome home, Tsunade Senju. Tsunade stepped forward to Koharu's side to wild cheering and applause. After waving to the crowd, Swanda raised her hand for silence and the crowd obeyed, though the air of celebration was still thick around them. Citizens of Konoha, thank you for that extraordinary welcome, Tsunade said. It has been too long since I last visited these streets with you all, and I apologize for that. I let my pain and selfish desires overwhelm my mind and heart. I believed that I was the only person to suffer loss and despair. It took a very obnoxious blonde-haired brat and his shamelessly perverted sensei to make me realize that the world didn't revolve around my pain and anguish. They made me realize that others had felt the same pain I had, but they had refused to bow to its demands. Instead, they grew stronger. And that is what we shall do, grow stronger together. We shall never forget those who have given their lives for this village, to keep us safe. We will honor their lives by living our own to the fullest. And as the 5th Hokage, I, Tsunade Senju, vow to do all in my power to see this village restored to its rightful place as the shining example that my grandfather envisioned. I vow to protect this village, our home, from anyone who would dare threaten it or its people. I vow to do all that I can to make sure that your dreams come true. With these words, I pledge all my strength, power and love to this village as its 5th Hokage. The crowd erupted as Koharu placed the Hokage's hat on Tsunade's head. Tsunade nodded to the elderly woman before turning back to the crowd. Naruto could see that Tsunade had a wide smile on her face as she waved to the crowd. The scene shimmered as Naruto imagined himself up upon the balcony, receiving the hat from Tsunade, with the crowd screaming itself hoarse. Tsunade continuing her speech brought Naruto out of his imagined future. "We are a precipice as a village," Tsunade said. "Many of you have heard rumors that Kumo and IWA are on the move. At this moment, those are just rumors. We have no concrete information or evidence that these two villages are making any aggressive moves toward our borders. However, we will not be lax in our view on security. We will make sure that our borders are secure and that our security is not threatened in any way. But let these troubling thoughts flee from your minds. Enjoy the festival, eat, drink, and be merry." Naruto Uzumaki, a muffled voice uttered from behind Team 7. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke turned to see an ANBU standing behind them. "Yes," Naruto asked. "Lady Hokage wishes to see you," the ninja said. "When?" "Now." Naruto breathed out sharply through his nose. "Very well, I shall be there in a moment," he said. The ANBU nodded before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. "What does the Hokage want with you, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "No clue," Naruto lied. "But I better get going. Don't want to get on her bad side on the first day. See you late, Sakura-chan." Sasuke. "Bye, Naruto," Sakura said as the blonde headed toward the Hokage Tower. "Where is he?" a loud voice cried out. Sakura and Sasuke turned to see teams 8, 9, and 10 all walking toward them. Turned out to be Kiba who had shouted. "Where's who?" Sakura asked. "Naruto," Kiba barked. "He has some explaining to do. How could he not tell us?" "Tell you what mutt?" Sasuke growled. Kiba's attitude was really grating on his nerves. "This," Shikamaru said. He stepped forward and handed over a thin black book that was open to a middle page. The picture on the page was of a very familiar blonde. "Why is Naruto's picture in a bingo book?" Sakura asked. "Look at his name," Kiba growled. "That can't be true," Sakura gasped. "The fourth didn't have any family, didn't he?" "Apparently he did, Naruto," Shino said. "It is illogical to falsify Naruto's identity in a bingo book, so the information must be true." "So where is he?" Kiba demanded. "Watch it, Kiba," Sasuke growled, his eyes flashing. "That's our teammate." "Relax, Kiba. Naruto is meeting with the Hokage right now anyway," Sakura said, trying to cool the tension that had been steadily increasing. "So let's meet him there when he gets done," Ino offered. "How could he have kept this from us? We're his friends, aren't we?" "You wanted to see me, Lady Hokage?" Naruto asked as he entered the Hokage's office. Inside were Tsunade, Jiraiya, another ANBU agent, and the 3 elders. "Yes, Naruto, thank you for coming," Tsunade said. "Now there are 3 reasons why I have called you here. First is to make this announcement, Naruto Uzumaki. It is my great pleasure to present you with this." She picked up a scroll from the desktop and tossed it to the blonde. "What's this?" Naruto asked, catching the scroll. "Open it, Naruto," Jiraiya said with a smile. Naruto did so and was surprised as a green flak jacket popped out and fell to the office floor. "What?" he asked. "You have been promoted to Chunin, Naruto," Tsunade answered. "After learning about your performance in the Chunin finals against Gaara, and your deeds during the invasion of holding off and defeating Gaara again, reading the proctor's notes and seeing you personally in action against Orochimaru and Kabuto, you have certainly proved yourself capable for the promotion in combat, and from reports given to me by Kakashi, you have the leadership qualities as well. With this promotion, it also allows us several more options in what to do with you. Have you decided on what you are going to do about Jiraiya's offer to take you on a training trip?" "I have decided to accept the offer," Naruto said. "Jiraiya taught my father, and with what Orochimaru revealed, I need to get as strong as possible." "Perfect," Tsunade said. "That makes things much easier." "How?" Naruto asked. "Because Uzumaki, you won't be just promoted to Chunin, you'll be joining ANBU, the ANBU said. "What?" Naruto shouted. "You can't be serious." "We are quite serious, Naruto," Tsunade said firmly. "As a cover for your leaving the village, we will discreetly release that you have been advanced to ANBU as a way to both protect and train you." You're not joking, are you? Naruto asked. Me in ANBU? Yes, to an extent, Uzumaki, Tiger said. You will be considered a provisional member of ANBU until your return, where you will be tested to see if you are worthy of becoming a fully fledged ANBU member. Also, during your trip there might be times where you are given a mission and placed on a team that will both assist you and observe your actions to get a more complete picture of your skills and progress. What about my friends? What do I tell them? Naruto asked. You may tell them whatever you decide, Naruto, Tsunade said. But if I could provide some advice, tell them the truth. Lying to friends never ends well, even if done with the best intentions. When would we leave Jiraiya? Naruto asked. Day after tomorrow. Naruto nodded. By your leave, Lady Hokage? He asked. There is one last thing we need to give you, Naruto, Tsunade said. She rose from her desk and walked over to the portraits of the previous Hokages, stopping in front of picture of Minato Namikaze. Come here, Naruto. Naruto stepped over to his father's portrait and looked up at Tsunade. Jiraiya has told us that it is likely that Minato put something in the Hokage vault, and would have secured it with a seal only he or his family could open it. Naruto nodded, realizing what Tsunade was asking. Biting his thumb, Naruto pressed it to the portrait's frame. The portrait glowed blue for a second before it popped forward off the wall. Tsunade stepped back and let Naruto open the safe. Inside were 2 small scrolls. Naruto picked them up and then closed the safe. Don't open them here, Naruto, Tsunade said. Open them at your place. We have more to discuss. Naruto pocketed the scrolls and turned back to face the room. Now, Naruto, the final thing we need to discuss is how the announcement of your heritage will be handled, Tsunade said. Your father was much beloved by the people of this village. He was the first Hokage who was not born from a clan, a civilian-born Hokage. And as you know, your reputation with the civilians is not the best. There is sure to be some backlash when the information comes out. Some will probably claim that you have hoodwinked me and that this is all some scheme that the QB is cooking up to take revenge. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the clans don't like you even more. Some of the clans didn't appreciate Minato's policies and decisions while he was in office. They felt that he was taking too much power away from them. Naruto nodded. I think it best we just not worry about it, he said. People aren't going to like me whether it's because of the fox or my father anyway. I can't change people's minds for them. Jiraiya grinned. Good answer, he said. Focus on the things you can change and forget about the things you can't. Something your mother said and lived her life by. My mother? Naruto asked. Kushina was a one-of-a-kind woman, Jiraiya laughed. She was someone who would never take no for an answer, and believed that you could accomplish anything as long as you never gave up. After she moved here, on her first day at the academy, Kushina vowed to become the first female Hokage. My mom wanted to be Hokage too? Yep, Jiraiya chuckled. She and your father were in the same academy class, and she thought that he was just a sissy weakling. My mom thought that my dad was weak? Well, as a kid, Minato wasn't the biggest or strongest kid around, Jiraiya explained. He was exceedingly bright though and very quick. Enough storytelling, Danzo said sharply. Uzumaki, you have been given your orders and I am sure that you have some preparing to do. Tsunade and Jiraiya both glared at Danzo, but Naruto just nodded. I do in fact, he said. If that is all, Lady Hokage, I'd like to be dismissed to prepare. Very well, Naruto, Tsunade said. Meet me at the gate tomorrow morning, 1000 hours, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and left the office. There you are. Naruto looked up and saw his teammates waiting for him along with teams 8, 9 and 10. The secretary was alternating between glaring at the others and giving Naruto an apologetic look. Hey guys, what's going on? Naruto asked, though he had a sneaking suspicion he already knew, spotting the thin black book in Kiba's hand. Like you don't already know, Kiba snapped, storming right up to Naruto and shoving the bingo book into his chest. What the hell, man? You couldn't tell us about? Naruto slapped a hand over Kiba's mouth. Not here, he hissed. If you guys are here to talk about what I think you are, then let's go somewhere a little less public, alright? The other rookies and Team Guy all nodded, seeing the steely look in Naruto's eyes. Come on, Naruto said. The others spilt apart as Naruto walked through the group and filed in line behind him. Where are you taking us, Naruto? Ino asked as the group left the Hokage Tower and headed toward the village's walls. My apartment, Naruto said. It's the only place that I know of where we won't be overheard. As they walked through the village, Naruto could feel the glares that Kiba and Sasuke were sending him along with the confused looks he was getting from the others. You live here? Ino asked when they reached Naruto's rundown apartment building. Looking back at the blonde girl, Naruto noticed that both Lee and Tenten were giving Ino darker looks. This was especially noticeable from Lee, as the taijutsu user usually never looked mad or angry. Yes, Ino, I live here, Naruto answered. It's not like we all live in clan compounds in the nice part of the village. Some of us are on our own, or have been for most of our lives. Ino blinked at Naruto's tone, but then noticed the looks she was getting from Lee, Tenten, and even Sasuke, and kept her retort unknown to everyone. Naruto unlocked the door to his apartment and ushered everyone inside. Kiba opened his mouth to restart shouting at Naruto, but the blonde held up a finger to quiet him before activating the seals around the apartment. There, now we won't be interrupted, Naruto said, taking a seat in the lumpy but comfortable chair. Now Kiba, what do you want to know? Why the hell didn't you tell us that you were the fourth Hokage's son? Kiba shouted, throwing the bingo book at Naruto's chest. And don't bother denying it, we've all already read your book entry. I suppose the best answer to your question is, why should I have told you anyway? Naruto asked. What business is it of yours who my father was? What? Kiba growled. We are your friends. Really? You all are my friends? Naruto asked calmly, looking the increasingly angry Inuzuka boy right in the eye. From where I stand, the only friends I have are Sakura-chan and Sasuke, and I'll admit, I hadn't had the chance to tell them this new information, since I only found out yesterday. Kiba blinked and stepped back as Naruto rose to his feet, growling the last few words of his answer. You didn't know? Ino asked. No, I did not, Naruto said. I had no clue who my parents were until a few weeks ago, and even then I only learned what my mother's name was. So excuse me for not telling people something that I didn't know. Do you have any idea what it's like to grow up without a family, let alone even knowing their names? Only Lee and Tenten know that pain, since all three of us are orphans. What about you being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Choji asked. Why didn't you tell us about that? Yeah, Kiba agreed, obviously grabbing at straws to keep himself from being even more embarrassed. Do you guys even know what a Jinchuriki is? Naruto asked. Everyone but Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke, and Shino shook their heads. A Jinchuriki is a human sacrifice, a weapon of war. I am the prison that holds the Kyuubi back from trying to destroy the village again. Why the hell would I want people to know about something like that? Hell, most people think I am the Kyuubi itself, not knowing the first thing about Fuinjutsu. Why do you think I was treated like scum by most of the villagers all my life? And besides, I didn't even know that until I graduated from the academy. The old man wanted to keep me from learning the truth for as long as possible, hoping that I would have a normal childhood. Naruto spat. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered. Naruto looked up and Hinata blushed heavily but pressed on. Aren't you happy now that you've learned who your parents are? Naruto sagged back into the chair and closed his eyes. I honestly don't know how to answer that, Hinata, he said. Sure, I am happy to know who my parents are. Ecstatic even, but I am also furious. Furious, why? Ino asked. You are the son of the fourth Hokage. You should be jumping from rooftops and shouting it to the world. Naruto shook his head. Ino, did you not listen to what Tsunade talked about in her speech today? He asked. My father is regarded as one of the most hated villains in the Land of Earth and Land of Lightning. He was the reason why Konoha defeated IWA in the last war, and there are some that wouldn't hesitate to take revenge on him by killing his son. It would be killing two birds with one stone, killing the son of one of Konoha's heroes and taking out Konoha's secret weapon. Secret weapon? Tenten asked. Jinchuriki are a village's secret weapon, a way to keep themselves out of war, Naruto explained. While Konoha has not used its Jinchuriki as a weapon of war in the past, other villages have, and if we have to battle two major villages, I am sure that I'll be thrown to the front lines. Do you really think that IWA or Kumo will send people after you, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I can't say, Naruto said. It all depends on whether people feel revenge is worth it. Uzumaki, what are you going to do? Niji asked, speaking for the first time. If you are truly this important to the village, what is the village going to do with you? Naruto narrowed his gaze at the older Hyuga. All I know is that I've been given a leave of absence from the village, and I'll be traveling with Jiraiya for a couple of years. Jiraiya? Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Toad Sage? Tenten asked. Naruto nodded. You are leaving? Hinata asked. For at least 2 or so years, yes, Naruto answered. This way I am out of the spotlight until I get strong enough to defend myself. What about Team 7? Sakura asked. What about MS? Sasuke-kun? Kakashi-sensei? Naruto took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, but this is the way it has to be, he said. I refuse to let you or the village suffer because I wasn't strong enough to defend the people I care about. So you are leaving the village to get stronger. Why can't you just stay here? Choji asked. I mean, here you'll have an entire village of ninja to protect you. I don't want to be protected at the cost of others' lives, Naruto said. No one knows if Kumo or IWA will come after us for this. It could just be a lot of saber rattling, but the Hokage can't really take that chance. When do you leave? Sasuke asked. Tomorrow morning. So soon? Hinata asked. Jiraiya wants to hit the ground running, Naruto answered. And he's hoping that people won't notice my leaving with Tsunade taking over as Hokage. So that's it then, Sakura said. We won't see you for years, not knowing if you are even still alive. Naruto sighed. Sakura-chan, I don't like this much more than you do, he said. I have my issues with Jiraiya, and spending years in his company is not something I am looking forward to, but it is something I need to do. All right, Naruto. So you're leaving the village, but you were just going to leave without telling us that you are the son of the 4th Hokage, Kiba demanded. I believe I have already answered this question, Kiba, Naruto said. Why is it any of your business who my father was? I don't care who your father is. A person's parentage doesn't matter to me, only who the person actually is. But no, Kiba, Naruto said, getting to his feet, causing Kiba to take a step back. Just because you wanted something from me doesn't mean I am just going to roll over and tell you. If I had it my way, none of you would know that the 4th Hokage was my father, because it shouldn't matter. I want people to get to know me Naruto Uzumaki, not Naruto Namikaze. Kiba stepped back into the group, looking quite cowed from Naruto's shout. If you are all here just to badger me about why you all weren't informed about my family, then you can leave, Naruto said. I need to start packing and it has been a long day, so I'd like to take a nap first. Slowly the group made their way out of Naruto's apartment, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto, will you be able to write us while you are gone? Sakura asked. I don't know, the blonde admitted. I'm sure that Jiraiya will be sending Tsunade reports about my training, so I'll see if I can piggyback any letters with his reports. Sakura smiled and nodded. I guess this is goodbye, Sasuke said. No, Naruto grinned. It's I'll see you later, not goodbye. When I get back, we'll have to see who is stronger. So you two better not slack off on your training. Never, Sasuke answered with a small grin of his own. Sakura nodded her agreement. The two boys shook hands before Sakura nearly squeezed the life out of Naruto with her hug. I'll see you guys tomorrow when I set out, right? Naruto asked. Of course. Naruto smiled broadly as his best friends and teammates left his apartment. As he closed the door behind them, Naruto couldn't help but think he was closing the door on one chapter of his life and was about to begin the next. Hope you guys enjoyed, because this is the final part of this great story.